Good afternoon and welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Jeju. We're powered up by Jupiter and we're continuing to celebrate a decade dealt in gold. I've got my man Kevin Rabichow alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, on the call for this one. And yeah, yesterday saw us award not one, not two, but 3 7-figure payouts on the day, and it was the 60K that had most of our attention. But of course, the fans around the world were, captivated by that mystery bounty draw. And just to talk about that 60K, obviously came back with 52 entries, and long after the bubble had burst, it was a very, I don't want to say upset, because of the run that he actually had. He was down to 3.5 bigs at the time, but Manuel Fritz, who ended up going out as the bubble boy in 10th, Kevin, we're going to dive into a little VT of yesterday's final table. So let's recap and see how this one played out in the 60K, as it was Manuel Fritz out in 10th. And, well, how's your day going?
A little bit better than Kazuome Furuse's day, as he puts his last 7 big blinds in, running into the dominated ace of Mike Watson. Furuse came in as the short stack and could not find help at this final table early. The flop comes 8-6-6, and he turns a little something, open-ended on the turn, a sweat for the Japanese national, but it was not meant to be. Mike Watson takes him down, and he's paid $194,000.
Well, how about it? The man who held the chip lead with 8 left. So what's the 5-time champ on the button? Ripped it in for 12 bigs. Boyka out the small, happy to go there with the ace-10. And Watson was drawing to 6 outs once, couldn't find it. And he went home with $243,000 for his efforts.
It was another collapse of a former chip leader. Ike Haxton is forced all in the big blind in this pot. You see the all-in button ahead of him before the action even comes around, and it was Nick Pietrangelo waking up with pocket kings against the Parsonen, under the gun open. Haxton was forced in with deuces and could not successfully go duck hunting. The board runs out queen high blank, and the former chip leader is sent home in 7th for $330K.
Then it was Mr. Malacca style, Juan Pardo. Look at the blinds, 250K. He's in here with sub 10, sub 8. Double gut shot for Nicky P on the flop, looking for a king or a 9 on the river to send Pardo home, and he found the king of spades, and you can see well, understandable frustration from Pardo, $446,000 for him.
The man who just eliminated Pardo, Nick Pietrangelo, finds himself at risk not long after. It's Daniel Rezi 3-betting out of the small with pocket 9s, and Pietrangelo wastes no time to 4-bet rip ace-queen, looking for help, and it was the story of the day, just the ping-pong of stacks. Pietrangelo can't find an ace or a queen, and Rezi takes over the chip lead. Nick Pietrangelo downed in 5th for $576,000.
Yeah, that was a huge pot going Rezi's way. Then four-handed, Sturm, short stacked, 6 big blinds, decides to run it out the small with the jack high. Rezi just getting to click call. Came king, 9-3. Turn was a sweat indeed, but couldn't convert. The 5 outs going to the river, 717,000, a career best at Triton for him.
Well, it's the former PLO sniper and now no limit specialist, Ellis Parsonen, who's at risk out of the small blind, queen 7 suited, takes the open jam for 13 blinds and runs into a pocket pair. Alex Boyka, once the tournament short stack by a long margin, took over the chip lead with this elimination of Parsonen. He goes down in the 3rd for $876,000.
And then heads up, as Kevin mentioned, the aforementioned short stack four-handed. He was down to 6 big blinds, making it to heads up. Limp calling the king-queen. Came ace 10-8. We had a little mystery hand our chip leader. Boyka made the call. 6.5 million in the middle. Boyka with just 3.6 back. He called it off with king high. Needed to find a jack on the river. Was drawing to 4 outs to get back into this one. Daniel Rizai with top pair, decent kicker. So Boyka going home with 1.3 million, a 7-figure score for him. But it was Daniel Rizai. How about this? Wire to wire, back-to-back wire-to-wire victories. One in the mystery bounty. We saw Allison come in as the chip leader on day 2, closed it out. The same for Daniel Rizai. Came into day 2 as the chip leader. 12 hours later, going home with 1.939 million and his first Triton trophy.
His first Triton trophy, but we saw Daniel Rizai take down a not too dissimilar $1.9 million at the World Series of Poker Paradise Festival. He's been on an incredible run over the last few months. Can you believe that this is his 4th 7-figure score, having never had one before summer of 2025?
Absolutely smashing it. It's just so funny how in poker there seem to just be these periods. I don't want to delve too much into it, but he is having a run of a lifetime. But you have the runs of like Fedor, you have the runs of Bonomo. And yeah, perhaps in a year's time, we'll be talking about the run of Daniel Rizai. Came in relatively short, and that was kind of the theme of the final table, how the biggest stacks, the chip leaders, you had Michael Watson, chip leader with 8 left. Ike Haxon was chip leader at one point. Those guys just couldn't hold in the big all-ins.
No, it was a ridiculous reversal of the initial chip counts coming into the final table. The top 4 stacks ended up finishing 8, 7, 6, 5. I mean, between Watson, Ike, Pardo, and Nicky P, just how do you come into a final? Like, how do you manage the expectation shift that you're dealing with there? Coming in chip leader, or then just taking over chip lead, taking over chip lead. We saw a full reversal, and no one did that better than Alex Boyka. I mean, he was on the very shortest of stacks coming into the final table, and 5-handed, 4-handed, I think it was. He got dealt a spot that I was sure Henry was just going to deal him out of the tournament. He had pocket 8s facing an open on like 8 big blinds. That was actually the hand where we saw Nick Petrangelo go down to Daniel Rizai.
Oh, really?
Ace-queen versus pocket 9. So Boyka just doing the full reversal by navigating that short stack so well.
Yeah, career best for him, having eclipsed that 6th place finish in the main. How about the reformed PLO sniper? I mean, do we even call him a PLO sniper anymore? Because he seems to be getting it done in No Limit Hold'em. I'm, of course, talking about Ellis Parsonen, now 8.6 million in Triton earnings. And, yeah, just like showing up. Look at this, Paradise, 100K main event, 6th place for 1.1. Now 3rd place in this 60K for nearly 900,000. What's going on? He felt like PLO had become too easy and he wanted to show up and show that he could get it done in the 2-card streets?
It could be just that. I mean, Elis, if you look back, was really just coming in to play the big PLO events. Right. He took down that 100K PLO main event just a couple of years ago, but all of his biggest scores over the last year are in No Limit. He also had a 6th place finish in 150K for nearly $1 million. So, I mean, this is just not a one-trick pony. Yeah. Ellis knows the 2-card game just as well as he does 4.
And the thing I liked about Ellis's run, and it kind of just proved how fickle, tournament poker could be, the variance involved is there were a couple of spots, 2 tables left, 3 tables left, where he was all in for his tournament life, like Ace-King against Jacks, Pocket 5s against Ace-Queen, and you look back normally at the runs that you have, and you're like, okay, well, there was a key flip that I had to hold in order to go on that run, and case in point, Watson, Ike, all of those guys falling short of victory. So yeah, incredible final table with legends everywhere. Congratulations to Daniel Rizai, of course, taking that one down. Allison in the mystery bounty taking home over 1.2 million, so his total haul in that 40K closing in on nearly $2 million. Incredible result for him. Well, actually, yeah, $9,000 more than first place in the 60K. So did actually end up bagging, going home with more money than Daniel Rizai. And now our attention today, of course, on this 50K. Absolutely buzzing for this one. 26 left with 20 places paid. So we're really diving into a fun stage of the tournament as we look to throw it down to the main stage. We've got 2 feature tables. We're playing down to a champion today. Champion's going to be going home with nearly 1.3 million as we kick things off here for day 7. coverage. It's the 50K. 50K seven-handed. Live from the Leze Casino here in Jeju. Top right-hand corner of your screens. With 26 left, could not recommend the Triton Poker Plus app more than now. You can scan that QR code. You can get every table open.
Is my favorite part of the tournament to follow on the app, Henry. Like you mentioned, we've just got 4 tables remaining in this tournament. If you're on an iPad, you can just load up all 4 of those, follow the outer table action that we don't cover on the feature. Follow guys like Sam Muller sitting on the outside of the main stage to the left of Kaihan Mockery.
I absolutely love these walkthroughs. It's just like, you know, it's the who's who of the poker world.
We need to remind the audience just that there's not only an amazing cast of characters off the stage, but just that if they're thinking, oh, I wish I could get off this tough table and move somewhere else, see where all the real action's happening. No, it really is just every table as tough as the last.
Yeah, look at this. Alex Kulev rocking the quarter zip. Joe Tren, the king they call him in China. Fresh off that second title. Took down the 25K Jupiter event. Jesse Lonis having a bit of a dry spell.
Yeah.
At the Triton series. See if he can turn things around here today. He's got a healthy stack. Coming in 4th in chips with 54 big blinds. Got Dominicus Mikulaitis. Fresh off that cash the other night. Final table run in the Mystery Bounty. I'm going to put you on the spot, Kev. Who's got the toughest table, in your opinion, out of the 4 that we have?
I mean, that table we're looking at right now is pretty brutal. Number of large stacks, but I also want to draw attention to our secondary feature, the red table, where you see Brandon Wilson headlining with 1.725 million. He's got more than double the next biggest stack at that table. Just brutal for Byron Kaverman, Paulius Plasinitis. And how about Punat Punsri, 5-time Triton champ and winningest player on tour since he joined just 4 years ago. Well,
We're just in. Hand 1.
Punat wastes no time. This looking like a Brandon Wilson hijack open and rejam from Punsri in the cutoff.
Makes sense. He knows the chip leader has more than 1 million more chips than second in chips at this table. Hence the jam. Punsri in rough shape. The 5-time champion. The most winningest poker player on the Triton Tour since he joined. Gonna need some help. Okay. I mean, has more outs now, I guess?
You don't love the queen, but any diamond will chop it.
Can he find it? Oh, red. But not the type of red he was looking for. And the 5-time champ, Thailand's #1, is out. We'll be seeing plenty more of him throughout the series. Probably go and grab some lunch, grab a coffee as he gets ready for the 125K, which is starting, but we've had dreams and aspirations of running deeper than that, so we're down to 25.
Counting hands with like 50 people in.
Fine.
I think that's a little excessive. You got a count.
This is
But overall, I like this rule.
big blind versus under the gun open.
Yeah, Winlay trying to take this one down against Fuchs lighter opens, but I don't think a pair can get away.
I'm not a huge fan of this. Fuchs opening into Foxen, Eibinger, Darcer, and Hajiev, who all have him covered.
At the same time, it's so important to make the most of the spots you have when you're a short stack nearing the money bubble. He finds himself a flip.
Yesterday's bubble was dragged out. Oh, okay. I was about to say maybe today's bubble is going to be lightning fast.
Red
Little smirk. See flops top pair, asks for a red card.
Oh,
He's dead.
GG.
Dead on the turn. Fuchs turning the flush. We're down to 24.
I can't think of any drawback to doing that.
That's a pretty insane table, that one. That's pretty stacked. Foxen, Fuchs, Darcer, Ibinger, Ajiev.
Yeah, but that'll be it, yeah.
A lot of chips on that table as well, and that brings Fuchs up the counts to tangle with the names you just mentioned, Henry. Another. Dan Dvoris at risk.
Well, it's been a theme of the short stack busting. Clean flop, though, for Dan. Needs to fade an ace or a queen. Get back up to 15 big blinds. 10 of spades is clean. 6 outs once for one of the Triton OGs, Wai Leong Chan. Doesn't get there. He's on the short stack now, down to just 4 bigs.
Yeah. 195.
Following outer table action as well. Aramil Gagnon was at risk, all in on the short stack, but he found a double against Jesse Lonis with ace-queen against ace-7 suited. A little bit of breathing room for the American.
Yeah, and on table 5, we just saw Gale get in 16 big blinds with king 10 of spades against Rabas's 10s. Managed to find the king on the flop to stay alive.
Another rejam against an under the gun open in that hand. Players are not allowing a lot of raises to get through, fearlessly attacking on the soft bubble.
That's what makes these guys so tough to play against. In like a standard tournament field, you just see a lot of caginess from people just trying to sneak their way into that min cash. You're kind of like locking up, waiting for the bubble to burst. These guys fight back. Live by the sword, die by the sword. They don't mind going out on the stone bubble or the soft bubble. But on the flip side of that, by playing aggressively, they have opportunities to have a big stack and go on and actually win the tournament.
On display there from Plausanitis. Rejamming ace-10 suited against the chip lead open. Wilson was light there from under the gun. Just six-handed at this red table.
Dude, they're going ham on the outer tables. Muller taking a rejam spot for 25 bigs against Yaroshevsky's under the gun open. If you're wondering what we're talking about, Triton Poker Plus app. Check it out.
That is the strategy right now, Henry, and there's a lot of 15 to 25 big blind stacks in the field. 4 off the money, your primary play is to rejam if you're going to play the pot. We're not going to see a lot of single raised pots among those stack depths. Caverman with a fringy one here, depending on who he's opening into, might just open fold the pocket fives. And I'm actually surprised to see that he's opening this into the chip leader, Wilson. Might have just like to fold here. Oh, runs into the bottom of the deck and charge 2.3x, so no flop. No need to worry. Caverman takes that one down uncontested.
Out the table. Wow, that's pretty brutal for Rabas. The Austrian looks like he's just out, limped in from the small blind. Yaroshevsky ripped it in. Just ripped it in for 27 bigs with ace-9. Rabas was trapping with pocket kings. Came ace-9-5. That was all she wrote. Yaroshevsky taking down a monster 1.7 million chip pot. And just like that, Rabas just 7 hands into the tournament, he's out. Lost pocket 10s against King 10 for a 1 million chip pot, and then lost pocket kings against Ace 9 for a nearly 2 million chip pot.
That's so rough.
That's all she wrote.
3 off the money in this 50K.
You know, we were talking at the top of the show about how fickle tournament poker is. I mean, case in point, the theme is continuing here today. That's pretty brutal. He must have been so hyped about coming in day 2. Felix Ramos I'm talking about, with a very healthy 40 big blinds. And then not even an orbit later, he's just out the door.
Yeah, no, I got no ice, but
Rabas would have been playing for a career best cash as well on the Triton Tour. Just 4 cashes for 60,000 and change in his short career, mostly at the Triton 1 festival.
Took it on the chin though, like a champ. The OG, Wang Chan, all in from the cutoff for his final 4 bigs. Johannes Strava in the big blind, waking up with ace jack. Chop outs now. 4, 8, king, ace would chop it. No dice. We're down to 22. Are you kidding me? This was the tournament that I thought was going to take some time. I think we came in with average stack of, I want to say like 30-ish bigs.
Yeah, I thought 36 to close the night, I guess, after that blind level increase. Well, we're back up to about 36 big blind average with those 4 eliminations. Just the first 10 minutes or so of play.
Faster than the other tournaments. Knockouts.
oh, 2 busts.
Yeah.
Isn't that always the way it goes, Henry? We try to predict
it
what's
is.
coming
People
next.
are too rich. Nobody
Dropping.
cares about any money.
There is 125 today. Bro.
I love how they do commentary for us, you know. I mean, it's just like, you know, everyone's
And
too
I fold
rich.
a really strong hand against you, Ramin. I care about the min cash.
Okay, you will see it on TV, bro. If you care about cans also.
Yeah, that's a good feeling of making a tight fold. Sometimes it's like, oh nice, I escaped.
Fuchs with King 9 suited in the small blind. He's over 40 big blinds effective with Hajiev and Foxen behind in the big blind, so flatting for the first time we've seen. Might be headed to a flop for a single raised pot.
Yeah, a bit deeper now. Opportunities to take it to the streets.
You didn't play a hand yet, Alex.
This is the problem.
Lots of tight folds.
King 9
You just said it yourself.
is dominated decent amount of the time, and on this board texture, find himself in trouble. 190 out there.
Fuchs taking some time to check on this flop. Small blind range generally connects pretty well with Queen Jack 9. Don't think he ever wants to lead with such a weak hand, but just thinking about it with his overall range, Hajiev going to be familiar with that, but King Queen is plenty of hand to go for value even against the small blind.
Really? Was it? Okay.
I feel like there's some reverse implied stuff here as well. I mean, yeah, maybe we turn a king high straight.
And then go broke against ace king.
Yeah,
Could happen.
both players turning 2 pair. Do we ever lead this turn in Fuchs's shoes?
It's an interesting idea. I don't know that either player has a significant 10x advantage or ace-10 advantage. Both pre-flop ranges going to have ace-10. Both pre-flop ranges going to have other offsuit 10s as well. So I think it makes sense for Fuchs being out of position to keep checking over.
Is it fair to assume that Hajiev has every offsuit ace-10 combo, whereas Fuchs might not?
Yeah, he won't have 100% of them, but his range is also narrower. So I think as a percentage of range, ace-10 still plenty well represented for
Fair.
Fuchs.
Fortunately for Fuchs, the Case King doesn't find its way to the river. It's the pace of chips flying in, slowed down on the turn. 4 of spades. To complete the run-out action is on Tom. Looks like he's going to come with some block, something in the form of like 60, 65,000. I think this is going to get snapped.
Yeah, feels too thin for Hajiev to raise. You don't expect to see a straight, but from time to time, Fuchs is going to mix a straight into this bet size, and you don't want to overplay your hand.
Fuchs confidently tabling the King 9, understandably so. Hajiev having him pipped by 2. So for those of you just joining us, welcome to the top of the show. This is event number 7, the 50K 7 max.
30, 40, 50, 60,
If you don't bet that, I bet bigger.
80.
Bro.
Behind.
No, including.
Yeah, you know that.
I got you.
A bit bigger, not so much bigger.
You cover.
Yeah.
Bit of banter between Fuchs and Hajiev.
Or-
Hajiev
or
just
for a
letting his
minute,
man
I
know.
thought I'm hearing Carbell, my Martin.
I wish.
Lucky for you that you blocked river. I was going to bet
it's
bigger.
Alex.
So happy.
It's true, pretty good outcome for Fuchs. Only lost about 4 big blinds.
Hello, Big Slick.
Now a chance to win him back.
Yeah, chip leader. Oh no, sorry, apologies. I thought Wilson's not at this table. So he's opening into Eibinger's big. Alex Foxen gets out of there.
Not a clear defend for Eibinger. 2 off the money and covered. Yes, you're getting a good price with a suited hand, but when it's not connected at all, a little bit disincentivized to play. Eibinger's happy to take a flop against a button range, though, it seems.
Eibinger snap checked. The 8-7 deuce. Action is on Tom.
Yeah, Eibinger likely not to lead flops at this stage of the tournament. Even if he did flop a 7 or an 8 on this board, he doesn't really want to bloat the pot and further the risk of going home outside of the money.
40. Snap fold, no nonsense. Tom back up to 1.2. So a fun day ahead of us here. 116 entries in this one. Prize pool of 5.8 million. Champion's going to be going home with just shy of 1.4. 20 places paid. Min cash of 75,500.
We have time for hand. Oh, wait, 20. Oh, wait.
Did the iced espresso arrive already?
Yeah,
How was it?
it's good. It's espresso, but cold. I mean, for me, it's a bit unsweet, but good still. For sure, more healthier than sweet. Sweet we can get from here.
Sense a bit of judgment from Fuchs there. You ordered an ice espresso? What are you doing?
Sorry, say
Am I reading into that too much, you think?
We're calling it espresso now. You're so American, it's unreal. My Italian grandmother is turning in her grave. It's espresso, mate. Come on.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. Nan. R.I.P. Chuck Norris. Gonna pour one out for him later on today. What are you glaring over at the producer for? Are you looking for help, or Chuck Norris passed away? What do you want me to say? Just, you can't.
Yeah, just keeping us up on the news. I get it.
He'd appreciate it. You know, Chuck Norris was so good at poker.
Go on.
He never lost a heads up. Undefeated.
I heard Chuck Norris never once lost an 80-20 in either direction.
I heard that whenever it was his turn to post the big blind, the button said, "Hey, no worries, Chuck, I got you." Oh, man. John G in the chat saying he once beat Phil Ivey. Yeah, I can confirm. I was there. I was the deck of cards.
Heard Chuck Norris once won a World Series bracelet.
Without even showing up. Didn't even reg. Didn't even reg and still won the bracelet. What a legend.
He was Player of the Year every year of his life.
Great, 165. Pass.
True legend.
Pass.
Talking of legends, Alex Foxen didn't show up to the Triton stuff for the better part of 5 years. Was spending time with the family and I believe the family dog,
Pass.
who was a bit too old to be able to travel, and he wanted to spend his time with the family before the dog passed away. So that was why he took a 5-year hiatus, and then he just came back to Triton and just posted massive results straight off the cusp. Took down the 50K in Monte Carlo for 1.5 million, followed that up with a victory in the main event in Paradise just a month later for 4 million.
$270.
Oh, okay, Fuchs really feeling himself today. Coming with the 4-bet click.
Interesting choice with the suited ace-9. I think Fuchs betting that Foxen's going to bluff 3-bet primarily with Broadway cards. So he wants to unblock King-Jack, Queen-Jack, even ace-10 offsuit, ace-jack offsuit. These hands expected to 3-bet fold, but Foxen's here with an interesting one. He's suited, which is not a clear decision. Given the cheap price in position, it's tempting to call. That looks like what Foxen's coming with. We're going to play a post-flop 4-bet pot. 2 off the money.
Let's go, man. 615 out there. 10-7-4. Top pair, top kicker for Foxen.
Doesn't get better than this when you flat ace-10 of clubs. And Fuchs hates this flop. Not only is Foxen going to get here with some middling connected hands that hit top pair or flop an open-ender, he's also going to have some pocket pairs that didn't want a 5-bet jam pre. And those pocket pairs are either sets or over pairs or just decent quality showdown on this board.
As expected, continuing small and wide in a 4-bet pot. Just 15%.
Foxen has options with ace-10. There's a flush draw out there, but you don't necessarily expect a lot of Fuchs's range to have high equity against ace-10. Foxen thinks he's up against ace-king suited a fair bit, and he's crushing that hand for now.
And now, you know, it feels like we're up the creek without a paddle.
Tough spot for Fuchs. Ace-9 suited interacts a little bit, but actually don't think that 9-8 suited is common enough that he's thinking, oh, it's so good that I block the straight here. He's probably expecting some of Foxen's weaker hands here to be ace-queen or pocket nines.
300.
But here Fuchs is firing away. Just on the overall strength of his range, it's hard for him to have missed here. It's hard to have air. Easy for him to have kings, aces, even pocket queens.
Yeah, so Foxen's just praying that Fuchs has ace queen off or any combo of ace king.
It's weird though, right? Fuchs has made a very committing looking size. He's cleverly using such a low equity hand here that if Foxen was to jam, if he just runs into a set or some cooler hand, Fuchs gets away. But this price looks, I think, to Foxen like it's very hard for any bluffs to be in this range. It's a pretty clever setup. And ace-queen and ace-king start to feel unlikely because it's like, if I jam here, you're committed. Are you really bluffing like this? He clears out the ace-10 suited.
Wow.
On the turn for just 30% pot. That's huge.
That's pretty gangster. Tom Fuchs up to 1.6 million. Part of that German-Austrian crew of absolute crushers. He's got one of his head coaches, Der Seibinger.
Not, no,
Not
At
against
the
that
table.
yeah, not against that strong action. But I could continue the flop. Or what?
That's-
I didn't see the turn though.
check.
No, the turn the card.
Jack.
Jack or
yeah,
spade of heart.
Random color, not connected.
Okay. He's bored by, I think. Most likely.
Fuchs is just like, keep guessing, boys. Well, that's a slight upgrade from the ace-10.
Foxen going to get a chance at redemption here. 22 big blinds deep to start this hand, and scrolls up a little bit on the open, feeling the pressure now that he's on a shorter stack.
Brazilian with an ace on the button. We all know what's happening. Just comes with call, okay.
More than one way to leverage ICM pressure on your opponent. Felipe decides to play this cautiously in position instead of turning it into a pre-flop game.
Dreamy flop for Foxen. Queen high. Your opponent's going to have a bunch of king, queen, queen, jack.
Wonder if he starts with c-bet here. You don't often do a lot of out-of-position c-betting in single raise pots, but Felipe's so unlikely to connect with the 4 and the deuce. Very easy for him to have missed this flop. I think this makes sense from Foxen. And given the cheap price, I don't know if we're going to see ace-7 of clubs hit the muck just yet.
Yeah, 3 to the will. 3 to a flush. Also opportunities to maybe steal the pot away should Foxen slow down on the turn. We can see he's got the goods. Does get a bit awkward with the SPR, but here we go. The Brazilian wants to see a turn card in position. Oof,
Wow.
man. Is Foxen just out the tournament?
It's very possible. Right after getting bluffed off of top pair, top kicker, Foxen just runs into a 3-outer in a spot where it's going to be hard for him to put Felipe on a lot of ace-x hands. Ace-queen plus just 3-bets and gets it in pre-flop. Ace-10 offsuit is kind of fringy to flat in the first place. There's not that many combos of top pair for Boyanovsky.
And it feels like this, like the suited ace-x that are connected with a will card typically take a 3-bet line pre. So I had like ace-5, ace-4.
Yeah. What's going to be interesting, but Felipe just checks it back. Maybe Foxen gets off easy in this hand. There's still Almost 1.5 times the pot behind. I even wonder if Foxen's convinced he's got the best hand and tries to extract additional value on the end with a small bet.
So many different ways this hand could have played out that would have led to Foxen being out of the tournament. It's the most unlikely one. Look at this, he's checked it over once more.
This is pretty sharp. Not getting greedy, recognizing that the pot is a bit inflated and winning additional chips at this stage are not as valuable as it would be detrimental to lose additional chips. But Boyanovsky is going to feel really confident that ace-7 is the best hand now and has the maneuverability to bet kind of as large as he wants. I think any size is on the table.
300.
All in, perhaps.
I like leaving Foxen with a bit of money back versus putting him to the test. Wow, nothing.
Whoa.
Foxen just gets away with it.
I'm surprised. Something had him spooked or just convinced that there's no additional value to get. See that look over from Foxen? I think he's surprised as well.
Fearful of monsters under the bed, perhaps? I don't know. Foxen c-bet flop, check turn, check river, green light for Boyanovsky to ask for value on the river. Foxen with 9 lives.
You know when you and your opponent are on such different wavelengths? Foxen currently trying to coalesce the two different realities into his current moment. He's probably thinking, I was about to be out the tournament in my head,
Yeah.
but somehow I've got 16, 17 big blinds left.
65,000.
Great, 65.
Brazilians in the chat saying, take his flag away. Well, easy now. Give him a chance to at least redeem himself. Ace king for Mikulaitis. I don't think this hand will be going in. It will go in pre. I don't think Ivan is going to do anything.
Yeah, Mikulaitis likely to jam here off 25 blinds. You don't do that often, too off the money, but ace-king offsuit is a prime candidate for it. Small 3-bet is an option as well, and that could make things interesting for the 2-5s. If he does jam, though, Ibinger's hand will hit the muck quickly.
315.
Great, 250.
The door is still open. Non-all-in 3-bet. Fuchs shouldn't be interested with ace-10 offsuit against this much action.
This is another example of what makes these players so elite. In a spot where perhaps a lot of people would just take the jam spot, keep it easy, 2 off the money, reduce variance. These guys don't mind going for the 3-bet call-off.
Yeah, and kind of visions of someone like Ibinger who's so capable of 4-bet jamming a suited ace.
Right.
4-bet jamming a suited Broadway. I think Mikulaitis wise to recognize that he's not going to get flatted in position very much, so the fear of, well, what happens if I miss the flop out of position and need to navigate? He realizes, no, at this stage, Ibinger's mostly going to play fold or 4-bet jam.
Right.
Ace-king does really well against the 4-betting range.
No, you love to see it. I feel like you can learn so much by watching these streams. Watching the best in the world navigate big money bubbles, See how they navigate middling stacks, chip leads, short stacks. We've got it all. Front row seat.
Fuchs and Boyanovsky both with healthy stacks here. Seems unlikely to me that Tom's going to reach this deep into his range out of the small blind. Foxen happy to get out of the way. 9-7. A normally defendable hand does not want to commit chips off of 15 big blinds. He'll look to wait out the other short stacks in the room. Dan Dvoris on 10 big blinds. Andrew Letham on 10 big blinds.
Yeah, it went really fast at the top of the day. 4 eliminations in the span of an orbit. And now it's condensed. 35 big blind average. There will be a final 3 table redraw once we lose one more player, and then we'll be on the stone bubble. Wojnowski with number 1. That's the worst feeling in poker, that.
Doesn't get any worse than this.
It really doesn't. I would rather lose a monster pot with aces than raise and not get any action.
100% agree.
Let's see Tess Ivinger rocking that main event watch. Custom Jacob & Co.
See Brandon Wilson on a steady climb at the secondary feature, unsurprisingly, with no big stacks to contest. He's chipped up to 2.4 million. Foxen has an open jamming pair here on the button. And Ibinger wakes up.
I mean, he wakes up with a hand that wants to run it, but Foxen's got the most equity and the best hand. 51% versus 48. Get me a coin, Kevin.
Sorry, I haven't held physical money in 3 years.
Wow. Key pot for both. Jack 7-6. Dire straights for Alex Foxen. It's going to need running straight cards or a red 5. Okay. It's better than 2 outs. 8 or a 5 for Foxen's tournament life. Otherwise, we are down to 21. We're on the stone bubble. Stone bubble it is. We're going to have a final 3 table redraw.
And a brutal turn of events for Foxen. Coming off of that ace-10 suited fold to Tom Fuchs, getting bluffed by the naked gut shot. He'll head back to the hotel room and take a look. Find out the bad news that there were ways that he still could have been in this tournament.
Oh, no need for a redraw. Shout out to the staff. The floor, just keeping it as simple as possible. Just going to break a table real quick. Going to break table 5, so that's going to be Yaroshevsky, Patavi, Gale, Muller, Mokri. And here we go. This is going to be our final 3 tables here. Brandon Wilson, chip leader. Over on the red table by quite some margin. Look at that. Second of chips is Mockery over there. Oh, Wilson's going to have a field day.
Yeah, lucky for Brandon that Igor Yaroshevsky did not get moved into his table.
Dude, how crazy is this? Sorry to cut you off. The shortest stack on the blue table would be second in chips at the red table.
That is absolutely wild. There are so many chips at the blue table.
So I guess all eyes on the red table for a bust out. I mean, they're going to be expecting Wilson to be opening close to the entire deck, which could lead to some, you know, light rejam opportunities, the likes of Paulie P, 19 bigs, Byron Caverman with 24. Or am I just completely wrong, Kevin? Are these guys just meant to let Wilson open the deck and, you know,
to some extent, yes, but I think if I'm at the outer table, I'm looking at Patavi, Oganyan, Letham. I'm going to look at this draw and think I could probably survive longer over here than Dvoris and Straver can survive over there.
Right.
More leeway for Wilson to open a lot of pots, so they'll be at risk almost every hand over there. At least on the outer table, you've got Lonis and Joe Zlotnikov battling each other for a bit. More opportunities to step out of the way. I would have to say the favorite, betting favorite to find an elimination would be the red table.
Let's see, Stone Bubble. We're going to kick things off on the blue feature table. I want to know what stage of the tournament the viewers like. Don't get me wrong, you know, kings against aces, that kind of drama. From an entertainment point of view, you know, Max Payne, yeah, that's great. But I love
Yes?
the bubble.
Oh my god, now I must be so tilted.
Yeah,
You will not be happy.
you know, it's slower, but you just get to see the best in the world really just show
Oh my god, I had ace 9 of hearts. I wanted to
why
fold
they're
that
so
king.
good.
Definitely would work. Then you fold them. I had better ace 9 than you. I had ace 9 of hearts.
It's spades.
I got spades. Okay, no. Heart is better. Ah, no. Heart.
I think Ibinger just got confirmation from
think it would
Fuchs
work,
that he was
Mike.
bluffing against Foxer.
He looks happy about it.
Of course, and then Foxer out
Wonder what
two off the money.
Which hand?
4 bet.
Ой, он открыл, Алекс 3-bet, ну, Фоксом. Бля, я хотел
Like a
4-bet.
click bet,
Кстати,
four
тут
bet,
вчера
and
он
two
не
barrels.
записал, он ему почти кликнул обратно. Там call. Bet flop, call, turn.
I'm with you on the bubble, by the way, Henry. I think we talk so much about final table strategy and also get to watch so much final table strategy that it's a little more familiar as a viewer.
Тут здесь пик.
Bubbles play very different. These guys have done a lot of work on their game to figure out how to navigate the different dynamics that come up.
Ace 4 suited.
Only one hand, because eights he can fold, nines he can fold, ace queen, king queen, king jack, ace
What
jack.
about King 7 suited type hand, where he free bets and then gets priced in with the click back, kind of?
Yeah. Ace four or king seven.
Ace 7 suited, King 7 suited, Ace 4 suited.
Maybe some pair.
Even like Ace 5 of hearts,
Maybe
backdoor.
sixes.
Maybe some pair.
No, but
I don't
Pair
think
doesn't 3-bet, doesn't 3-bet. Doesn't 3-bet small pair. King Queen, he continues the turn, no? Maybe ace 9 as well.
I think he gets it in on the flop. I'm not necessarily that like everything.
That's pretty cool.
King 10 would be way tougher because ace 10 blocking the aces is great.
Do they not
Well,
know
now I
Foxen's
have
hand?
the hand. We were
we
are
were
guessing.
thinking which hand he
We
could have.
so far we found ace 4 suited, ace 7 suited, king 7 suited.
And king 4 suited.
No. He opens
Earlier.
early, yeah. He opens early.
Sounds like they don't know.
А, он не писали бы 4-bet.
Two in a row.
I think
is like
Hachia
less than
brought
a
up
week.
ace 10 suited, and they were like, nah,
Yeah,
he'll just get it in on the
wonder
flop.
If 14-hour days and jet lag has something to do
Yeah,
with it.
maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. Or maybe just officially on the
Yeah,
dark side.
maybe. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I was. Yeah, I think I might be stage 4. Retardation. It's terminal.
I mean, the thing is, sometimes when you pretend, you can't. Sometimes you don't pretend. You understand? You just
Oh,
get
I
in here,
understand.
you just get.
900,000.
Oh, okay. Welcome to the B. Wilson show.
Dealer did a double take on that one. Excuse me?
It's like,
Blinds are 20 and 40,000,
it's like,
sir.
you allowed to do that?
For a while, but now.
Strava, the shortest stack in the room.
He's not playing the game.
These are those opportunities we were referencing at the scoreboard. Wilson with so much leverage right now. Strava already in for 2 out of his 9 big blinds.
I didn't know Mike Watson won 5.
It's a gross one. I do think he can probably get away from this. You're just never well ahead of anything in particular. Wilson going to play some min raises on the button as well, with Muller on 20 bigs in the small. So total trash hands I don't think are in this range. You're just seeing a king X. There are other short stacks in the room. Don't think Strava is desperate to take his spot just yet.
Yeah, Dan's gonna eat the blinds soon.
It kind of looks like Strava's waiting to call and just feeling out the rest of the room to see if anyone else is going to be at risk. He does put it in.
I love the way Wilson's got his chip stacked.
What do you mean?
Just chaotic.
Hey, I'm
Yeah, you got a lot of respect there.
if you want to call it. Did that work how you thought it would work?
Credit to the
Depends what you
Dutchman.
mean, I guess.
Fearless poker being played by Strava. Taking the spot. Clean flop. He's had a rough stretch in the Super High Roller Series. Oh, and that is continuing here in the 50K. He is 1 card away from being out on the stone bubble. Jeez.
I see why you clarified. Yeah. I didn't mean that.
That's so rough. Continues to be willing to take his chances. You got to hand it to Strava for committing to opportunities to get back into the tournament overall.
No, the thing
It's
is,
hard, man.
Okay.
That's rough, man. Look at his Triton track record, dude. It's just 0 cashes out of 24 events. Then picked up a couple of cashes here this stop, but min cashes. I mean, he had a run. Had a run the other day in the 25K, came 10th. In the 20th, he came 12th. Now out on the stone bubble. When will it end?
I mean, the reality is that Straver knows the solution to these spots better than we do. It's easy to say, oh, you could have survived the tournament if you didn't make that call. But at the same time, if you know that calling is a winning play in that situation, and Straver very well may know that, it takes a lot of commitment to your strategy to be willing to take that spot and run the risk of exactly what just happened. Another disappointing result.
Well, I've heard you talk about risk premium before. Like, can you break that down in layman's terms?
Thank
Because
you
to
for showing
me,
yesterday, Igor.
it just felt like
The Jack 9, it made my day.
the value of doubling up to 14
Yeah, I
bigs
mean,
versus
Sometimes some
the
spots
downside
if
of
he call,
busting
doesn't matter, but
empty-handed.
if he folds,
Yeah.
it's like,
Or is
wow.
Strava just in a spot where he's like, okay,
that's what I'm
if I
afraid.
fold,
Welcome.
yes, there are
Igor
2
made
shorter stacks,
such a
but
fast bluff.
Wilson's just going to keep chipping away at us, and once we're in the money, I'm only going to have 4 or 5 bigs, and it's just not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to reconcile all of that information.
But how I
And
Right,
we
he's-
convinced you to show. We're like, you really want to show it, show
The
it.
chip
And
values are different for Wilson
He
and
didn't. He was
for
gonna mock
Straver.
it, but we seen he was very happy. So it's like, please come on, show it, do it, man. And then he got a shot.
how I have to do, how I have to play, you know, I can
mean-
all in no fold equity, but I
Yeah,
want to fold.
You get a lot of credit. The hard flush was on the flop. You call flop, you call turn. I mean, what are you waiting for? So
Worth mentioning.
yeah, I mean,
1.5x min cash as well. I know you want it. Get into the Ibinger reaction, but
Yeah.
To force it.
let's send off
Even
Straver.
if he had a hand,
Make peace
like
with
a
that,
decent
right?
hand, it's so hard to call.
Yeah.
What?
Bluff on the
What
Jack 9
should you
space,
should bluff
king
now?
jack of spades, you know, if I'm not squeezed too bad in this hand, king
And Jack 9 offsuited, no flush, you fold on the turn, right? The bet was big, yeah. I can't recall. So it's so hard to find a hand that you could beat.
What a pure run out for Mikolaitis. See if he can get some value there. We're going to ping pong over to the outer table.
No.
We got
You better take a chop now.
Oh yeah.
King, Queen. Chop it up, lads.
Close one.
Very close.
Very close. Huh?
Chop it up. King, Queen against King, Queen.
I don't remember the last time I've ever held in this spot. It's so sick. Common practice for me. These are the Russian bots taking your money? Bro, this fucking guy, man. He said he felt bad for me. He won so many in a row over there.
All right, catching up with the conversations we started. A lot of people saying they love the bubble. Bubble strat is key for any winning player, says Salty Ninja. FTs are awesome, says gambling too much. I agree. He's also saying early game chip EV and seeing the different styles is also cool. I do love a day one. Yeah, I love seeing, you know, Linus Lolliger 200 bigs deep against Leon Sturm as Mikolaitis goes for it all on the river. So this went check, bet of 80k, call with the ace-7, out position. Turn Queen of Clubs went check, check. River 9 of Hearts has gone check, effectively jam. Now action back on Boyanovsky.
It's an interesting choice. A little bit of other stuff got there as well. Jack 10 very much in Mikolaitis range. Boyanovsky doesn't waste much time. No reason to call such a light bluff catcher.
P. Ferderber saying Kevin Rabichow is my ASMR. I have a mixtape of Kevin's commentary that I fall asleep to every night. Looks like GG's this time.
I want to show.
Nines for Kulev. Flopped a set, turned a boat. Aram Oganyan is out. Inside the money though, 75,500 for him. We are live with you viewers. As you can see, we're engaging with you all. We are on a 60-minute delay to protect the integrity of the game. Down to 19.
I passed you. No. Let's take a look. We're on stream or whatever. Let's take a look.
That's you. Oh. Dan Dvoris at risk in this blind versus blind all-in against Kaihan Mockery.
I told you, but now he's missing.
You think so?
Yeah. That's what they always do. That's what they always do.
If he doesn't miss, I'm gonna be very upset.
He ain't
with you.
missing.
Oh my god.
I told you. I predicted everything.
See ya.
Oh, that's pure. That is pure. Dan Dvoris, fresh off his third title. Another cash for him here in Jeju. Bowing out in 18th.
Would have loved to see Dvoris just walk off with that patch.
He's going to stick it on Kyan's forehead.
Dvoris, one of the founding coaches with GTO Lab.
Fired.
Just tell me you had a live read and come out with a session about it.
So down to 18.
That would have been the way to follow that up, is to go straight on Twitter and announce the firing of Kaihan Mockery.
$8,500 ladder between 17th and 18th. Kyan, you're fired. Two of the biggest stacks at this table. Igor Yarashevsky, who's already cracked kings today. Don't think we're going to be seeing a flop in this one though. Although ace-10.
Yeah, I don't know. Button versus big blind. Iving are very capable, and you know, you brought up risk premium earlier, Henry. The risk premium associated with 18 left, now that we're inside the money, is very low.
So you're saying we could be playing a chip lead pot?
Absolutely. Big blind bluffs are going to be crushed by ace-10. Iving are going to have some king rag, ace rag 3-bets. Igor not ahead of any value, of course. I don't think 4-bet shoving is the play with this type of hand because of the polar nature of the big blind 3-bet. But it wouldn't be unreasonable for Yarashevsky to call in position. He's such a fighter as well.
Wow, oh, I knew it was coming, man.
I will put the chips in.
Ivan is saying he will put the chips in, but just waiting.
I'll just see for the pay jump.
Yarashevsky not pleased with that.
There we go. There's the call. Can he do it again? Yeah, he's talking to himself. Look, sometimes you run into it. I think Yarashevsky's been a bit harsh on himself. Part of the reason he's having the success that he has at Triton is due to his aggressive play style, king high flop. This one is pretty much over. It's official. Ivinger turning it up full house.
1.1 and a little bit.
Up to 2.3 million. I'll tell you what, Ivinger with 2.3 million and 18 left is the force to be reckoned with. The 5-time champion looking for title number 6. Has been the theme of this series, by the way. It feels like it's going to happen. I feel like someone is going to burst that 5-time Champions Club bubble eventually.
Fold, go, fold. Fold. He's playing. Fold, playing.
I want to back up what you said earlier, Henry, about Igor. Shaking his head still about that one and obviously frustrated with what he believes is a mistake, but he has had so much success by being willing to take risks.
Couldn't agree more. I think the players will know that what makes the players here great isn't just luck. It's knowing how to read what comes next better than anyone else in the room. Drew predicts as you put that instinct to work. Cool outcomes on sports, politics, world events. If you've got the reads, prove it. Jupe.ag is the place to head on over to. Shevsky had the read that Ivinger was up to no good, and sometimes, you know, sometimes your reads are off and that's okay. That's part of the game. Really happy that our stream is stopping gambling too much from blasting drunk 500 NL. Been there, done that.
Was that a screen name?
I used to do that.
Gambling too much. The way you said that, it was... I was worried about you for a second, but...
No, that's a screen name.
Good. Good.
Nothing like having like a 3K bankroll and just sitting down at 500 PLO zoom with 6 buy-ins, you know?
Tell me about it. I don't know what it's like.
You've just been a straight shooter from a teenager?
100 buy-ins at
wow.
10 cent, 25 cent on full tilt.
So boring, dude. I want net worth on the table. Like, if I don't run the risk of going broke and having to go and deliver kebabs and pizzas again, then deal me out. I'm not interested. At least that's the way I live life for a long time. Finally, I was very fortunate to have a circle of mentors and friends kind of say, hey, Henry, how's that going for you, by the way, buddy? Like, maybe don't do that.
Would have made for a good stream game, though.
Basketball should say Caster's got a hit roulette after the shift. Listen, I'm annoyed that they won't let me play Baccarat here. They're trying to protect me. Trying. That's a spicy turn card. 470 in the middle.
Hajiev started with a c-bet out of position against Yaroshevsky's cutoff flat, and it's difficult when you pick up this much equity to think of any other option than just firing away. SPR just about won. If Hajiev got here with King Jack, Queen Jack, this kind of hand, it would definitely be on his mind to get protection and value with a turn shove.
Looks like he's going for a non-all-in size.
This is interesting. Yaroshevsky has to figure out if his opponent's committed with this bet or if there's some fold equity on a jam. Nothing wrong with playing just call in position with an awkward stack to pot ratio, and it's exactly what he comes with. Waste no time in calling.
It's been a while since we've seen flush v flush.
Wow.
Doesn't happen this time, but I think Igor's going to get the double.
He's going to get a healthy pickup regardless. A lot of times on rivers, it's the missed flush draws you want to avoid bluffing with. I'm not so sure in this spot. Yaroshevsky's weaker turn calls, probably coming from pocket sevens. GF does fire away. Igor's rivered too good of a hand to do anything but snap. Probably beats value at this point.
There we go, just like that. He's back up to where he was prior to the collision with Ivinger. Question for you, Kevin. Best Bulgarian food?
Food?
Huh?
You know, Eastern European food is probably my lowest experience level with a regional cuisine. I don't even know what are my options. Have I had them?
Big fan of Banitsa myself. Gavin Schickel making a great point saying, why do people insist on speaking in internet? Can you picture anyone saying that's a spicy turn card a decade ago? I'll tell you what, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get a jar. I'm going to put it on the table here in the broadcast desk area. And every time we say something cringe, we're going to put $10 in there. We'll see how much it builds up to by the end of the series, and we'll do a raffle.
What's the determining method for what makes it cringe? Does the YouTube
Gavin.
chat just let us know?
Gavin. Gavin sounds like the authority here.
So Gavin,
it's kind of spot on as well. I mean, like,
yeah,
a spicy turn card. Is it spicy? An interesting turn card. He's got a point.
Sounded natural to me, but here I am in the booth, in our little bubble. Is there a jar emoji? Just like an empty glass jar?
Yeah, that would be cool, yeah.
If you could just throw that jar emoji in the chat every time we say something you thought was outdated, cringe.
I like it.
Uncomfortable to listen to. And Henry will fund that jar. I didn't agree to put any in there, but he so generously decided that running a giveaway is more important than his own wallet. It's very kind of you.
What's another pet peeve of yours in the booth?
Wow, there's actually a jar emoji.
Of course there is.
Who has anyone used that before this moment?
Yeah, get your commentary pet peeves in the chat. I like that.
Things we say that...
No, not just us, just in general. Like,
yeah.
I mean, feel free to...
Well, I'd rather
pick on us.
Talk bad about ourselves than some other great teams, you know.
Nikolaitis limping in from the small. He's having a fun series. Salty Ninja saying talking over the players. I agree, that's number one.
Yeah, we always do our best to give space to the table conversation.
Spicy flop. Sorry, I just had to. Oh man. Alright, alright. $10 in the jar. Yeah, I think commentators talking over table talk is number one. By far. It's tough when there's like a hand going on, like an interesting hand, and players are talking. That's the only kind of like tough spot.
A6 suited or no? GTO suited, of course.
Andrew all in with ace-8, ace-9 of hearts.
Yeah. Chop it up. No chop it up.
No chop. Wow.
GTO loses.
Andrew Levin's going to get the double up to Emilian Patavi.
Now you're happy? Huh?
Yeah, we made the money. That's the happy part. The rest is a free roll.
0 cards. 0 cards making money, huh? And double up, huh?
Yeah, that's nice.
Brother, how much you win on around? Like 400? Okay.
Looks like Zlotnikov's having the time of his life. Mikolaitis here with stone bottom, second nut low.
Checked all the way down to the river, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen.
Tom considering hero with ace high.
Yeah, you don't normally want a low card when you're bluff catching in these spots. Case in point, Mikolaitis' hand is the type of hand that will bluff on the end. Just 2 low cards unimproved. But 3 of hearts isn't as bad as any other 3. Ace high beats any bluff. I like that Tom's considering calling here.
Tom looks suspicious. I think he's going to find the call here, you know.
400.
Oh, okay, well, we could always do that.
How about the raise? Nothing
Definitely
wrong.
prefer that option. Didn't know it was on the table, but there you go.
We saw some wild ones at yesterday's FT.
Leon Sturm.
Yeah, there was a blind versus blind river raise that Leon Sturm got through in a huge spot. Not to diminish this one. Fuchs finding a creative combo to bluff with.
Eric, I'll give that feedback to Randy. We'll make sure he puts $100 in the jar. Chip leader Wilson activating on the button. Min open. Looks like Muller has chipped up to 1.2 million.
80?
Good luck, chaps.
Snap call from Wilson with 2 5s.
The man who got us inside the money, B. Wilson, who has been on one hell of a run. Picked up 2 titles just a few weeks ago. APT Paris. Typically backs up the truck for $1 million plus every Triton stop, and well, 5 of hearts window card. Flops bottom set. I mean, drawing to run a runner. Oh, whoa! Hold on now.
King 10.
Ace, King 10. Surely not. Okay. Wilson can breathe again, up to 3.3 million after a sweaty turn card.
Another run cut short for Amin Hajiev. Left to settle for a min cash after running into the freight train of Brandon Wilson.
I love how chaotic his chip stack is.
He still just, you think it's going to stay that way?
I hope they don't color up the blues. This is what it's all about, man. Remember just 15 years ago, watching the stream,
Did you
people just have mountains of chips in front of them.
I had 17 in my head.
I was
It's
actually
one of my
wondering if
favorite things about poker.
Yeah, I thought 17.
But they're gonna play the same
you were
amount
doing
of hands anyways. Like even if you use your time bank, you still need to play.
I thought you were doing it for the pay job. That makes sense.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
No, no.
I mean,
I think he,
Well, it
I think he
doesn't
did
because
double while I was waiting, but
well, Pajam, they count the amount of hands.
On me?
So like even if they have a
That small?
table play, bust after, yes,
Raise.
yes, they do. Yeah, they do.
Wilson.
Based on hands.
Yeah, if they have a table played less hands, but like busted after.
Gonna get this one through with
Yeah,
king
but then
3
they,
suited.
No, they make you wait.
Yeah, they make you wait, but like it doesn't
He
make
has
sense
yet
to hang because it's based on the amount of
to
hands.
play a Triton stop and cash for less than $1 million
If,
in his
if
career.
we have a player who busts here,
Yeah,
and we are 3 hands behind, they don't get to wait for the pay. No, what? No.
yeah,
No.
yeah. You can ask the player.
Yeah, he's right.
Well,
Ryan's
just like
wrong.
that in Montenegro.
Mockery doubting our system.
I've never seen that happen.
Here at Triton, they definitely track the pay jumps.
Yeah, Guyan's wrong.
He thinks
No
that
need to
if
stall.
somebody busts here, but with 3 hands,
Ahead or behind?
like
if we're ahead, let's say.
Ahead, yeah.
We are ahead, and then someone else busts over there.
Yeah, it's based on the hands apparently.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case.
I think that's what they do whenever
Yeah,
they
that's what
count
they
hands.
do.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe it just never happened when I don't cash that much.
You just ran. Yeah. It's only one table left when you bust, so it's like, you know.
Maybe that's why.
Not much experience min cashing for Kaihan.
Story checks out. 3-time champ. Most recently took down the Invitational and Bracelet event. The Triton Million, what was it, 7.75? #1 on Norway's all-time money list. It's so funny, when Espen won the main for 10 million, no one was even close. It was just like, okay, like Espen's going to be #1 on Norway's all-time money list for forever.
Yeah.
And then Kyle was like, hang on, hold my beer, mate.
Just took him 3 years.
Took him 3 years. I mean, I think he won like 25 million in the last, is what, 15 million at Triton since 2023? Yeah.
Yesterday?
So just at Triton, he's cashed for 15 mil.
You should try it. It's nice. Okay. Steak is nice.
What was it, ribeye or?
Ribeye, yes. Good. Not bad. How much do you have? Like 500?
I'll count it for you.
Yeah, you have 500.
550, 565 behind.
Wilson. Hiding his cards inside of his castle wall. Don't think we'll see Byron playing this one on the button. He's too short to open with that kind of hand.
No thanks, bro.
No, maybe.
Chip distribution at this table continues to be lopsided in Wilson's favor. Only Sam Muller with a playable stack to go post.
I just want to confirm, actually, and just take the opportunity to say that Paulius was right. So for those of you that didn't hear it, so if this table was 3 hands ahead, so this table played 3 hands more than the blue table, and let's say Kyan busted now, and then in 2 hands time, someone on the other table busted, but they were 3 hands behind.
Yeah.
Kyan would actually get the ladder, and that person would get the current cash. That's how it would play out. So typically, it doesn't get to a point where there's like a difference of 5, 6, 7 hands. We're normally really on point about just like, okay, if one table gets 3 hands ahead, they just pause the clock for a bit, let the other tables catch up. But it is worth mentioning. Oh, snap. I don't know if Brandon's lost an all-in today yet. See if Paulie P can be the first to do damage.
You always
The chip
just have a
leader.
calling hand?
No. You've seen 2 trials.
Yeah.
2 million.
Here we go. Well, how about this? King high flop for Paulius. Maybe his turn to down an ace high. Wilson needs a Barry. Not to be. Not this time. Wilsonitis up to 30 bigs.
Little speed bump
565.
for Brendan Wilson. What's been otherwise smooth sailing for the tournament chip leader. He still sits on top after losing that pot, with Matthias Eibinger closely behind in second.
Salty saying pay him in blue chips, please. I was praying for that as well, not gonna lie. Thank you, mate. Producer James coming in with the Starbucks Sereno. I got a double espresso because I'm a man.
Iced.
James was like, what do you want? I was just like, black coffee.
With some cigarette ash in it.
Chewing gum stuck to the piece of chewing gum stuck to the top of the lid, Eastern European style.
Yeah, tell him to pull the shot and then hang on to it for about 3.5 hours and then bring it to me.
Excuse me.
Oh man, that's good. That's good. And yeah, it is only at Triton. Saw someone asking if that's the case. J-Off saying he's not an MTT player. Well, firstly, welcome to the show, J-Off. Hope you're learning a few things about tournaments, watching the best in the world here at Triton. And yeah, that's another one of those, I don't know whether to call it like, is it an invention?
Innovation?
Innovation, there we go. That's the best word to use, I think. One of Triton's innovations. Would be great to see it kind of adopted globally because, well, one, it just prevents from so much unnecessary tanking and stalling, and two, it just makes the game as fair as possible.
Yeah, of course, made easier by the technology being used at Triton, all the hands being logged, app understanding the pace of play, tracking every table, even the ones that are off stream.
By the way, you're being requested to put $10 in the jar.
For which?
For your comment about black coffee with a cigar put out in it.
Oh, that was the best thing we've come up with all day.
I honestly think
Come
that
on,
might
chat.
be the greatest line you've ever dropped on air, and it's getting showered.
Well, fair is fair. $10.
$10. We're up to 20.
Sebastian Gale has aces and jacks in kind of a weird spot. Tom Fuchs in the big blind defended and check called flop, and it's very possible for him to have any flopped flush, even though he just check called the flop. Very possible to have queen 10. Gale is asking for additional value, but it starts to feel thin. And I'm not even sure that ace 3 with no flush draw is a mandatory continue. This is a rough spot right away for Fuchs. He's going to have so many continues in the big blind that have a heart, backup equity. You can see here he's drawing 2 just a chop, cannot win. And this is often going to be the case with a hand like ace 3 if Gale has value.
Yeah, not only that, if Gale does have a bluff combo, are we really digging our heels in on brick rivers for what would potentially be a near jam, given the SPR?
It's a nice fold.
That is a nice
Tom.
fold. Tom seems very locked in today. Different kind of energy from him. Something I haven't seen at previous Triton stops. You love to see it. Maybe it's just a byproduct of now, you know, he just feels more confident, feels like he's, you know, he's become a regular here. He's posted results, he's making runs. He's knocking on the door of that breakout score. And confidence in poker, man, it's huge.
And Randy and I were talking about it a little last night.
I don't remember asking, but sorry, go.
Sometimes we just get to witness players getting dealt the spots where they're given the opportunity to shine a little bit, right? Fuchs maybe just as talented as he's always been, and we're just seeing a few of the samples where he gets to show his ability to execute at a high level.
Yeah, he's had so many near misses. Monte Carlo 2024, 5th in the 25K, 7th in the 150K. Paradise 2024, 13th in the main event. Jeju 2025, 10th in the 25K. Montenegro 2025, 5th in the 25K. So posting some runs, you know, like showing us that it's there, the potential is there.
No, I have to call, but who can stop me? Fold.
Yaroshevsky flashing a little
flavor.
Well, I was going to say field play even. He's just like, I'm supposed to call here, but Eibinger's unstoppable right now, and I just don't feel good about this one. Go ahead and take it.
The blind's going to be going up. Last hand before 25,000, 50,000.
14 players.
Gary's saying this table looks like a poker game broke out in a church basement after an AA meeting. That's a very specific description of... That feels personal. I feel like maybe that's an actual experience that you've had in your life.
Which, if you have, maybe just drop an address in the chat, you know, first signs. Just always looking for opportunities for more games.
That must have been a world record back for Triton FT. 180 BB.
Feels like.
At least by 2x, I think.
Very, very unlike. Maybe now with the rewind. It's not rewind. What's the word for it? Rewind.
Gale gonna commit about 26 big blinds against this button open ace-10 offsuit. Can see the chips are moving a lot more freely. 17 left, decent distance until we reach the final table. Now that these players are inside the money.
What do we know about this Gale character?
Well, we'll get back to that in a second. Because whether you're battling on $1 million Triton final tables, or maybe playing in a church basement after an AA meeting, GTO Wizard can give you the exact same tools that the best players in the world use. If you want to start your journey to becoming a crusher, now is the time to visit GTOWizard.com.
Shout out GTO Wiz.
I think custom multi-way pre-flop can handle whatever blind structure they're using in your home game, basement game.
Champions always wake up.
1.5 exactly.
Looks like the king of China is all in. So it went open 3-bet. Joe jammed from the big. Buttons called it off. No, sorry. Emilian Patavi went all in for 300k. Kulev called. Joe's jammed. What do we got? Queen, queen, 6.
Looks like a pair of 9s for Patavi. Holding against the ace-king.
Easy
Joe
hole.
Schwinn.
Very professional triple up.
Yeah, 300 exactly.
Big find after jamming 6 bigs on the button.
Why you fold, bro?
Triple plus more.
When you win, huh? What do you fold? Ace queen?
Ace 3 of hearts.
Ace 3 of hearts?
Ooh.
And you big chip leader? Anatoly, how much you play, huh?
But it's not very good reason.
Yeah,
Kulev folded the nut flush.
Apparently so, yeah.
Good luck. Good luck.
So yeah, this Sebastian Gale. First cash came in Rozvadov back in 2019. Posted a bunch of online scores. First joined us in Vietnam. Back in the Vietnam days. In 2023. Came 5th in a turbo event there for 196,000.
You have to put that in the pot. You don't think about these things.
I think we just missed at this red table an elimination. Kaihan Mokri taking down Byron Kaverman in a blind versus blind pre-flop all-in. Kaverman jammed 9-6 of hearts. Mokri calling with ace-3 and the board came ace-high.
Mokri just holds in those spots.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a huge deal. I'm just fucking with you.
You didn't even know, right?
I started to think you were on the bubble now. No, we were in the one. Yeah. I'm never folding that. Leave me alone.
Kaverman goes down in 17th for 84,000.
For TJV or?
You just gotta.
One more of those payouts before the jump to 93 and 15th.
8-3?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that needs a very special somebody. Oh, you need to be very special for that. But.
Right. Speaking of very special.
Yes, I was just about to say, actually. Speaking of special needs.
I believe we're coming up to our first scheduled break of the day. Question is, will it be at the end of this level, which would be the scheduled one, or will it be a byproduct of being down to 14? See people asking about Triton tempo. Head on over to the app. You can see who plays fast, who plays like a snail. Scanning around, everyone's got healthy-ish. Kulev's got the least, he's got 30 seconds. Kai Mokri's got 7 minutes still. Isn't that how much they're given at the start of the tournament?
I don't think he's used a single second.
That's crazy.
The entire tournament. You do still get your default 20 seconds pre. I want to say 25 flop and then 30 turn river. But once that initial clock expires, they dip into their chess clock style tempo clock. Usually get a bit of additional time at the final table as well. I would assume that's the case today.
Yeah, always the case. 100 seconds additionally added to that tempo clock.
Spot here for Wilson. He takes a jam against the Polyus limp, and it's kind of awkward for Plausanitis. He limped a pretty strong hand for 15 bigs. He definitely was planning to continue against a non-all-in raise, but against the jam, it feels very fringe.
Oh, let's go, Paulie P.
Big call.
Huge spot. Not too long ago, the Lithuanian was one of the shortest stacks in the room. Double up here would see him move up to top 5 in chips. You can see him kind of looking upwards, doing some post-mortem calculation. Okay.
A lot of chops.
A lot of chops. 8 for a sweat is fair. All right, chop it up. Ooh. Oh, man.
3 for good measure.
Where was the 3 should have been on the turn? Come on, dealer. Do better.
God damn it, I have an ace.
Mockery must be trolling. He didn't fold an ace on the button.
I mean, it depends. If it was a really bad one, like what, ace 7 offsuit? Have a look. Needed the 3 on the turn for max entertainment value, but still. Fun one, fun board.
Confirmed, Mockery folded queen 7 off.
The fact that he managed to bait you into actually taking time out of your life.
I think they were giving
the stream.
him a hard time about his ace-3 call against Caverman just before we switched over to this table.
It was for like 11 bigs, blind v blind.
Yeah, it was. I don't know why. I don't know why he was getting a hard time. He's like, come on, guys, I'm not folding an ace. Who do you think I am?
I think people just like to break his balls a bit. He's a fun guy.
He's someone who he gets riled up. So
he riles a lot of people up as well.
Yeah, and it goes both ways, right? It makes for good dynamic at the table. Limped pot blind versus blind. Wilson with the worst hand, but better connection to this flop. Don't see much reason for Muller to bet this hand strength. It's going to be behind against plenty of flopped pairs that would check over.
Clean turn card for Sam. It felt like this pot was inevitably going to go Wilson's way. It's a spades. Very disguised top pair.
Wilson should still expect to have showdown value with king high. I'd be a little surprised by a bet. It's strong enough to check call, depending on sizing. And Muller's hand now strong enough to go for 2 streets easily. I would like a larger size in general because I don't think Muller opens the action here with something weaker than an ace. I don't think he has to worry about protecting other thin value bets in his range. Looks like a spot to either check or bet something like pot. Two-thirds. Still representing the same strength. I think it's cheap enough that Wilson's going to consider something. That king of hearts could entice aggressive options as well. Try to represent king jack. Try to bluff a flush completing river. No, just check call.
How's that for comfort? Turns top pair. Rivers 2 pair. 350 in the middle and value on Muller's mind.
Options are available for sizing. Sam's made a hand strong enough that overbetting is of interest. But he's also going to get here with different ace-x hands that want to bet something like 2/3 again, maybe pot at the most. See how capped he believes Wilson is and how concerned he is about building too large of a pot as we approach the final 2 tables. Small overbet here. 435 into 350.
I don't want to say this hand's over and done with because Wilson is in the tank.
Yeah, Wilson believes that king high beats bluffs. Muller is a creative, aggressive player, understands the spot. If he's just got here with Jack 3 offsuit, Jack 7, what's stopping him from running this line?
Is having the 9 kind of working against Wilson? Would he rather have like King 7 as a hero call? Just like blocking, you know, Jack 9, 9-8, so some of those hands that would potentially bluff here.
Yeah, I think that's a fair criticism of the 9. I'm not sure if ace 9 is a pure check for Muller pre-flop. That might be a value removal card as well, but the king's doing nothing for Brandon.
Wilson does let it go. Muller's chipping up nicely here. At 1.9 million now.
Yeah, more competition for Wilson at this table after some shuffling. Lonis has also moved in with a healthy stack. Mockery chipping up.
Yeah, this one's shaping up to be a bit of a classic. Not quite the old guard of the Triton Super High Roller Series, but a lot of the guys that have posted big results over the last couple of years, Kai and Mockery, of course, one of them, 3 titles in the last 2 years, over 15 million in earnings. Jesse Lonis, who won the most money in poker tournaments in 2025. Nikolaitis, Tom Fuchs, Eibinger, 5-time champion. Yaroshevsky, 2-time champion.
Henry, how did 1 million chips get into this pot?
I would say 3-bet pot. Button open, small blind 3-bet.
Yeah, Nikolaitis calling a 3-bet to 400,000 with this king-jack offsuit. Almost half of his stack invested pre-flop.
Look at the SPR, dude. It's like 0.33.
Really sticky. Fuchs with an effective monster, given how short we are. He's continuing to just bet really small.
I've never seen anything like this. 3-bet pot, 10% on the flop, 10% on the turn.
Honestly, I'm not sure how Fuchs will build a bluffing range around this size. I think back to the hand against Alex Foxen, where Fuchs executed a great bluff with ace-9 suited, and that one was clear to us. But here he's 3-bet from the small blind. His range is going to be all over this board. Where do the bluffs come from, and can they even fold to a jam? Not that I'm suggesting Nikolaitis is going to do anything of that nature with king-jack. He's got to be feeling pretty terrible about his hand.
He's getting laid the right price.
King, queen, diamond. King, queen.
Help me out there.
Bluff again, Tom.
He's got a straight draw.
No.
Nikolaitis, you mean?
Yeah, he's getting 10-1 on a call.
He is, but as he gets towards the bottom of his stack, those chips are really valuable to hang on to, right? The chance of hitting a gut shot, sure, it's there. Maybe even from time to time he's up against pocket jacks or
Yeah.
queens and his king is live.
But we'll see.
I do think it's close, but that's just a bit of ICM at play where those additional 120 felt too expensive to Michaelitis. He wants to hang on to a stack that can shove pre and still have fold equity.
John G saying Triton tournaments are very watchable with the shot clocks. Couldn't agree more, man. There is nothing more painful than watching a 10-minute tank trying to enjoy a poker show. Someone asking if J-Off saying, is this Tornado? Yeah, Kai and Mockery has somehow acquired the nickname Tornado. I think it was Aussie that gave it to him, was it?
I don't remember hearing that.
Yeah, it is. It is the Tornado. AW Chris saying I love the casters. Thank you, mate. Saying we're doing a great job. Hope you're enjoying the show. G-Dog saying Kaxi, Henry. Много добре. Благодаря. This one should be over and done with.
Oh, we saw Michaelitis defending. Not too different of a hand in these same positions against these same sizes just last hand.
That's true.
See if Fuchs feels as obliged to continue this hand class. My read is the same as yours, Henry. No need to call there with Queen-Jack offsuit.
Currently on a 9K ladder. Not really that much money relative to the 50K buy-in, but does change some things, some decisions. Looks like Batavi is all in again. Actually, no, the all-in button being thrown over Andrew Letham's way. So it's Batavi with the covering stack.
Batavi open jam the cutoff. Letham called with less in the big blind.
10-10-7, Queen 6.
That looks like Batavi's hand hitting the muck. Did I see aces for Letham? I did. Batavi open jamming with king-queen offsuit. Letham with aces in the big blind.
Wow, what a time to wake up with the blades. Letham, bit of breathing room now. 18 bigs back over here. Single raise pot. Haven't seen much from Boyanovsky. Look at that tower of blue chips for Ibinger. Be careful, man. I mean, you shake the table and you got spillage on aisle 3.
If I was Boyanovsky, I'd just put this bet out and then give a little flick of my wrist to the right. Splash his chips all over. Action to this point is a Felipe under the gun open and Ibinger defending the big blind. They started over 30 big blinds deep, so no interest in getting these 8s in pre-flop. But how about now?
Where on earth did that come from? The dealer was like, hold on guys. Max entertainment value, top pair against a turn set.
Boyanovsky's going to feel pretty good about Jack 10 still. Decent chance that Queen Jack plus is check raising flop, but little pot control is going to work out beautifully for Felipe. Limiting the damage to this point. Unsure what Ibinger wants to go with. sometimes with a turned set, it makes sense to check again on the river, because if he was to bet here, he's hoping that Boyanovsky hit the 8. But at the same time, this is an under-the-gun open, not a lot of 8x in Felipe's range. So I could see Ibinger coming with a bet to target ace-high or pocket pairs.
145,000.
145 is interesting.
Is he like trying to induce a thin value raise here with this small sizing?
Yeah, I think it's kind of both plays at once. He wants to get called by ace-high. He wants to get called by pocket 7s. Takes a cheap price to accomplish that. He also wants to convince a jack that it's strong enough to raise for value so he doesn't miss out on a big pot in these cooler situations. But remember, Boyanovsky was the one who missed, we felt, a great deal of value with ace-7 suited against Foxen's pocket kings.
Right.
If he continues to kind of play cautiously.
There it is. 550 announced.
Snapped. No interest for Ibinger to 3-bet the river. Still concerned about running into pocket jacks or ace-4 suited.
Got him. I think that was beautifully sized there by the 5-time champion, Matthias Ibinger, who takes the chip lead with that pot.
I prefer the easy route as well.
Yeah.
I think it was a bit jarring for Felipe. Announced call before the chips had even moved forward.
So
finding the value raise in a spot.
I can't. Also, the problem is I can't make moves, so I get even jammed by ace-10 offsuited.
Because we friends.
Yes.
Ibinger's got some great one-liners.
And I pick you on my fantasy this tournament.
I unfortunately didn't understand what you said. Doesn't matter.
Raise.
Looks like we're going to ping pong over to another table. What's going down? Zlotnikov calling the jam of Pitavi. It's down to just 200k. 884 looks like. See, ace, jack 7, sorry, for Zlotnikov.
Sorry, bro.
Board ran out.
What was it,
6 on the
8-7?
turn, 10 on the river. Looked to me like 9-7. Cards were pushed up as if he made a straight. Zlotnikov improving on the end against Pitavi's king 10 suited to eliminate Emilian.
In 16th place. Zlotnikov apologizing there, but did nothing wrong. I mean, it's for 4 bigs. 9-7.
Drawing. Pushing equity.
Yeah, just getting the price out of the big blind. Pitavi would have gone with much less.
Nice. Well, I might have as well.
Back at the blue table, Boyanovsky's defended his big blind against Igor. Wow. Just got away from middle pair on the flop to 1 bet. Was up against top pair and in terrible shape. Just about a half pot c-bet.
Good luck.
I don't know how he got away from that hand.
3 tables of 5 here.
Yes, on how to play.
Yeah.
Oh, we might speed
Try
run
that
through
as
this.
well. Just wake up and pray.
Put a nice orange hoodie.
Average stack 31 bigs. Chip leader of
And
64.
you have to find somebody who can push ace-10.
Find someone with enough chips to W.
But it's not a punt. Yeah?
No, it's not. It's not.
It's like
I was just.
The self-deprecating humor of Yaroshevsky. I love it. And just asking, you know, Ivan going, it's not a punt, right? And Ivan just like, yeah, sure, mate. Definitely not. Keep doing that. Keep putting 40 bigs in with ace-10.
He was. It felt like Ibinger was talking a bit of trash about that play earlier. So.
No, he's just troll. Ibinger is one of the greatest trolls in the Triton poker ecosystem. It's so good. Him and Leon Sturm,
Raise?
two of my favorites. Gale opening up off of 28 bigs from the cutoff, 5-handed. Ibinger just flatting with the 7s. Fuchs not going to defend. Sandy Sanchez saying it was 28, not 40. There we go.
Just be careful, I'll make nuts again.
Very much out. Thank you for the warning.
Set on the flop. Not this time. Tell you what, Ibinger does not want to turn a set again. Give Gale the nut straight.
Gale out of position here to the chip leader. A lot of his cutoff opening range misses this flop. More concentrated around broadways and ace high. Starting with a check, pretty much pure. Once Ibinger checks back on the flop, Gale's going to like this king as a candidate to bluff at. Great deal stronger for his range.
Well, hold on, Michaelitis have been moved over to the outer table. Looks like 8-7. 8-7 for Joe. I don't know what Michaelitis has.
No, that was Michaelitis
Oh,
with the
Michaelitis at
8-7.
8-7. Okay, so ace-9-7 flop. He defended the big blind. Joe continued with the kings. And Michaelitis with just 2-3-5 jammed over the c-bet, got snapped. Board came 9-10 as he embraces Zlotnikov. Michaelitis going to head to collect another cash. So we're down to 14. I'll be honest with you, I'm quite surprised, Kevin, how quickly we got here.
Really quick.
Only, what, 2 hours since we kicked things off for day 2 coverage. We came back today of 26. We went from 26 to 22 in the blink of an eye. Then, you know, around that bubble, 20 places paid, it slowed down a bit, but the bubble really didn't take that long. It was Foxen out just shy of the money, and yeah, of course, we then saw, well, someone who's not having a great time at the Triton Super High Roller Series, Johannes Strava, out on the stone bubble. Everyone else guaranteed 75,500, and from there, a few bust outs inside the money, including Byron Kaverman, Ramin Hajiv, and Dan Dvoris. And it's the 5-time champion, Matthias Ibinger, chip leader with 2 tables left. We keep talking about how cramped it's getting in that 5-time champion club, and Ibinger would love nothing more than to make it title number 6 here. We're stepping away for about 15 minutes time, and when we return, we're going to be playing down to the final table. We'll see you very shortly.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds, right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Hand 1.
Do not waste no time. This looking like a Brandon Wilson hijack open and rejam from Punsri in the cutoff.
Makes sense. He knows the chip leader has more than 1 million more chips than second in chips at this table. Hence the jab. Punsri in rough shape. The 5-time champion. The most winningest poker player on the Triton Tour since he joined. Gonna need some help. Okay. I mean, has more outs now, I guess?
You don't love the queen, but any diamond will chop it.
Can he find it? Oh, red. But not the type of red he was looking for. And the 5-time champ, Thailand's #1, is out. We'll be seeing plenty more of him throughout the series. Probably going to grab some lunch, grab a coffee as he gets ready for the 125K, which is starting, but we've had dreams and aspirations of running deeper than that, so we're down to 25.
Counting hands with like 50 people in. Maybe
All
even
in.
more.
Whoa.
I think that's a little excessive. You gotta count.
This is
But overall, I like this rule.
big blind versus under the gun open.
Yeah, Winlay trying to take this one down against Fuchs lighter opens, but I don't think a pair can get away.
I'm not a huge fan of this. Fuchs opening into Foxen, Ibinger, Darcer, and Hajiev, who all have him covered.
At the same time, it's so important to make the most of the spots you have when you're a short stack nearing the money bubble. He finds himself a flip.
Yesterday's bubble was dragged out. Oh, okay. I was about to say maybe today's bubble is going to be lightning fast.
Red
Little smirk. So he flops top pair, asks for a red card.
Oh,
he's dead.
GG.
Dead on the turn. Fuchs turning the flush. We're down to 24.
I can't think of any drawback to doing that.
That's a pretty insane table, that one. That's pretty stacked. Foxen, Fuchs, Darcer, Ibinger, Hajiev.
Yeah, but that'll be it, yeah.
A lot of chips on that table as well, and that brings Fuchs up the counts to...
And then lost pocket kings against ace-9 for a nearly 2 million chip pot.
That's so rough.
That's all she wrote.
3 off the money in this 50K.
You know, we were talking at the top of the show about how fickle tournament poker is. I mean, case in point, the theme is continuing here today. That's pretty brutal. He must have been so hyped about coming in day 2. Felix Ramos I'm talking about, with a very healthy 40 big blinds. And then not even an orbit later, he's just out the door.
Yeah, no, I got no ice, but
Rebus would have been playing for a career best cash as well on the Triton Tour. Just 4 cashes for 60,000 and change in his short career, mostly at the Triton 1 festival.
Took it on the chin though, like a champ. The OG, Wang Chan, all in from the cutoff for his final 4 bigs. Johannes Strava in the big blind, waking up with ace-jack. Chop outs now. 4, 8, king, ace would chop it. No dice. We're down to 22. Are you kidding me? This was the tournament that I thought was going to take some time. I think we came in with average stack of, I want to say like 30-ish bigs.
Yeah, I thought 36 to close the night. See Brandon Wilson on a steady climb at the secondary feature, unsurprisingly, with no big stacks to contest. He's chipped up to 2.4 million. Foxen has an open jamming pair here on the button, and Ibinger wakes up.
I mean, he wakes up with a hand that wants to run it, but Foxen's got the most equity and the best hand. 51% versus 48. Get me a coin, Kevin.
Sorry, I haven't held physical money in 3 years.
Wow. Key pot for both. Jack 7-6. Dire straights for Alex Foxen. It's going to need running straight cards or a red 5. Okay. It's better than 2 outs. 8 or a 5 for Foxen's tournament life. Otherwise, we are down to 21. We're on the stone bubble. Stone bubble it is. We're going to have a final 3-table redraw.
And a brutal turn of events for Foxen, coming off of that ace-10 suited fold to Tom Fuchs, getting bluffed by the Nick.
Sometimes you don't pretend, you understand? You just
Oh,
get,
I understand.
yeah, you just get
900,000.
Oh, okay. Welcome to the B. Wilson show.
Dealer did a double take on that one. Excuse me?
Yeah, like,
blinds are 20 and 40,000, sir.
You allowed to do that? Strava, the shortest stack in the room.
He's not playing the game.
These are those opportunities we were referencing at the scoreboard. Wilson with so much leverage right now. Strava already in for 2 out of his 9 big blinds. It's a gross one. I do think he can probably get away from this. You're just never well ahead of anything in particular. Wilson going to play some min raises on the button as well, with Muller on 20 bigs in the small. So total trash hands I don't think are in this range. You're just seeing a King X. There are other short stacks in the room. Don't think Strava is desperate to take his spot just yet.
Yeah, Dan's gonna eat the blinds soon.
It kind of looks like Strauver's waiting to call and just feeling out the rest of the room to see if anyone else is going to be at risk. He does put it in.
I love the way Wilson's got his chips stacked.
What do you mean?
Just chaotic.
Hey,
So-
no.
You got a lot of respect there.
If you want to call it. Did that work how you thought it would work?
Credit to the
Depends what you
Dutchman.
mean, I guess.
Fearless poker being played by Strava. Taking the spot. Clean flop. He's had a rough stretch in the Super High Roller Series. Oh, and that is continuing here in the 50K. He is one card away from being out on the stone bubble. Jeez.
Why you clarified. Yeah. I didn't
That's so rough. Continues to be willing to take his chances. You got to hand it to Strauver for committing to opportunities to get back into the tournament overall.
No, the thing
So down to 18.
That would have been the way to follow that up, is to go straight on Twitter and announce the firing of Kaihan Mokri.
$8,500 ladder between 17th and 18th. Kaihan, you're fired. Two of the biggest stacks at this table. Igor Yarashevsky, who's already cracked kings today. Don't think we're going to be seeing a flop in this one, though. Although ace-10.
Yeah, I don't know. Button versus big blind. Iving are very capable, and you know, you brought up risk premium earlier, Henry. The risk premium associated with 18 left, now that we're inside the money, is very low.
So you're saying we could be playing a chip lead pot?
Absolutely. Big blind bluffs are going to be crushed by ace-10. Iving are going to have some king rag, ace rag 3-bets. Igor not ahead of any value, of course. I don't think 4-bet shoving is the play with this type of hand because of the polar nature of the big blind 3-bet. But it wouldn't be unreasonable for Yarashevsky to call in position. He's such a fighter as well.
Wow. Oh, I knew it was coming, man.
I will put the chips in.
Ivan is saying he will put the chips in, but just waiting.
I'll just see for the pay jump.
Yarashevsky not pleased with that.
There we go. There's the call. Can he do it again? Yeah, talking to himself. Look, sometimes you run into it. I think Shevsky's been a bit harsh on himself. Part of the reason he's having the success that he has at Triton is due to his aggressive play style, king high flop. This one is pretty much over. It's official. Ivinger turning a nut full house.
1.1 and a little bit.
Up to 2.3 million. I'll tell you what, Ivinger with 2.3 million and 18 left is a force to be reckoned with. The 5 times. I used to do that.
Gambling too much. The way you said that, it was. I was worried about you for a second, but
no, that's a screen name.
Good, good, good.
Nothing like having like a 3K bankroll and just sitting down at 500 PLO zoom with 6 buy-ins, you know?
Tell me about it. I don't know what it's like.
You just been a straight shooter from a teenager?
100 buy-ins at
wow.
10 cent, 25 cent on full tilt.
So boring, dude. I want net worth on the table. Like, if I don't run the risk of going broke and having to go and deliver kebabs and pizzas again, then deal me out. I'm not interested. At least that's the way I live life for a long time. Finally, I was very fortunate to have a circle of mentors and friends kind of say, hey, Henry, how's that going for you, by the way, buddy? Like, maybe don't do that.
Would have made for a good stream game, though.
Basketball shit saying Caster's got a hit roulette after the shift. Listen, I'm annoyed that they won't let me play Baccarat here. Yeah, they're trying to protect me. Trying. That's a spicy turn card. 470 in the middle.
Hajiev started with a C-bet out of position against Yarashevsky's cutoff flat, and it's difficult when you pick up this much equity to think of any other option than just firing away. SPR just about won. If Hajiev...
A very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of this 50K. We're down to the final 2 tables, and it is the 5-time champion Mateusz Eibinger leading the pack. He's on the hunt for title number 6 and the 1.4 million, that comes with first. And unlike last night, Kevin, that final table that you covered where it was just poker legend left, right, and center, Triton OGs left, right, and center, we've got a lot of new, young, hungry, up-and-coming talent left in this field, and perhaps in a few years' time we'll be calling some of these guys, legends in their own right.
Yeah, I mean, surely talking about number 2 in chips and current table 1 chip leader Brandon Wilson. He's been on an absolute tear since he joined the Triton Tour. I mentioned before that he's been out to 3 stops at Triton, and every single time has cashed for more than $1 million across the series. Here in another great position to put together a run. He's basically got control of that red table. We did have a redraw for the final 2 tables during that scheduled break, and Wilson before the break kind of had control of the table, pretty heavy chip lead going into the money bubble. Now with 2 tables left, I think he's still just a heavy favorite to accumulate with this distribution.
Yeah, and other players that I want to kind of mention as well. Look, Kyan Mockery, 15 million in Triton earnings in the last 2.5 years. 3 titles. Jesse Lonis, who was the man who won the most money in last year's calendar year, I guess, in terms of tournament cashes. He's got 3 titles as well. And then you've got the likes of Tom Fuchs, Sam Muller, those guys who are kind of part of that ever-present Fedor, Holtz, Marion Mosbot crew. So a lot of potential storylines emerging here as we throw it down to the final 2 tables. 14 left here in Jeju. Little 50K 7 max. By the way, how can we sleep on Yarashevsky? 2 titles. Joe Tren, fresh off his 2nd title. He's in 6th. The Bulgarian, Alex Kulev. Then a couple of newer names. Sebastian Gale. Paulie P. That's Paulius Usanaitis of Lithuania. Felipe Bojanovski. Andrew Leatham as well. Triton champ.
Bojanovski, new to the scene at Triton, joined us in Paradise in 2025, but he's already got a 2nd place finish in the 150K from that series, over 2 million in earnings.
Right. Yeah. What's his name?
The winner of that event.
Zhao Samao.
Yeah.
That's right. Because then Zhao then went to America and beat Jason Kuhn heads up in the super high roller ball, I think.
Yeah, you remember the heads up for
like
the
4
150K
yeah.
between, well, first between Felipe and Joao, and then between Joao and Kuhn.
That's right.
In Vegas, just a couple of all-time heads-up matches for high-stakes tournaments.
I will revive.
Shouldn't there be one more player here?
Yeah, he's not on the board. Oh no, he's there.
This is a really fun table. Mokri, Eibinger, Fuchs, Zlotnikov, Gale, Muller, Joe Tren. Similarly to yesterday, feels like it's anyone's tournament. You'll see advantage Eibinger and Wilson, who are chip leaders on their respective tables, but
How much
an
time I
average
have?
stack of 33 bigs.
3.5.
Anatoly comes with flat in the small blind. 35 big blinds effective with Fuchs. Zlotnikov has a title from back in 2023.
He also has bottom set. Where did that title come, Kev?
25K Turbo.
Okay.
Cyprus 2023. Picked up a cool $500,000 in that one.
That sounds like a fun. Was that like a? That's like a one-dayer.
Must have been, yeah.
That's a fun one to take down. Just reg the tournament. 10 hours later, you're a Triton champ. Oof. Dealer, behave.
Action turn. Fuchs checks back the flop, and Anatoly quickly sending it over for the delayed c-bet opportunity. I like this trap with bottom set. Greater chance that Fuchs check behind the flop with something that can value bet now. Decent chance that a hand like King Jack would check the flop, Ace 10. Fuchs stays patient.
I'm a big fan of checking twice there. Feel like after the flat out of the small, a lot of interaction on this board. Oh
3
my
checks
God.
and just too good from Fuchs.
Too
Why
good,
no banana
man.
bluff, huh? Too much professional? No banana bluff, huh? Yesterday it was banana
losing
bluff
them
all
in.
day, huh? Today no, okay?
Today he also was banana
No,
bluffing
today
already.
TV backers are watching.
No, he already made banana bluff
Yeah?
today. Yes, 4
Oh,
bet
yeah.
rod, bet Ace 9.
But I love him. Banana, but love him. You are professional. You professional.
Me?
No banana.
Sometimes banana.
Professional banana player.
Sometimes banana.
No, this is professional banana player. This is just professional.
Sometimes orange, sometimes banana, sometimes apple. You?
Me?
Yeah.
Vegetable.
Vegetable.
Broccoli. Healthy.
Healthy.
Yeah.
Tom Fuchs, the banana
Sam,
player.
don't be so serious, please, okay? You win a lot of money. Be happy, okay? Smile. Smile is good for you.
Right, 100.
You following that conversation, Henry?
I am.
Good, because I'm completely lost.
Respectful. Somebody else, I tribute.
Apparently Tom Fuchs is a banana player. But no banana bluffs today because the backers are watching. Fairly sure his backer is sat right next to him. I like how Kyan responded as well. Kyan not interested.
King 10.
King 10? Pocket 3, huh? Ace 4 offsuit, huh? King 10?
95.
95,000 and
Ace, yeah?
Zlotnikov
You
still
fold
trying
the
to
100%.
extract value.
200%. If I bet like this, you call.
Oh, information,
Something
sorry.
More, bye-bye. Because you're a professional. Professional banana.
Double gutter for Eibinger in the big blind.
Cool.
Tainted Ounce. We might have our work cut out with Zlotnikov. He's giving me Jim Carrey vibes.
Who's the strongest heads-up player you played against?
Doing a little research on him. I'll get back to that.
In Texas and in
If there's a break. For now, Muller, I think, should be satisfied to check behind the turn.
Bjorn Lee, maybe? Who? Bjorn.
Shout out Bjorn. What's his online name? Asian?
Flushy.
Flushy.
Or Linus. One of them. We choose.
Thought we might see him out here.
Who's the strongest tournament player you've ever played?
Chidwick 2023.
Chidwick is washed now?
Now not the best.
No? No?
Online I can tell you.
Who's the best online?
Vladimir Minko.
Vladimir Minko?
Yeah, 100%.
Probably no bias there, huh?
Probably what?
No.
Oh man. Shout out Vladimir Minko. Zlotnikov thinks he's the best online player in the world. And shout out to 2023 Stephen Chidwick. Apparently Chidwick's washed, but 2023 Chidwick was the best live tournament player.
I remember your crazy match with yourself. This wasn't the same. You was running, right?
I've heard that a lot about Minko.
You won 500 right?
No, but I won a lot before.
Yeah, I know. You're crushing.
Close spot for Muller. Does decide
You take from me, then
it'd be too thin to bet for value.
I take from you?
Yeah, in Omaha. But I'm up because of Fedor Holt and give you 20. In 4 cards or 5 cards? I don't remember. But I remember I lost to you 10,000 and win from Fedor 40.
Fedor 40.
Squid game.
Yeah? Squid game. So now it's...
Samuel, you win the hand?
Yeah.
Bravo.
Tight check back.
Bravo.
I didn't have many outs.
It's okay. You don't have many outs.
Zlotnikov came second in the
But you lost minimum, right?
Yeah.
Bravo.
WSOP online event.
Professional. Respect all.
Online main
I
event.
will flat, but you know, I respect.
For 3 million. That one taken down by Ben CB.
Where is
Benjamin
our
Roll.
boxer, Samuel?
Where's our what?
Boxer.
Boxer fight?
Boxer.
Oh, boxer. Oh, I think
Mr.
sleeping.
Binder, right?
Always
Sleeping. He was here, right?
He's here.
He in tournament.
Oh,
He
but
bubbled?
not day 2. Yeah, not soft bubble.
Ah, okay.
I think like 28 or something.
You're a very
Not really,
interesting individual.
What?
Interesting individual, you know. This,
What you mean inside this? Okay.
it means you're interesting.
Interesting? For you?
I mean, you're interesting
Thank you.
in many ways.
It's I think it's probably compliment, right?
I mean, in some way, I mean, it's up for interpretation, but I think it's meant mostly as a compliment.
Thank you.
Most of the times I say it, it's a compliment, yes.
But not this one, huh?
I didn't say that.
But 80,000. This dealer loved me. Yeah?
I must ask you, before you go to bed, do you look at Martin Cabral videos?
No.
No, just see. No. I love Martin.
I don't love him.
I love him. I think he's funny.
No, Poker Go makes him funny, you know? Like, look at 2023 Martin. This is not funny, bro. You know what he did? Well, Bahamas, big table, 2 big whales, playing 3-bet pot, and he started YouTube shorts, max volume on the table, and start to just skip every fucking video. You know, like, noise from his phone. They playing with part, and everybody tried to fix this. And he said, "This RAM are allowed to do this." And
I think he tries to annoy everyone as much as possible.
if I starting, you know, somebody can talk me, you know,
Okay, you don't know your bro.
no, for you it's not working. From someone else working.
He's lying.
No, only for you, bro. Only for you. Just tell me, Martin.
No, I like him.
Yeah, so.
He called you Martin, bro.
Gale's turned the nut full house. Fuchs is leading out with the sevens, drawing dead. Trying to lay out for the table talk, of course.
Das kleine Sein. Augustino, mal eben Augustin. Was wollen wir trinken? No, you just don't.
No 7 on the river for the ultimate cooler.
Fuchs has been leading at this one since the flop. Something about an 8-high paired board. Doesn't think Gale connects very well. Of course, we can see in this instance, it's the exact opposite. Wouldn't be surprised to see Tom try to get another small bet out of ace high. Pure blank river. Plenty of perceived bluffs in his range when all the gutters miss. Don't think he'll like what comes next.
Yeah, there's something. Yeah. Menu.
You want to just put in the last one?
No, I quit this format. Like,
Gale gonna go for all of it. Just try and get the max against the trip 8s.
It does feel like with this sizing, it's kind of unlikely that Fuchs has trip 8s, right? Block bet on all 3 streets. You would think at some point he would activate with a larger size if he had 3 of a kind. I wonder if Gale's also thinking about small raise for the times he has ace jack, pocket kings, thinner value raise. No, he's sizing up a big one.
Wow, bro, this is insane.
Does Fuchs level himself into thinking that kind of egged Gale on to make a move after doing these small sizes across flop, turn and river?
Gale very capable. Watched him play a few days ago and he was not shy to get after it. Don't know if there's any history between these players, a little experience online perhaps. But Fuchs's hand is just doing nothing as far as interaction. Doesn't block any value, doesn't block any bluffs.
We have to play 5 cards at first. No. Just for not big amount. For a party. Who pays for the party? Big party.
Oh, he's going to let it go. That was a nice little pickup there for Sebastian Gale.
200 BB, 1 table. Who pays
To 36 big blinds.
5 card below
for a yacht.
So he moves up to 4th in chips as we have our quick dealer change. Final 2 tables here of the 50K gives us time for a shout out. The title sponsor, the Triton Super High Roller Series. I am, of course, talking about Jupiter Exchange. Look at this field. You've got players from Germany, Russia, US, moving around the world. It's just part of the poker life, and Jupe Global lets you send your crypto anywhere instantly. No bank holding it up for 3 days, no fees eating into it. Wherever the game takes you, jupe.ag/global. Corey Scott saying a little bit greedy.
Why did you make such a terrible deal?
I'm making a great deal.
They want
because now I can
on the stream, they want talking, and now we have.
Yeah, but now I can talk. Now I can talk. I can listen to my own beautiful voice.
120.
You know?
Kayan is too rich. $300 just to be silent for 1 hour.
Can I? I'll put $100 towards that.
$250.
Wow. Mockery. Not too rich to play not all in 3-bets off of 15 bigs. Sneaking in this ace-10 offsuit, and Gale wakes up in the big blind with ace-king.
Does he just take this one down pre, Kevin? I mean, Muller's obviously going to get out of that. That much we know. There's going to be a 4-bet coming in. But Mockery with 10 bigs back.
Yeah, Mockery's going to get out once Sebastian enters this pot. Cold 4-bet incoming.
All in.
I would have done the same.
Well,
Is that Muller?
Yeah.
I'm happy it wasn't you.
I was wondering if it folded back to that wheel-suited ace. What was coming next?
Wise man once said it's easy to say once you know the result.
Yes.
I'm wondering what's happening. I mean, it's not gonna happen. You're not gonna bust, Kaya, don't worry. But in case something goes miserably wrong and you bust, is the deal then over, or is it no?
I really hope Kyan doesn't bust, because this is the back and forth between him and Ivango is brilliant. So can't ask if there's any $20 wagers on today. No, but Alex did claw back $20. The line was 1.7 million. Chip leader had 1,750,000 coming in today, so I got completely scammed by less than 2 bigs.
120.
You two been prop betting in the booth.
Yeah.
Well, feel free to throw a line my way.
Yeah, okay. Let's do chip leader stack for final table. That's a fun one for 20.
Chip leader stack.
In big blinds. Or just chips. Chips would be fun. You down?
Yeah.
So we've been doing what's called the Chinese auction.
Right, you bid
Yep.
until someone goes under.
Correct. I'll start the bidding off at 4.5 million.
Wow, just going for it, huh?
Oh, this is for 20, yeah?
Sure.
Okay.
We can do that.
Ivanga's going to torch 75,000 here. Smaller has flopped trip aces after defending the big.
Doesn't look like a mandatory check raise to me, but I suspect that on the paired board, Muller does check raise more often than check call, both with this hand and with his overall range.
This is a really talented final 14.
215.
They're not afraid to step out into murky waters, unknown territories, engage in battle in uncomfortable spots. Muller with the check raise, just going to take it down.
So I'll follow up with a bid of
It's a bit too
4.75 million.
Yeah, you can buy them out.
Will you give me a discount?
Nope. I love it. Sound of silence.
Wow, so they're paying him $300 to not talk for an hour.
It's going to lead to him being a lot more animated, it seems.
Oh, that's brilliant. That is brilliant. I will go with 4.8.
Oh, is it getting close, is it? Just 50K more?
Agree, short stack. 10 bigs. Opening from +1. Folds round to the blinds. Miller's going to get out of there. What about Joe Trent? 940. Can't be defending this one, surely.
See Joe eyeing the stack of Mockery. He can really get after it at these 10 big blind stack depths. We've seen Schwinn willing to step out of bounds. Oh my, is he reaching? Honestly believe it, Henry.
What the?
This is so sick.
Your read is spot on.
No gamble.
Wow. Shows it.
Wow. That's insane.
I love that.
9-4 off.
Such a sick find. Lonis with a spot as we switch over to the red table.
360.
Jax is strong enough to 3-bet and get it in, even against under the gun. Playing about 35 big blinds. Lonis covered by Wilson. Close spot with the sixes. The price is not great for peeling out of position. I think if Lonis had gone 5 bigs here, that's a lot more attractive. Wilson lets it go.
You have it? You know I never tell. I mean, maybe you don't know, but I never, you know.
Thank you.
You said you never
Alright,
tell
Henry.
it? Or never tell?
Both.
I'll go under.
Both.
You go unders, yeah? I think I'm a massive favorite, but
No, he hasn't
thanks.
sometimes.
4.8
I
is
just
the
don't
line.
like to discuss
Sounds good.
hands like most of the people do. So I'm surprised you asked. You know I don't tell.
Stop.
Well, this is a bit of a cooler. 7-handed. Hijack open. I think Kulev's just ripping this, surely.
Some kind of 3-bet I would certainly expect.
1.5 million.
That sounds like all of it, minus a chip.
Is that everything?
Hmm?
Is that... I'm all in.
Jesse makes the jam. This is huge, by the way.
Chip lead pot.
Pretty much.
feel good
Well, not
about
pretty
it.
much. Guaranteed.
For some reason.
Jesse can hold here, which he will. 82% of the time. He's on the hunt for title number 4. He's going to be favourite with 13 left, unless the Bulgarian can find a 9, which he does. We're talking about manifesting that 9, and it's found its way to the flop. Okay.
Queen.
Doubles the outs. Jesse looking for a queen or a 10 to eliminate Alex Kulev. Not there.
Unlucky, Jesse.
That's a big one to lose, final 2 tables.
1.5.
I think I had less than 1.5.
We talked about the year that Jesse had in 2025.
Oh, no.
Biggest money winner.
Okay, that's a long.
But it has been a bit of a dry spell.
Okay.
1.525?
Yeah.
Since his 3rd place finish in the 100K PLO main here just 6 months ago. Nothing more than a min cash or 2 over a couple of trips.
375.
See if Lonis can turn that around on the short stack as we come back to see Joe Schwinn 3-betting the button. Not long after he showed down that 9-4 off against Kaihan. Right back at it with the button 3-bet bluff. Muller's got a close spot. Defendable, I think. Cut off first button. We're going to go post.
$900,000 in the middle already. And that's just a grim flop. Top pair for both players. Joe's got him pipped.
Huge flop in a 3-bet pot.
I mean, I just don't see a world in which Joe doesn't get a full double here. And he's going to be the chip leader. SPR less than 2. And like you just said, we saw it with the 9-4.
Muller has a decision between fast playing and check calling. You're not exactly thinking about pot control at this SPR with top pair and a 3-bet pot. Joe could have pocket jacks, ace king. He could have hit a pair of 8s or 7s with a pre-flop bluff, suited ace, suited king. There's definitely value to be had. Muller starts with just check call. Less than a pot size bet behind.
Eight pairs on the turn. In other setups, maybe this turn card saves Muller. But here, neither player really with an 8 in their range.
No, if anything, this is more problematic for Sam. He's going to feel even better about his hand. Wow. Joe checks behind. Extending rope to Sam, and when the board double pairs, I would certainly be thinking about getting max value in Muller's shoes. Not only could he bluff the river with a hand like 10-9 suited that missed its open ender, but pocket 5s, pocket 6s, these pairs have been counterfeit. You have so many potential bluffs in your range. You expect to get called by much worse than a queen if you bet the river here in Sam's spot.
What? Oh, wow.
How did this?
Wow, Joe's going to kick himself.
What a bailout for Muller.
No good at 10.
He should be playing 4 million. Muller is very fortunate to still have 30 big blinds. He can't believe it. That's one of those where you should be out in 14th, or you should be, you know, shortest stack. That sounds like we're catching up over here. What a bailout. Remember when we bumped into Kulev the other day and he said, oh, they were really kind to me in the 25K and they let me min cash?
Yeah.
Yeah, similar spot.
We've seen a few of those now. Didn't end up saving Alex Foxen when he was bailed out on the river. Did eventually get eliminated just outside the money. Let's see if Sam can make the most of the opportunity that just got extended to him. He sits on an average stack with 2 tables left.
20 bigs for Tom. How are we not down to 12 players? I mean, it's so bad for my bet as well. Jesse should be playing 4 million. Joe Trent should be playing 4.1 million.
As if you thought it was going to go over. Good luck to you.
I think you're drawing dead, but okay. Average stack with 14 left is 1.7 million. Means average stack with 7 left is going to be 3.4. And you don't think someone's going to have 1.5 times average stack as chip leader? What a whale.
Just the other day we saw final table average stack of 31 big blinds and the chip leader had 40.
Okay.
Why not again? Plus it's 8-handed final table, not 7.
Nuh-uh.
I mean, you can just stop. It's 300
You
bucks.
sure?
No. I'm fairly sure it's 8.
Should always be one more than the
Well,
max
actually,
at
no.
the table,
But you
right?
say that, but no, it wasn't. Remember in the
It's up to you.
mystery bounty, they were saying that as well, and it was 2 tables of 4, and they waited for someone to bust, and then it went to final table of 7. And this is a 7-handed tournament. I think it varies from event to event, but we'll find out.
Well, I might get scammed. We'll wait for producer James to update us on the official number of players making the final.
You want to pay me my 20 now?
You can tell him, Henry, it's fine.
Just got confirmation from James that it is 7. Huge, huge uptick for me. Don Fuchs with some pot control. That's a fun run out. That's a really fun run out. 6 high for Eibinger. 8 high for Tom.
Getting flashbacks to a hand that made its rounds online a few months ago. Greatest hero call of all time. You see that one?
Yeah, but the problem is that Eibinger could be bluffing with like Jack 8, Jack 9.
I don't know that he should. Jack has a great deal of showdown value given this run out.
What, against an under the gun open?
Eibinger doesn't even bluff with the 6. I admit I'm surprised. He can have a great deal of full houses on this run out. He could even block bet ace high for value. Seems to be letting Fuchs off the hook. Now he has to decide if his 8 is low enough that it needs to bluff. It is hard to have worse than this from under the gun, as you suggested, Henry. Not like Tom is going to be opening 5-4 suited, pocket 3s. This is one of the worst hands that Fuchs can arrive here with. And he does bluff.
So now what are we doing? We're trying to get Jack high to fold, King high to fold.
Yeah, I think that's the target with Fuchs' line here.
Bluffing with the best hand, back up to 25 bigs. So we march on. 14 left. 93,000 locked up. We are on a pay jump bubble. $9,000. Then everyone will be guaranteed to join the 6-figure club. One worthy combatant going home with 7 figures.
The recently silent Anatoly.
How much did they pay him again?
300 is what I heard.
300 to not talk for an hour. That's
how much these guys value their focus.
Yeah.
Or how unprepared they are to just show up with earplugs. Fuchs will continue in the big blind here in some fashion. Question is if he wants to run a 3-bet bluff. He says yes. Ace-X offsuit, classic choice for this polarized 3-betting range. And Zlotnikov with a real spot. King-Queen offsuit does fine against the bluffing range. He's in position and covering. All options on the table.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, just rips it.
Oh, yeah.
People are really fighting back against this play.
This has been fantastic.
I feel like the era of...
You just blew him a kiss. Wow. He just blew him a kiss.
Yeah. And you wonder why I paid him.
You know, a couple years ago...
With a voice.
That's the players.
Mockery really enjoying his $300 investment. So you wonder why I pay you. Imagine if you took that down and you were allowed to talk. He's allowed to blow kisses though, you can't stop him.
They just don't want to deal with the trash talk. They can't handle it or what?
I don't know, I wouldn't call it... Yeah, I guess it was trash talking. He was calling him banana player.
Yeah, it's like, what do you think you're... Who do you think you're playing poker against right now?
I think
I'm just
that's
going to
why
walk away from a little 3-bet to 400,000? Come on.
I think that's why Mockery was getting a bit agitated. Was just feels like Zlotnikov's a wannabe Martin Cabral. Yeah. Banana player is like a big, like one of like, it's one of his catchphrases. Banana player, yeah. You hear Cabral say it all the time. Oh my word. Okay. Well, this one doesn't really need us to call the action. The cards are going to do the talking themselves.
Sam got bailed out. Top pair versus top pair not long ago in this same matchup. Only thing that can bail him out here is an ace coming post flop and Mockery. Wow. Does Mockery even get to fold his ace-jack here? He's just on 6 bigs.
Does he ever take the spot expecting Muller to fold and there being a bit of an overlay?
Yeah, and if Joe was 3-bet bluffing here, ace-jack is crushing. Even against value, he's in okay shape. Mockery makes the call.
Ivanga's going to get out of there.
This is going to do nothing to save Muller. Ace-king for 30 bigs, still a powerhouse given this action.
I don't know if I want to read it. Is that some like reverse tell being given off by Joe?
Or you think he's just hyped right now?
He's just
he's like, guys,
laughing.
Can you believe it? I've got kings.
Such a sick spot. Joe can see. Joe knows it's coming as well.
710.
Hey, can I get an espresso and a sparkling water?
So
Not all
Muller
in.
did not commit, but I do think the plan is to induce 710.
All in.
Wow.
They have kings and queens. Yeah. I'm dead.
You are pretty dead, indeed, Kyan Mokri. Although, look, hearts and spades working for him. #1 on Norway's all-time money list.
Mokri's microphone is off.
3-time champion running into kings. Zlotnikov cannot control himself right now.
I can offer.
Huge pot. Wow, I mean, GG's Mokri.
Yeah, they're running deuces. Deuce.
Running deuce is needed. Or running jacks. Mokri's dead. 2 outs for Sam Muller. Joe's just 1 card away from a monster chip lead, and chip lead it is for the man they call the king of poker, eliminating 2 of the most talented players emerging on the Triton Tour in recent years. Kyan Mokri out in 14th for 93,000. Sam Muller going home with 102,000, and Joe Tren is your new chip leader with 12 left.
Insane spot to pick up the double KO.
GG's, sir.
Joe Schwinn already with a title this week.
Yeah.
1.3 million in the 25K
You just
Jupiter event. 5 days later, putting himself in a position for another 7-figure score.
He also had a run. Oh, maybe he didn't. I feel like he was running deep in something. Maybe it was a 60K. Maybe he just fell short of making it into the money.
We definitely had him on the feature. Might have been some day 1 coverage.
Do you want to pay me my 20 now? Do you want to buy out, or?
No, we'll let it ride.
Okay. Man, you and Alex really just give it away in the booth. How can 2 of the most talented poker players I know be so bad at prop betting?
Maybe you just don't know any particularly talented poker players.
Fair. That's fair.
Got to get smarter friends.
This could go really fast, by the way. We've now got 4 sub-10 big blind stacks. Boyanovsky's got 7 bigs. Paulis has 8. Jesse has 9. Andrew Leatham has 9. And because we're playing down to 7, so it's a 7-handed final table, we're going to have a situation where we have 2 tables of 4 once we get down to 8. And there is a world in which we get to an FT of 6, maybe even of 5.
Yeah, and that can get really ugly. Over at the red table, a lot of the chips being held by Alex Kulev and Brandon Wilson. 3 of those short stacks you just named lined up in a row. See Andrew Leatham moved on over here to the blue table to fill the empty seat.
G-Dog asking us if we're allowed to predict. Yeah, I'll make a prediction. I'm going to go for Ibinger versus Lotnikov. Heads up. Just because of the banter and the table talk up until now. That would be fun.
Make for good television,
Yeah,
that's for
that
sure.
would make for great television.
I don't know how you count this man out, though. Joe's got all the chips. Flashing some talent.
I think he just knows that I was born in 1994. So, okay, for the commentators. 3-betting Kai and Mockery.
9-4-0.
Dude, it was the way that you read it as well. Like before he had even touched his chips.
Dude, you could just see it on his face. He had this look. I've watched this guy play for a year now, and he just turns it on in certain moments. I don't know what it is about those spots. Lonus with an open gem candidate.
Easy. Maybe even an in-juice off of 11.5 bigs.
All in.
Oh, he's just going to rip it in, keep it clean.
Doesn't look like quite enough for Igor on the button. He's ahead of a few hands, but he's got 2 players behind. Probably if he was in the big blind, he calls this off against Jesse.
Oh, here we go. Spin the wheel.
905.
Wilson.
Yeah.
The hard 8.
Okay.
The 2 Americans
Yeah, these two.
collide. Jesse immediately leaning over to Yaroshevsky, asking if he had an ace because he sensed it. Jesse, one of the best in the world when it comes to card sense. How's his flipping skills against Brandon Wilson, who has cashed for more than $1 million at every Triton series he's been to so far, holding on the 9-6 tray. Story remains the same on the turn. 1 card to come, 6 outs for the 3-time champion. Won't be making it title number 4 here. Jesse losing a flip against his fellow countryman deep in this 50K, and Wilson, who I believe came second in this very event.
Hand, huh? That's what they say. I had one when I ISO'd Alex as well, but it didn't work out.
Did. Came second for 1.15 million just 6 months ago. Second to Punat Punsri in that one. Making a run of things here.
Wasn't long ago that Jesse Lonus was untouchable in pre-flop all-ins. But pocket 10s downed by the pocket 9s of Kulev just a few hands ago, and what was a very healthy stack could not hold up.
I don't want to keep harping on about it, but we mentioned at the top of the show that 60K yesterday, how chip leader went from chip lead to out on multiple occasions, and just a byproduct of the insane variance in this format. Jesse, instead of being chip leader with 11 left, he's out for 102,000.
And the differential is just massive in these pay structures, right?
Right.
Like, it couldn't be more painful to lose that flip when you win it. You've got like 4th place equity for $500,000. When you lose, you're out for 2 buy-ins, 100K.
Yeah. I mean, that 10s versus 9s hand, instead of just being chip leader, you know, he just crippled. Andrew Letham.
He'll be in.
Yeah, 6.5 bigs. In it goes. Joe with the light open as the chip leader.
Not going to have much of a choice, I think. Calling off the ace-7 feels obligatory.
That's great news for you.
So much.
Gonna ask for a count. It looks like he's going to make the call. Here we go. See if the run could continues. 2 live flush draws for Joe. For us to get down to 10, he's going to need to find a 7. Wow. Just hear Israel immediately calling for the 7. Andrew doesn't look too impressed. How about the 8-5-4? Additional outs for Joe. 6 would now make him a straight 7 as he converts his dangler into second pair. He's 1 card away from being up to 6 million. 6 million it is. GG's, Andrew. That one's gonna sting. 15.5 big blind pot. That's the sun run of Joe continues. And it all kind of started from, I don't want to call it a misplay, Kevin, but that king-queen against queen-10 of Muller, where we felt like, and the viewers felt like, there was an opportunity to win a big pot there and then. He checked it back on turn and river, didn't stack Muller, but then the poker gods were like, well, you missed your opportunity. We're just going to give you kings against ace-king.
Yeah, here it is, right back against the same player. Inevitably, all the chips headed Joe's way. That was Andrew Letham's 3rd cash of the series here in Jeju. He's only played 5 events, cashed 3 of them, but certainly was hoping for a stronger result.
I'll let you buy out for $19.20.
You think you're like 98% to win?
I think I'm 100% to win. I thought it was 100% to win when I made the bet.
I'm definitely letting it ride at that price.
I goaded you into taking the unders by only increasing by 50K.
Also helped that I thought we were headed to a 9-handed FT, but
wait,
I'll let you get away with that one.
This isn't your first. I'm sorry, that's inexcusable. This isn't your first Triton, mate.
Oh, I'm not saying I'm proud of it.
A 7 max tournament, you just think, oh, hey, final table of 9. I mean,
yeah, it made sense at
just
the
make
time.
it a 10 max final table. Why not?
We could just bring everyone together. Well, I guess that's what it is right now. It's 10 max. We've been losing players too quick, Henry. I thought we still had 11.
It's okay. You're on the biggest pay jump of the tournament so far. 116,000 currently locked up. 9th will be going home with 139,000. Joe getting a wall.
It's having a blast out there.
Well, he was saying to Stanley, you know, about some of his students that he was recommending to them to show up for the Triton ones, get some experience in, get some volume. So like a good place to start. I've got a funny feeling Joe's coaching business, when he gets back home to China, is he's going to have a lot of inquiries in his company inbox.
Yeah, saw him in the winner's photo at the Triton 1 main event.
That's right.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's his student.
One of his students.
Who beat the Spaniard heads up.
160.
Taking that one down.
Yeah. So he beat his student beat the Spaniard heads up, and then a few days later, Joe beat the Spaniard heads up. That's pretty insane.
Not a bad week for Vainas, but
sure.
Also pretty impressive to go 2-0 against the same man from your camp.
What about this young man, the German, Sebastian Gill? Someone we're excited by. I mean, I always get excited when you see these young players. You know they're clearly incredibly talented. They clearly have a ton of online experience, and they start venturing out to the Triton series, chasing titles. Here he is.
And Gail actually played a series back in 2023,
That's
but
right.
hasn't played since then. 3-year break from the Triton Tour before showing up to the start of Triton 1 here in Jeju.
Yeah, and you have to ask yourself, why was that? And I'm curious to find out. Hopefully I get a chance to talk with him. But yeah, maybe it's a case of like, okay, showed up for a series and then just decided to continue sharpening the blade online. Maybe felt like he wasn't ready.
Sure.
And now, fast forward 3 years, he's like, okay, now it's time. Like, time to go back. Time back to step back into the arena. For Doyle, then deuce deuce. R.I.P. Diving go with just 9 high.
Just 9 high, but he does have a few backdoors. Saw not too dissimilar hand check raise bluffing. I think it was Leon Sturm yesterday. Took a combo like this to the streets, but Eibinger's not going to get too creative.
Yeah, that was 10, 5, 4, 2 clubs. Leon had 9 of hearts, 8 of clubs.
Spicy.
And hit Daniel Rizaya with the check raise. It is quiet out there without Slotnikov being able to talk right now.
It's got to be getting close to that hour expiring. You think he's got something planned for the moment he's allowed to speak again?
I wonder what the first words out of his mouth are going to be.
Fuchs going to defend his big blind, you would think. Just 12 blinds behind.
Flops best. Well, it's one of those hands where it's like, okay, yeah, we can see he's got 80% equity. By far the best hand. But if Gale does find the c-bet, it's just so uncomfortable for bottom pair. We may just see him fold.
Yeah, I tend to agree. This looks like about 40% pot is coming. 9x, no straight draw, no backdoor flush draw.
Right.
Don't think it's a mandatory defend, especially with 10 players left.
There you go. Pair of 9s in the bin. Sebastian up to 2.9 million very quietly. 4th in chips.
Fuchs continuing to play well. We were impressed by him earlier in the frame, but he's just been on a slide. Get card dead for a few orbits and goes from over 2 million to just 12 big blinds. Currently sits in 8th.
Sleepy Joe. He's not been sleeping this series, has he? He's been dialed in. I don't think there's a man on the planet with more televised sleep time at the poker table than Joe.
He's been wide awake during this tournament.
Maybe only Tanchuan. That's the only other person I can think of. Zlotnikov with the ill-timed 3-bet to 550.
Yeah, reasonable combo to 3-bet bluff. Reasonable player, the chip leader, to bluff against. But those 550 are headed Joe's way.
Joe's going to be playing 7 million. That's pretty absurd. 20% of Zlotnikov's stack. Heading over to Joe. Buyout offers are on the table, mate. I mean, if you want to save yourself 50 cents, let me know.
Okay, I'll give you a good deal. I'll buy out for $4.50.
You just hate money.
$5?
You just clearly hate money.
That's the most.
The lack of respect for 50 cents. Cents, plural.
I was like, what does Fiddy have anything to do with this?
Well, because I'm offering you a buyout for $19.50. Should save you 50 cents.
Thought we were dragging Fofty into this.
Fofty, please. Please, no. Fofty is the greatest hater on the planet.
It was one of my favorite moments in poker Twitter history.
Absolute legend. Wow, Fuchs has just been dealt out the tournament.
Yeah, this is pretty grim.
GG's, sir. Gonna need to find a 10. There's the jam. What's up, my man? Some of the share hands crew passing through the booth here. So, Fuchs, like Kevin mentioned not too long ago, things just really not going his way. Kind of all started with that sevens against Jack's hand, actually.
Yeah.
That was kind of where the downward spiral began.
Didn't make too many mistakes in that one, but just ran into top full house, trying to get thin value. I'm honestly surprised that Anatoly's taken this long for 11.5 blinds. Certainly, you're going to be behind a great deal in this spot, but the price is right from my vantage point.
We saw Ren Lin raise fold ace jack correctly in a very similar spot for a very similar stack depth yesterday against Vinny Lingham. He does make the call when he's going to get shown the good news.
I think Fuchs going to be a little disappointed to see he's dominated here. Probably thought he was up against something like King Jack or King Queen, given the deep tank, maybe a small pair.
I think with 10 left, 1.4 million up top, taking a little bit of time to just make sure you're making the right decision is absolutely fine.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the tank, but Fuchs disappointed to see what rough shape he's in. Needs a 10 in a hurry.
All running hearts. Little steel wheel draw for the German. Forward chop it. So 10 or a heart needed for Tom. Doesn't find it. Out-pipped by one.
Close one,
and
right?
the pip is enough. Zlotnikov to take down the 2 million chip
my
bot.
time gone. My time is finished.
Good job for the time. I mean, I'm not, I'm not sure. Was it the most difficult challenge you've faced in your life?
No. I just want to annoy Kayan a little more, and if you pay $500, it will be great stand-up, bro. I swear. But you saved the money, by the way. It was great stand-up. I made like 4 jokes in my head, and you will love it. GG.
Oh man,
And
actually,
all was insane. You know, 2 of them 100% was insane.
I really like this guy. I'm not gonna lie. So 10th place for Fuchs. GG's, mate. Just another event where we're seeing the talent of Tom. It's not going to be long till we see him lifting a trophy. Back over here, look how short they are. Boyanovsky's down to 3 bigs.
Takes his button jam spot, and Yaroshevsky's thinking of his options in the small blind. It's awkward with Kulev behind in the big covering. Does Yaroshevsky want to commit here off of 15 bigs, or step out of the way and let Kulev call?
Well spotted. I didn't even see that Kulev was waiting behind in the big blind.
Got you. Boyanovsky. In pretty good shape for 10-8 offsuit.
He's another one of those stacks that was chilling. You know, had a very healthy stack not too long ago, and then some missed value. Then he value owned himself, and since then it's just dwindled down. Massive favorite here though. Turns Kulev dead. 630K for the Brazilian. Doubles up to 8 big blinds.
Important pickup. Puts him neck and neck with Paulius. Tied for 8th, 9th in chips. Yaroshevsky not far ahead. There's Paulius folding in the hijack. He'll be in the big blind next hand. So both short stacks coming through the blinds. 1 and 2 hands in the future.
Grim seat draw for Alex, having Brandon Wilson on his direct left. They're practically tied.
Yeah,
a quarter of a big blind between them at the start of the hand.
Oh. Not a bad flop for Wilson. 0% for Kulev. Only way this gets interesting is if Brandon sets a trap with his flopped flush.
And Kulev turns the king of hearts.
You don't think he's going to bluff? King Dewey?
His hand's over. Please be over.
I like that min bet technique. I'm a fan of using that one too.
I've seen it. He's been doing it. And also,
just
when he raises, he just says raise and throws out a 5K chip. And then slowly cuts out the rest.
That one I get worried about sometimes.
Why?
Because like if you didn't spot, let's say under the gun min raised, and you confuse it with the big blind and big blind ante, and then you say raise, you're now just locked into a 3-bet. It gets awkward. I like saying my number personally for open raising, or just putting the chips out. But I've had that happen before when I'm really tired and not quite dialed in, like I hope these guys are.
I think
I've like put out the raise and not said anything, and it's just a call, and I can play it off as like I knew I was calling.
Right. I wonder if that's ever happened to Wilson, or if he's just different class, mate.
Just doesn't miss that.
Just doesn't miss.
180.
180.
Wow.
This one's not going to work. Is he going to have to call this off?
I mean, working in a sense that Wilson's just going to raise fold. Doesn't run into the ace-queen.
Sonitis. What's that? 10.5 bigs. He's got his work cut out. $40 big blinds for Zlotnikov.
Right, 160.
Opening into Joe Tren's big blind.
Seen this from Joe as well. He's pretty content to pass on those spots. Hand that could have defended in the big blind, could have tried to put number 2 in chips in the blender.
Is that Jason Kuhn manning the cameras over here? He's multi-tabling, manning the cameras while playing the 125K.
Was that last shot presented by Jason Kuhn?
I believe it was.
The hand we just followed.
All in.
This is going in. Boyanovsky's on the spin. Pocket threes ahead by 3%.
Just 7 blinds for Felipe. Wants to make sure that when he is ahead, he gets the max. Pure flip to make a run at this final table.
.2 in the middle. Clean flop.
10 of diamonds.
10 of diamonds is too greedy. 9 of spades.
10 of hearts. Just greedy enough?
I mean, that's a good amount of outs. Might be too many outs. Feels like it's too many outs. It is. 14 outs. Too many.
Couple of consecutive short stack pickups there. Klausonitis with the ace-queen takedown last hand. Now Boyanovsky gets the full double. And everyone's above 10 big blinds.
Well, Boyanovsky was down to 255k on the button when he jammed the 10-8 for 3 bigs. Doubled up against Kulev. Here he is doubling up again. 9 remain for those of you just joining us. Event number 7, the 50K. Top prize of 1.4 million. We've got some pretty cool storylines developing here. Joe Tren looking for his 2nd title of the series. Eibinger on the hunt to break out of that 5-time Champions Club. If he can do it here, he'll be the first player to 6 titles other than Jason Kuhn, obviously way out in front with 12. Brandon Wilson, of course, the man who has cashed for more than $1 million at every Triton stop since he first joined us. I think he's already cashed for 300,000 or so here this series, so he needs, what, 3rd or better?
Boyanovsky right back to work. Offsuit ace for 15 bigs against actually slightly covered Yaroshevsky in the big blind. Wow, are they just going to run it? King Jack is a big hand for 12 blinds.
Yeah, we're running this. And if Boyanovsky holds, it's going to be one of the most insane spin-ups you've ever seen at the Triton series.
He'd be 10x from where he started, what, 3 hands ago?
Let's go from 3 big blinds to nearly 30. And in the process, we'll be eliminating the 2-time champion, Igor Yaroshevsky, as he flicks in the call. Oh boy. Monster pot.
Mistake?
Not to state the
No,
obvious.
definitely call. No mistake. 0 mistake.
Yaroshevsky asking the rest of the table if there's a call or not.
If a king or jack comes, definitely 0 mistake. Then it's...
If it's a call or not, and Paulius and Kulev immediately saying, no mate, mandatory call. Sometimes you just dealt out the tournament. Sometimes. That's looking very likely. 1 pull at 6 outs, whereas we are down to 8.
He's doing the walk. GG.
Ace high holds.
Yaroshevsky
Not too bad, Felipe. Not too
Finish
bad.
in ninth for
The best
139K.
flip head in this world. I've never seen.
Frustrated by much of his play throughout this day.
We're gonna see on the final table who is the best flipper. That's where.
Yeah.
That's
Remember to spin,
Champions League material flipping there.
Yaroshevsky was down to 750K.
Thank you very much.
With
He's
18
a
left.
kind-hearted guy, you know.
Yeah, I really wanted you to win.
So we're going to be hand for hand.
I felt good about this one.
Two tables of 4.
You have the...
Guys, head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app and check out Felipe's graph. It's pretty insane. Man, tournament poker is just... It's just ridiculous.
And me? Yes.
The chip leader is still Joe Tren. He's got 7.1 million. Second in chips, and the only other player with more than average is Brandon Wilson. Paulius is all in from the cutoff.
Wow.
Oh my word. Snap call.
I thought she was mucking his hand.
It's okay, let's mug them both.
Not yet.
Yeah, let's mug them.
It's gonna be on the flop, not like this.
It didn't happen.
It's a cooler, bro. It's cooler.
I know, it's a little bit cool.
Now what can you do?
I was gonna min raise fold, but
sometimes you can do that against Joe. You're not too happy. Then.
I love how Paulius is still all smiles, even though the situation is dire. Although maybe he's just seen Kulev lose 2 all-ins, and he's like, let me make that 3.
Fairish. Fairish.
8.
He'll take a chop.
No, I'll take 7 instead.
You take 7. You're a fair guy, you know. I'll take a 7 over 8.
7.
Asking for the 8 is a bit greedy.
That's not very... A 9. I'll
7.
Take a,
7.
A 9. A 9.
7. 7 of diamonds.
King keeps it clean for the Bulgarian. He's up to 3.6 million. Paulius Buzanitis is out in 8th. He will head to collect 180,000. Love to see the handshake between
That's why I wear
the
the
two.
sunglasses, you know, to be
And that means we have our final table. 243,000 locked up for the final 7. It is the man they call the king back in China, Joe Tren, who will be coming into this FT as chip leader. As Paulius heads to collect that 8th place payout. Wow. Well, that was a lot of fun. So we worked our way down from 14 to 7. It was a bit of a gridlock with 14 left. No one really busted, and then you obviously saw a lot of shenanigans going on. Jesse Lonis could have got us down to 13. He had 10s against Alex Kulev's pocket 9s, and Kulev flopped a 9 to kind of, you know, go from 4-1 dog to massive favorite. He then held, and a few bust outs later, Jesse Lonis out in 12th. Kai Mokri and Muller out in a double elimination. Muller's ace king, Mokri's ace jack. Joe Tren with just pocket kings in a real cooler situation, sending those two home.
Just the dream spot for Joe, and he hasn't had to put in a ton of effort outside of what was quite an entertaining, and in my mind, 9-4 offsuit bluff 3-bet out of the big blind. He just turns it on for a moment and then chills out for a bit and gets dealt kings. Turns it on for a moment, and I mean, flashes of top-level play for Joe Schwinn, just kind of running away with it right now, more than double Kulev, who sits in second.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see, you know, that style that Joe brings, you know, not maybe the GTO style, if you will, very feel-based. You know, we've seen him at other FTs just take random hands. And if his gut is telling him, okay, this guy's light, I'm going to take this spot, he'll take it. And he can really put pressure on those middling stacks. Although, having said that, shortest stack is 19 big blinds coming back to this FT. So it feels like there's quite a bit of playability.
Yeah, I have to agree. There's room for Brandon Wilson, for Sebastian Gale, and the aforementioned Alex Kulev. And I mean, how about Boyanovsky? He's sitting on 30 big blinds right now. 5-6 hands ago, he was out the door with 3 bigs.
Yeah, he got it in with what, 10-8 against Ace-3 for less than 3.5 big blinds, and here he is at the final table with a 6-figure score locked up. These final 7 are playing for 7 figures, just shy of 1.4 million, and that Triton trophy. The storylines obviously being Ibinger looking for title number 6, Joe Tren looking for his 2nd of the series, Kulev looking to pick up his 2nd. All going to be played out here in just a few moments' time. Kevin's going to be stepping out. I'll be back for the start of this final table. We'll see you very shortly as we play down to a winner here in the 50K.
Imagine sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card with crypto. No waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today. You track your hands, you track your reads. Now track your crypto the same way. Jupiter Portfolio gives you a live view of all your crypto assets, your holdings, your returns, your rewards, all on one clean dashboard. No more jumping between apps. Just log in and see exactly where your crypto stands. Just use Jupiter Portfolio today at jupe.ag.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Very warm welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series, powered by Jeju, powered by Jupiter. We're in Jeju as we continue celebrating a decade dealt in gold at the Triton Series. And Kevin, weren't you meant to be going somewhere?
As far as I understand it, I just, I'm just going to stay.
You're just here. You want to stay for the final table. I don't blame you. It is one hell of a final table, and we got there in really fun fashion as Joe Tren, how about this, looking for his 2nd title of the series. He feels and looks like a changed man.
I mean, he's just so comfortable on the stage. I think it's really clear that he's having fun out there. You saw him engaging with his rail with 2 tables left, nowhere near final table, and he's just already kind of feeling himself, already feels poised for more success. I think there's just something in the air in Jeju for Joe Schwinn.
And I want to take a look at this table. So Joe with position on Gale, really important. Position on Wilson as well, really important, especially as Wilson is 3rd in chips. But he does have Kulev, who can be very pesky. The Bulgarian in position on Joe, 2nd in chips. What are some of the immediate kind of thoughts that come to your mind as you look at this final table? I mean, opposite side of the table is Ibinger, who's the shortest stack.
Yeah, I was thinking about Ibinger, not to mention Zlotnikov and Boyanovsky. These are a few 20 to 30 big blind stacks who are going to be looking for their opportunities against the chip leader, but also against Kulev, as you mentioned. I don't get the impression that Joe Schwinn's going to come in and try to win every pot. I think that he runs the show kind of in his own way, as we spoke about before the break. So look for the other stacks to kind of get entangled with each other, maybe create a second in chips who can fight for the lead.
I agree. 243,000 currently guaranteed for these final 7. They're playing for 1.4 million and the Triton Trophy. All eyes going to be on the 5-time champion, Matthias Eibinger, who is currently the shortest stack. He's on the hunt for title number 6, as our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, is ready for the final table introduction of this 50K. Let's throw it down to him.
Event number 7, the 50K 700 here in Jeju, has seen 116 entries. We're down to a final table of 7, and it's time to find out who's gonna take down the title, this beautiful special edition 10th year anniversary trophy, and $1,392,000. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. In seat number 1, from Russia, with 2.4 million, please put your hand together for Anatoly Legenda Zlatnikov.
The man from Russia, Mr. Muscles himself, a one-time champion, looking to make it title number 2 here in this 50K. Love the
Easy
intro.
number 2 with 1.5 million from Austria. Please put your hand together for Matthias Eibinger.
It's the story we keep talking about, that 5-time champion club getting a bit crowded. Eibinger would love to burst out and make it number 6.
Easy number 3 from the US with 3.3 million. Please welcome Brandon Wilson.
One of the most impressive men on tour right now, the $1 Million Man. Can he keep the run going and beat his 2nd place finish here today?
With 3 million in seat number 5 from Germany, please welcome Sebastian Gell.
Went 3 for 3 in form at Triton 1, and now he's at his 2nd final table during the Super High Roller Series portion. Very impressive.
Easy number 6, we have our chip leader, who's also going to start on the button from China with 7.2 million. Please welcome Zhou Chuan.
He's rocking the champion's cap. They call him the king of poker back in China. He's looking for his 2nd title of the series. He's the chip leader, Zhou Chuan.
From Bulgaria, seat number 7 with 3.6 million. Please put your hand together for Alex Kulev.
Bulgaria's number 1. 2nd in chips. He's looking to lift his 2nd Triton title here today.
And last but not least, closing down this final table from Brazil with 2.4 million. Please welcome Felipe Bojanovski.
Show us your samba, Felipe Bojanovski. 2nd final table. Very fortunate to be here. It's just down to 3 bigs not too long ago. That is it. Your table is set.
We've added 100 seconds to your Triton tempo. Once again, the button has been drawn. Seat number 6. We still have 1 hand remaining at 40,000, 80,000, 80,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Olympia, shuffle up and do, please.
Well, you heard the man. Olympia, shuffle up and deal. Your final table is set. Zhou Chuan leading the field with 89 big blinds. And I have the absolute pleasure of introducing 5-time Triton champion and the most winningest tournament player in poker history, the all-time great Bryn Kenny. How's it going, my man?
I'm doing great. You know, I made a good run in the beginning of this series, so kind of free rolling it and get to play the high stakes coming up and get to hang out with you for a little bit and do some commentary together. So can't be asking for better.
Good stuff, my man. I feel like this trip, I'm feeling like different energy from you. Do you like, you know, you're out exploring. I've seen you out at some of like the local cafes, the Korean barbecues. I want to say a farm or two that you like out in the countryside. Just really trying to balance the stress of high stakes as well as some downtime and enjoying life.
Yeah, like I've come to Jeju. I think this might be my 5th or 6th stop, and it might be the first time I've ever really left the casino.
Nice.
I got lucky because a good buddy of mine who doesn't really play poker came into town, so he kind of like forced me to do something outside of just playing over here. So we did like this 4-hour hike along the coastline that was beautiful to catch the sunset at the end. We were walking through an area that had lots of, you know, wildflowers and farms, and yeah, just trying to bring a little balance into this crazy life.
You have to, man. You have to. You know, you come to Jeju, you're firing, what, 1 million in buy-ins, maybe more, depending on how you're running. And yeah, having that downtime to kind of just unwind and decompress.
Yeah, to catch some good food even too. I found a few nice restaurants. There was a great sushi place. That one was a bit far on the other side, 40-minute drive or something, but it was worth it. Found that nice Korean barbecue place that you were saying about. There was like a good mackerel place about 15 minutes away too, and yeah, enjoying myself outside of, you know, just playing some cards.
You ready for the high stakes, the 125K, the 100K main, the 150K?
Ah, that's perfect.
It's got Brick Kenny's name written all over it, has it not?
I must be quite dangerous this trip. You know, just came back from the hot springs today. Got myself in just, you know, pure Zen mode and ready to play some high stakes.
Love it, mate. Well, to give you the rundown on this table, it's Joe Tren running the show. Really just mixing it up. I don't really even know how to explain it. Just believes his gut, trusts his gut, very intuitive. We saw him take like an insane 3-bet against Kaya Mokri. Joe was in the big blind with 9-4 offsuit. Mokri was under the gun, 7-handed, off of 10 bigs, opened King Jack O, and Joe Tren was just like, okay, min click 3-bet out the big, and King Jack hit the mug. I mean,
what did he do? 2 bigs to 4 bigs?
It was like 2 bigs to 4.4 or something.
With
like
10
that.
effective?
Yeah, 9.4 off.
Whoa, I love that.
I just love this guy. He's just all over these GTO wizards, if you will.
And he's actually a good friend of mine. So I've actually spent some time with him. I've nicknamed him the Professor.
Okay. Looks like Anatoly Zlotnikov's flicked in the overcall here at the big with the ace-6.
Ooh, that seems quite loose.
I agree. +1 open, Wilson.
In a 3-way pot, like ace-6 is quite a poor hand. Especially, is he the shortest stack? Oh no, and he's tied for another. Yeah, he's like almost in the middle of the pack.
Right.
Yeah, that hand's got to be a 3-better fold.
I actually don't know if he's in the hand because the camera hasn't panned to him on a single occasion.
Well, let's see, it's 750 in the pot. So if the pot is right, he's in the hand. We'll find out soon if he has any action to make. Oh, it looked like he did fold instantly from like the big afterwards, so I think he was.
The camera just didn't even. The cameraman even knew that ace-6 is a fold, so didn't even bother panic to Zlotnikov, just expecting him to be out of the hand. Wow.
Yeah, and these, like, you know, every single blind is so important, especially when you look at this. You know, everyone else has 40 to 14 blinds, so you're sitting there on, you know, 23 big blinds. You really want to preserve every single one of them.
Right, 1 double up and he's second in chips. How do you feel about this as well? Eibinger looking to escape that club that you're a member of, that 5-time champion club. He's got his work cut out though.
Yeah, and also, you know, let's say that was a good analysis of the situation from our chip leader calling with just ace-jack, where, you know, you can definitely consider 3-betting it, but thinking that Brandon's going to open a very tight range into his cutoff as third, tied for second in chips pretty much.
Yeah.
So he lost the minimum there.
Very good for Owens.
Yeah. No, this is very good for Owens, this one. This one is better.
Okay.
Zlotnikov, who came second in the WSOP online main event for 3 million.
Yeah, that's always a huge cash too, because, you know, when you get such a big cash and a smaller buy-in, that's always where people have big pieces of themselves. Where like these ones, you know, of course they're taking quite smaller than they're taking on a 5K online. When you cash a big one like that, that's why we see him over here at the Triton now.
Not you though. I've heard you're a man that likes to back himself, take a decent sized piece.
I like to blast. I really don't like it, at least if I don't have 50% of myself in the tournament.
It's not worth getting out of bed for.
I don't think there's a... It's more just about like my mentality and knowing myself about like how am I going to play my best game. Just having a small piece, just, you know, I just don't think I really bring my most ferocious game like that.
That makes a lot of sense.
And I think that there's only maybe 2 tournaments that I've ever had less than 50%. One of them I won a Bahamas 1 year. I think it was the year I won Bahamas maybe for 1.8, 100K down there.
Okay.
And I just had no cash at the time, so it was like, I forget, I had maybe 16 to 18% or something, and it was either that or don't play. And I was like, I feel like playing, and then wind up winning it, passing off most of the money. That's okay. And then you know, I consider it, because really 50, I had just under 50 in the $1 million tournament.
Did you really? Wow. Nice.
Just blasted all in.
And you had a bunch of side bets as well, I remember you telling me.
Yeah, since I didn't have enough money in, I made sure, you know, I got more.
That's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, it's something that, you know, you don't really get to talk too much about because we just don't know. It's always like speculation.
Yeah. You know, that A6, that could have been a consideration to 3-bet there. I think he didn't consider it at all just because Alex is a very strong player. But, you know, leveraging these stacks where Alex needs a very strong hand to continue, making it a big 3-bet there. I think he wouldn't have been able to continue with King Queen. And if anything, I think that that's the exact position that he would open on the wider side when he's +1, when the chip leader folds, and positions after that. Also, of course, cool to just fold. Just if you want to take the aggressive route with that A6, definitely don't mind it either.
We'll have second in chips, opening into the chip leader's big blind. Shades on.
Sorry.
Joe just going to come with flat, understandably so, respecting the position of the open. Everyone else just salivating at the prospects of first and second squaring off, although that's all Kulev.
And it's all quite unlikely too. You know, we would have needed to see like a King, Queen, Jack flop to see any kind of real action.
Pretty much min, just north.
Yeah, I was going to say I definitely wouldn't blame him to call this King, Queen here because he definitely dominates some of the hands that don't have anything on this flop. But I don't see him continuing past that.
Kulev with a dreamy seat draw here.
Yeah.
He's going to be playing just shy of 5 million, which is, what, 50 big blinds. Direct position on the chip leader.
Especially if he starts winning a hand or two against him, they'll start leveling each other out, and then he's going to try to take command of this final table. So these are the exact pots, or this is the exact person that he doesn't want to lose a hand to. So like personally, I would have went with a smaller bet here on the turn because I think you're kicking all the 5s out. He might have called King High if he bets, you know, 2.5 bigs-ish there, and I feel like as many chips as you can get here from the chip leader, they're really valuable. I think he was kind of getting a little too greedy, trying to hope for max value versus a worse ace. But we also have to remember there's only one ace left in the deck.
Right.
And also, you know, even if he does have the ace, you know, not like ace-5 and ace-8 are the most likely of hands, but to now go for a big bet on the turn and big bet on the river, if he does have ace-5 or ace-8, that's a complete nightmare for you, and you just lost more chips than you needed to.
Got a donation and question in the chat from the Basketball Jew to say, Mr. Kenny, is your basis of No Limit Hold'em poker strictly GTO or exploit? As a super pro, I'm curious on your view on the human element versus GTO. Excited to see you compete next time. Thank you for your time.
Okay, well, I've been having this conversation like a bit. So the way that I think it is, you know, if you think of GTO, you know, if you have really a rigid approach and you think you have that you have the same game every time versus every player, I don't really think that's the game theory optimal. I think game theory optimal adjusts to your opponent's ranges, how they play, and a lot of other factors that I'm putting into it. So in my own perspective, I think that I do play GTO. It's just not the way that people think of GTO.
From a theory point of view.
Yeah, well, from just like, you know, since the scale is always changing based on the range that you're playing against. So, you know, if you're studying how to play against a robot, it's going to be that rigid thing that where these numbers are the same. But as soon as the ranges change...
Oh, hold on. Sorry to cut you off here, Bryn. Look at this. Wilson's open cutoff. Joe's 3-bet to 775 out the small. And Wilson, fearless as ever, just says, here, have some of that. 4-bet clicks it to 1.5.
Now he's really repping such a strong hand here because, you know, what do you need? Queens plus maybe ace-king to get it in here? We know, seeing the cards, that he's going to fold to 5-bet rip here. I would love to see that. That would really be a gangster move right here. But Brandon makes a good play, picks up some chips, and now the chips at the top 3 are really starting to level out.
It's going to be a dogfight. Just what the fans around the world want to see. I mean, it's fun having like a runaway train chip leader situation, but I also just like seeing a, you know, a battle.
No, yeah, I think it's more fun for people to watch when, you know, you've got like a fight at the top. So it looks like that's what we're about to witness, because now, you know, a million chips separates first and third. And they've all really pulled away from the middle of the pack.
Yeah, apologies to cut you off there. You were talking about the difference in, yeah, the belief systems of GTO, of different players and how they interpret it.
Yeah, because, you know, if we think of it as like a whole, you know, it's game theory optimal. It's not, you know, a set way to play. It's the optimal play in the moment based on many factors.
It's so funny sometimes where, you know, obviously it's easy for us in the booth and for the viewers, we can see the whole cards, but there are times where we're just screaming at our screens, like, fold. Feels like such a clear fold, like your opponent is telling you that he has the nuts, but you see some of these legends just, they don't want to deviate from game theory. Like, they're just like, okay, solver says it's a call, I have to call, even though the guy is literally saying to you, hey, I have the nut flush or whatever it is.
Yeah, and then, you know, if all opponents are different, where, you know, some lean towards bluffing a lot and some really lean towards not bluffing at all. So, you know, the way that you handle both of those should be completely different.
Kulev up to second in chips now. He's done a great job of closing the gap on the chip leader, as has Brandon Wilson. What's Kulev thinking here? Does let it go. Eats into his time bank. Felipe is on the spin of a lifetime. 3 bigs. Back up to 20. Had 1 foot out the door.
That's always really fun, you know, when you
just,
and that happened this trip to me also. Where
which event?
In the 15K that I wound up chopping 3-handed. When we came back 6 left after I had lost to chip lead pot with kings versus aces, I was sitting on 6 blinds. And, you know, I caught a double in the 3rd hand of the day when I was down to 4 blinds after after having to fold my big blind. I doubled in the small blind there, and then 2 hands later, I won a flip with ace queen versus 6s and put me in the middle of the pack, and was able to fortunately win a few more pots, get to 3-handed, about even in chips, and make a deal. And kind of how I'm like really the luckiest is, and this stat is unbelievable. So anytime I've made a deal in a Triton tournament, I think this is the first time I ever made a deal 3-handed. So like this one, I make a deal 3-handed and I'm out in 3rd place.
Okay.
And if we think of every heads up that I ever played for a Triton title, every single win that I have, no deal. Every single time I lost heads up, I made a deal.
That's a strong strategy, my friend. I mean, please, maybe you should write a book on that one, because a lot of people would sign up. When to make The Art of the Deal by Bryn Kenny.
Yeah. When you just don't feel like you're gonna win in this one, you know, make a deal. When you feel like this one's yours, no deal.
Okay.
A few people in the chat asking who's in the booth. We got the 5-time champion and #1 on the all-time money list, Bryn Kenny.
Kayan, Aijan.
In with myself. We're going to be here. You said you're here for the entirety of the FT. You got a drink or anything?
Nah, I chugged a few waters before I got here.
All right. If you need anything, let the team know.
Perfect. Yeah, I can't go anywhere now. You know.
He's stuck. We got him. No eliminations thus far. But doesn't mean there hasn't been action.
I wonder if he's going to open these 6s here. Maybe it's the bottom of the range of hands that he would open, I'd guess. I also think you consider laying it down.
He's going to pick up the blinds.
Yeah.
Who would you say you've played the most with at this table?
Actually, I haven't really played so much with anyone at this table. Me and Matthias battled a lot back in the day in actually mostly Aria high roller tournaments, and we always laughed because we played some outrageous hands, and I would always try to bluff him in the early levels, and it would never work.
It's a bit of a legend.
Oh, for sure.
There we go. Blades. Joe trying to force it a bit under the gun. King 4.
675.
Really not going the way he wanted it to, and I wonder if he's going to get tired of being pushed around.
I think it's a very reasonable open here with King 4 suited. You like your position because Kulev's on your left, so he can't play many hands, and the other, you know, one who's at the top of the counts is Brandon in the small, who's also not going to play a lot of hands. I think Anatoly raised like way too much here with his aces. You know, 3xing it. You know, you want to see a call. I would have really done something more like a click. You know, instead of going 225 to 675, I feel like I would have made it 450 or so. And pretty much just beg for a call. Beg for a call or beg for a shove, either way. Just give him a chance. Throw the rope out there. If he wants to hang himself, perfect.
I feel like a lot of people miss opportunities like that.
Service.
Yeah, and those can really change the way that your tournament goes. You know, winning, like we were saying, winning those pots is very important, and just winning even a few extra blinds in this stage is very important.
What's the plan for you with the 125K? Are you going to jump in this evening, or are you taking the night off and starting tomorrow?
I think taking the night off and starting tomorrow. I've been playing a lot, and you know, went to the hot spring today. Been relaxing. Want to be prepared also for the main event in the 150K.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's another
What did you have, Ron?
5 days of no
King, queen.
limit tournaments to
Power.
play after this one, and they're all the biggest ones.
Offsuit.
Offsuit. Offsuit better. You can
Double
two
flash
flash
draw.
draw. Ah, you are professional, Alex, huh?
Semi-professional.
Without real-time
assistant.
This Lotkov guy has been quite chirpy.
He likes to talk.
Yeah, we like the animation, and
he's always like that. And you know, he's always kind of having a good time. So, you know, it's always good for the game when people are having a good time playing.
You know what else is good for the game? Our official timekeeping partner, Jacob & Co. For 4 years now, since 2022, they've been giving away, I say giving away, they're not giving them away. You have to earn them. You have to take down a Triton main, that Triton Epic X watch that goes to the No Limit Hold'em main event champion and the Pot Limit Omaha main event champion. They're going to be giving away 2 of those watches again here.
Yeah, you really got to earn one of those. That's not an easy one to take.
That's it. You can't just go to the store and exchange cash for watch, you know? Not deep enough for this to go in, but it feels like the deck is slowly warming up, offering us some opportunities to lose a player. Not quite the collision needed for all the money to go in. $243,000 is the current guaranteed payout. Mateusz Eibinger is currently shortest stack with 14 bigs. Don't do it, Zlotnikov. Very comfortably middle of the pack. Maybe feels like if Wilson's going to attack anyone, it's going to be him.
Yeah, I mean, he's already decided, he already opened like a queen-9 suited in early position. Here where he's like, you know, 5 out of 7 and kind of close, I probably wouldn't open this pocket sixes.
Banana? One time, bro. One time. I saw ace. Good fold, really? Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. I can still hate myself, bro. I fold the pocket versus you, huh? You're really, you know, like, strong guy. I feel. No banana with you, bro. No bullshit.
Hot lemon tea.
With Sebastian, always banana.
I have one too, please.
Every time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Fold. I fold the pocket, bro, versus you. If you make it 450, I go for a fold.
So he's always chirping, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I've only played with him once or 2 times this trip, I think. He was chirping nonstop, though, so seems like that's just how he has fun.
Gives me like Russian Jim Carrey vibes.
Yeah, I could see that. Felipe is going to defend this one.
Haven't seen many flops so far.
I was going to say, actually, I wonder if he's going to actually consider all in instead.
Wow. Power poker from the Brazilian. These Brazilians, man.
Yeah, they're not afraid to make an aggressive move, that's for sure.
No, whenever there's like a fringe spot.
And Felipe especially is not afraid to make an aggressive move.
Whenever there's a fringe spot and there's a Brazilian flag next to the name, you already know what the randomizer's gonna say. He's gonna take the aggressive line.
You know that their calculator is skewed.
I'm probably supposed to be all in here 1 in 10 times. Oh, rolled
All
a 1. Every time, bro.
Somehow it happens 70% of the time. I get that 1. I don't know what's going on.
They love bringing the heat. And they're so tough to play against.
Definitely.
Where are you off to after this? Back to the States?
Yeah, go back home in Austin. You know, this is a long trip already. I miss my daughter and just happy to be home after this trip. Go home for a bit. We have a few trips planned in April. no poker really, and go back to playing some poker again in May when I probably go to Monte Carlo, but definitely go to Montenegro.
Snap take my cards. He was like, what's going on? Banana jam, huh?
Nice
Banana
read.
jam. King 9 of keys, huh?
A bit better.
Bit better. King 8.
Not by much.
King 7.
That would be a bit worse.
I know.
Yeah.
Stand up, bro.
I understand.
Robbery from Ibinger, huh? Up big blind on his big blind.
Yeah, that is rough for Ibinger.
Strong hands and a big blind. Very
Blinds have gone up. He's now playing sub 10.
Yeah, almost exactly 10.
So Austin, place you call home now?
Yeah, I really like it there. The people, I feel like the community there is good. You've got good quality of food. There's a lot of things for my daughter to do.
Nice.
I'd say the only brutal thing is the flights at the airport and where they fly to. There's not too many international flights, so when I come to Korea, it's a long trip.
Yeah, I can
but
imagine.
actually, they said I was reading something that they should add a Seoul flight in Austin this year, and also a Tokyo flight, which would be perfect for me. Those would be the exact two
Those
flights
are the 2 spots, right?
that I would love for them to add. At least there's a direct to London, so when I go to Montenegro or Cyprus or so, London's the best transfer city. Well, this one's getting in.
Mandatory?
Yeah, well, like Matthias can't really do anything when Sebastian now puts like a bet out. He's probably going to bet, you know, a blind and a change. Well, you see here too, Matthias is 45% to win the pot. He's only got $1 million behind and there's 700 in the pot. So, you know, Sebastian's got a good hand and they're basically flipping.
250.
Does Sebastian ever have bet folds, hence the need for check raise?
I guess like
So where do you think the check, the C bet folds are coming from? Maybe some like ace-5 suited?
yeah, exactly. Ace-9 suited, stuff like that where, you know, although when he bets 2 blinds there, he probably doesn't really have any folds. He might have bet 1.5 blinds if he was actually going to fold, because if Matthias has anywhere around this board, he's got to go with it. If he's got any open-ended spades or a 10 or a jack, he's going to have to go with it regardless. So he might lean towards losing a little less chips when Matthias does have it.
Queen or a spade needed, otherwise we have our first casualty of this final table.
So yeah, I feel like when he bets 2 blinds, he's never folding, but also, you know, we saw the equity being very close on the flop, so Matthias definitely can't lay it down, and, you know, we got our first casualty of the table.
GG's to the 5-time champ.
It will be a call.
Gonna head home with $243,000 for his efforts. First ladder for everyone else. Everyone now guaranteed 325,000.
I mean,
also the elimination of.
Look at that beautiful orange jumpsuit.
Always, dude. It's always fresh out of Azkaban.
Fresh off his spaceship.
Okay, never mind, bro. Never mind. After tournament.
Absolute legend. It's just like, what is the most jarring color I can use to distract my opponents? I love it. Look at it.
Well, you know, it's interesting too because the Jeju orange.
There we go.
So he's actually, you know, he
Very
blends
on brand.
right in with Jeju.
Love to see another run from Ibinger. Another final table added to his Triton track record.
But you know what that means also? There will not be a 6-time champion today.
You're going to be the first, yeah? You'll be the first one.
You said it
breaking out
first.
the club.
I guess I'm going to have to make it happen.
You got to make it happen, dude.
I'm feeling a win in one of these high-stakes tournaments this trip.
You feel...
We got 3 of them, and feeling like one of them's mine. Who knows, maybe 2.
You feel very zen. Like, I saw you the other day when we first arrived, and...
You know, like if it's 75.
Yeah. you feel very kind of like chill right now.
I feel like as time goes on in life, you know, I've tried to just accept, you know, things as they happen. Try not to waver too much in either happiness or sadness. You know, I'm very blessed and grateful for the life that I have, the experiences that I've been able to have, and just trying to live like that.
Sage wisdom, my friend. Sage wisdom.
I was listening to someone talk the other day, and someone who I respect a lot, and you know, the question he got asked was, "Are you happy?" And he said that actually he wasn't searching for happiness because happiness also creates sadness, and you know, if it goes up, it has to go down. And what he was actually looking for was peace. And you know, that made a lot of sense to me. And
Jack 9 off.
you know, I think the best thing that you could have in life, you know, is to just be at peace with what is and try to enjoy the journey as much as you can.
I love that, mate.
Okay.
Sometimes you need to raise.
Enjoy the journey rather than the destination.
To widen your range.
That's pretty sage as well for tournament poker.
Like, definitely.
If you're fixated on titles and final tables and the destination, you're going to have a rough time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was telling a friend of mine today who, you know, doesn't play many tournaments in the year, and you know, he's talking so much about how important it is for him to have a winning trip here. And I told him that, you know, it's not really what you should be focusing on, because even if you're the best player in the tournament, you can go on stretches where you're losing 30 tournaments in a row. And if you're only focused on making final tables and winning, you're going to be let down too often, and then you're going to be riding that roller coaster of emotions. Whereas I've tried to always only focus on how I thought my decision making was going, and if I was happy with the way that I played, no matter the outcome, be happy with that. And
yeah,
that's all.
100%. Got to manage the expectations coming into these events. You're playing against the best players in the world. You're playing a game that has a ton of variance. We've seen it time and time again this trip already. Yesterday, case in point, the 60K. So Watts went from chip leader with 8 left to out in 8th. Then Ike Haxton went from chip leader to out in 7th.
Yeah,
like,
it's a savage one. You know, poker tournaments are a savage game. Easy to go from chip leader to out, you know, 2 hands.
Closer to 425, not to 450.
See, now this, like, I don't really see the point of raising ace-3 here, where you and Brandon both have, like, the same amount of chips. And are both sitting at the top, you know, where you've got some shorties underneath. Also, you know, ace-3 doesn't play very well post-flop.
Different category.
Where, like, you know, now when it comes ace-high, he's going to win the pot a lot of the times, whereas instead, if he would have checked his ace here, he can catch bluffs on ace-high boards where he should have less aces than the small blind limp here.
70?
70 kilos.
Well, that's all Wilson, top and bottom.
Yeah, I think.
You have fights in
Feels like the type of board texture
I've never had a fight in my life.
that I would expect Gale to just give up on.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine him making a bet here, because when Brandon limp calls like a almost 4 blind raise, like, this is the flop that smashes his hand.
Football match. Fighter, yeah.
8 of spades on the turn does put a 4-liner out there.
See, now it's like kind of interesting because, you know, Sebastian's got 0% to win this hand without bluffing.
It's a small club from Curitiba.
That's his state?
And the bluff's coming from this type of combo?
Yeah, I would think so. You know, ace high and king high, you've got to have some bluffs in there. But see, here you're just now in a dicey situation where you could have just checked and, you know, lost 1 big. Now the pot's bloated and you're kind of like blindly in this situation where Brandon's probably going to also check here with a queen, and he's going to check with a 7. He's not going to fold 2 pair. He's not going to fold either flush draw.
You good, Alison good?
3-bet call, ace 8 off.
It was insane, bro.
Well, Zlatnikov really
I'll try
no
my
filter.
best. When I back to Moscow,
So I'm pretty sure Brandon's going to call in this one.
will
And now we're going to wind up in a strange river situation where, I don't know, again, because if you have 0%, so you lose the pot if you check back. I just don't like to be in these positions where you're really just guessing and hoping.
35, 40 effective.
Sounds like.
Now, you know, you see that he's got 1,000,000 chips in the pot, whereas if he would have checked pre-flop, the pot would be 375K and he would have lost it. And now losing this pot puts him, you know, in the bottom of the bucket as well. So these, like, plus and minus 1 million pots are so important.
Oh, this is huge. I mean, average stack is 3.9 million. This pot alone is worth half of average stack.
I think Brandon finds a call here if Sebastian bluffs, like with the jack of spades in his hand he likes. And the other thing is, we have to think about what queens does Sebastian really have.
Does he ever flop the joint?
Any queen king would have bet here on the flop. You know, he could have, what, sevens even too, like ace 7 maybe, which also checks sometimes.
So much money out there. And like you said, if he checks, he knows the pot's going Wilson's way. Looks like he's cutting out a sizable follow-through, Bryn.
I think Brandon's going to find that he's a tough opponent to bluff. And his bluff, you know, he's going to bluff raise a lot of king highs, which now don't have anything.
Brandon's pretty gangster.
You know, it doesn't really make sense. Yeah, see, you know, Wizard says call 94.
G2 Wizard.
Because, like, I mean, it's right. What sevens and what queens does he have? And now he's repping like a flush. And what flushes is he even playing this way? Like, I guess ace X suited.
Nice little close-up shot there. We just saw Sebastian get out. You can see the pulse, you know, the pulse was running.
I guess we'll see. Let's see how good Brandon's GTO game is, because, you know, GTO says call 94% of the time here. Essentially, it's a never fold spot, which I was thinking the same. It felt like to me that it was a never fold spot.
There's that close-up again. See if Brandon can pick up on any kind of read from the German, doing his best to give nothing away. There's a lot of future game stuff here as well, right? Like Sebastian gets this through, all of a sudden you have him tied for the chip lead.
Yeah.
Wilson flicks in the call.
Yeah, see, like, went exactly that way, you know. I think, yeah, I really don't like kind of any way he played it, because, you know, when you think about it on the river, you're like, you know, you have 0%, so, like, it sucks. You know, that's why I wouldn't have bloated the pot pre-flop against, you know, a sticky opponent. But at the same time, what are you repping?
Against a tough opponent as well.
Yes, tough and sticky opponent.
Yeah, if it's someone that maybe you just think, like, on the flop you're going to run all over them, then sure.
Yeah,
maybe.
exactly.
Action was limp raise, bluff, bluff,
Well,
bluff,
we
bluff,
have a new
bluff.
chip leader, Brandon Wilson, who came second in this event just 6 months ago.
And now you see that's like complete disaster for Sebastian, because now, you know, before this hand, essentially he was 4-way tied for chip lead. And now he just dropped down to second to last.
Newly minted 6 million chip stack. The new chip leader. As he shows the ace 10. Joe Dren.
Does Brandon have a Triton title?
He does not.
Oh.
Came
You
close.
know, that's always something that, you know, is on someone's mind, is picking up that first Triton title.
Came close. Came second in this very event.
There are a lot of zero Triton titles at this final table, right?
That's right. Yeah, there are.
Does Kulev have a title?
Kulev has one.
Okay.
Joe has two.
And then the rest zero, yeah?
Zlotnikov has one.
Oh.
25K Turbo in Cyprus.
Mm.
That was a one-day event. But yeah, Boyanovsky, Gale, and Wilson all looking for their first.
Which one was, you know which one, the other one that Zhao's won other than the 25K on this trip?
PLO.
Oh.
Yeah, it came in a PLO. And then Kulev took down 100K.
Main event, or that's before the 100Ks were main events and it was 125 main event then? Oh, look at this.
It's 800.
Joe's got to be careful, though.
Yeah, I don't like this play. Out of position versus a strong opponent who will 4-bet you light, who will play very good post.
I think for Joe, this is signs of maybe frustration on how this final table's played out so far. Came in with the overwhelming chip lead.
Well, it might also be that really he's thinking more about winning a title, might be more important to him than necessarily the money. So he's trying to take this situation as like an inflection point where he's going to go and play the aggressive route, probably not lose all of his chips here, but fight to be the chip lead. The problem now is like once you 3-bet, you're in just complete no man's land out of position in essentially every spot.
Does he just give up here?
I think yes. It's hard to give up in the moment, so I don't blame him for throwing a bet here. But once Brandon calls, Brandon's got a lot of like solid aces, queens. You know, this bet you're like hoping that he's got 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks.
Which he blocks some of those combos.
Yeah,
with the 10-8.
exactly.
Or something like King Jack of Spades.
Yeah, so you're not getting many folds here.
This is actually playing out in a rather absurd way because Brandon Wilson is going to be the runaway chip leader if he can take this pot down, which is looking very likely unless Joe Trent somehow gets him to fold.
You know, I would love to see a diamond on the turn here to see what happens. That was not his card that he wants to see what happens here.
6 of hearts, giving Wilson the 100% check mark and the nut flush draw.
Yeah, see here, you know, you're looking at 3.2 in the pot.
Don't do it,
Brandon's got, you know, ace queens in his hand. He's got queen X of diamonds. He's got hearts in his hand.
Bryn, he's going for it. This is first against second in
See, that's
chips.
the problem with, like, no man's land. When the pot is so bloated, you're, like, kind of just sometimes going to have to bluff with no equity and hope for the best.
This is absurd. You got Zlotnikov there on 16 bigs.
You know, to be honest, this 1.3 bet, I don't like if he's going to bluff it. Because, like, you're 2.5 on the river. You have, like, really no chance to get much to fold. As crazy as it is, if I was going to bluff this turn, I would have shoved all in. Just to get folds from hands that won't. Hope that you're not running against the aces, queens, or ace-queen. And probably get everything else to fold. You know, if he shoves all in, Brandon might have to fold. He might just lay it down, ace-10 of hearts on the turn here, as sick as it is. I think most likely he lays it down.
That's an interesting river card.
Wow.
That is an interesting river card.
That might be the only one that he could really bluff here.
Queen of diamonds.
Now we're about to see what he's got. Is he going down with the ship?
There's so much out there. If he checks, he knows he loses the hand. We're going to have Brandon Wilson as runaway chip leader with 10 million chips.
Yeah, we know he's going to check back here, of course.
That's good for half the chips in play. Wow. What a crazy sequence of events here.
Cooler.
Crazy sequence of events. Zlotnikov saying. Cooler. Joe with a shake of the head. Massive wound, a self-inflicted wound. Completely unnecessary to attack in that spot. Just wanted to fight back against Wilson. Felt like Wilson was maybe running away with it, getting a bit too comfortable as chip leader. This is the downside. Joe now handcuffed. Drops down to 4th in chips after coming in 1 of 7. Chip leader gets out the way. Ah, look at this. Joe even folding Queen 10 on the button. Round to the Bulgarian. He's currently 2nd in chips, Alex Kulev. As Boyanovsky covered. Boyanovsky starting to hand 3rd in chips. Jack 8-0. If there was ever a reason to maybe just find the fold pre, maybe be this one. We know the Brazilian's got some fight in him. 5-3-3, Rainbow, no connection at all for Boyanovsky. See if Kulev can find the C-bet and take this one down. This hand will be all but over, one would have to assume. Boyanovsky shouldn't have much interaction with the 5 or the 3, unless it's specifically a hand like 6-7 suited, Ace-4.
I'm actually quite surprised that he decided to defend Jack 8 off.
I was just saying that. I'm glad you came in to back me up on that.
Yeah, that's a surprising one, especially when before this hand he's sitting 3rd in chips. I guess he thinks that Alex is over-raising there, but it's still just a problem because, you know, when you do hit a Jack and an 8 and when you get put into a spot for a lot of your chips, like, it's just not going to be a good one. It's very hard to, like, wind up in a very good situation calling with that hand.
So painful seeing the 7-6 hit the muck.
Yeah, I feel like if you're going to open one spot, that could have been a good one. He's lucky because Alex would have wound up shoving all in versus his open with his Ace-5 suited for sure.
Just ripping it in.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, you know, off of 20 blinds effective. I think that's your only play, really.
Go now, Alin, huh? Go now. Go now, Alin.
No. Me and him friendly now.
No. Huh?
No, he's very friendly.
Zlotnikov trying to goad him into jamming into the chip leader.
Team play.
325,000, the current payout. 1.4 million up top.
You see?
Yeah, that's going to be a jump for sure.
Crazy guy. Banana?
No banana, bro, never.
Never.
Only banana with Cayenne Mokri. With you, never, bro. With you, 3% of range.
Only 3%.
Come on, at least 6% of range.
No, only 3. Versus him, 3.
Quick dealer change. Gives us an opportunity for another shout out. The title sponsor of the series. And of course, talking about Jupiter Exchange, the stable coin for on-chain finance. Head on over to jup.ag, trade on real-world events. Makes life very easy as a poker player.
Hello.
Cryptocurrencies, eh? We're living in a sim.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
100% living in a sim. Satoshi who?
2.5 million.
Get out of here. Wilson.
2.5 million.
Basically jamming all in.
2.5 million, right?
You know, he's so professional. Why did he do it? If he goes all in, you can say count, and it's be your time bank plus, you know? Smart.
He can still. It doesn't work, unfortunately.
Why it doesn't work?
But he can ask for a verification.
Yeah, verification.
Of
And it
what?
will be clock stop.
I bet 2.5 million. What is there to verify?
Yeah.
That you put out to. I did the same thing as you, and they wanted me to. The dealer counted the chip.
Yeah, okay.
Versus who?
Aram Uganian.
Yeah, I call that bluff from Kulev. That sounds like nonsense. If you verbally declared 2.5 million,
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
you
That's
can't. Yeah, you can't tell the dealer, "Hey, pause the clock and count those chips."
I
It's
mean,
like,
I guess somehow that happened because I don't think he's actually like making up the story, but I don't think that that's what's supposed to happen.
agreed. I love how Zlotnikov is just giving away free alpha as well. It's just like, dude, just shut up and like you keep that to yourself, you know. Joe just flat calling.
Well, he's lucky. It's lucky for him that he didn't decide to rip it in. If you put, Felipe in the big blind there, you're probably seeing a rip in and, it flopped dead.
%, felt like in a different universe, Joe would have jammed all in. Such a clean turn for Wilson's ace-jack. 5 pairs.
I like that he's just trying to get any more chips versus something that has like no equity on the flop.
This feels like Wilson's tournament to lose.
Yeah.
Seems very, very locked in right now. Playing some fantastic poker.
Yeah, he's definitely hoping to chip Kulev down a bit in the next bit.
He's up to 10 million. Good for 80 big blinds. Second largest stack in the room has 37 bigs. And as Bryn Kenny just said, if he can chip Kulev down, do we ever wind up in that territory where Wilson's just open jamming?
Not really yet. The blinds will have to like go up a bit to open jamming to Kulev's.
We wanted to do something. Everyone's in jail right now. Everyone is in ICM jail. Wilson opening into second in chips. What about these fringe spots? Suited 10.
I would lay this down because you're just going to wind up getting blasted too often, but he likes his suited hand too much.
6, 7, 5 in the middle. Queen, Queen 6 was all she wrote.
Yeah, perfect flop for Brandon to just take down the pot here.
Comes with min. This hand's all but over.
Yeah. I might think about like check raising this hand sometimes from the big blind, but versus the chip leader, I'm definitely not going to do so. Not with these stacks, especially where, you know, you have a wide gap from everyone else, and there is even a wider gap from you and the chip leader.
How are you feeling about your game right now? Feeling good?
Feeling great.
Yeah?
Definitely. I feel like I played really well in that 15K deep run that I made. Didn't really build many chips in anything else after that. I busted close to the money in the 30K turbo. Never really had more than like 2 or 3x starting stacks in anything after that one. And yeah, really happy with how I'm playing.
Just standard
Feel
stuff?
good. Yeah, I mean, I feel like also in the trip, like my bluffs are getting through, so I'm picking them in the right spots, and gotta always be happy with that.
How about this spot for Kulev? Small blind pocket fives against a very wide and aggressive chip leader.
I would think you just have to fold, yeah. He doesn't like folding, of course, but I don't think anything else you can do. Yeah, the same here.
Everyone thinking, look at what you started, Joe Tren. By gifting Wilson that monster pot. Look at what you started. Prison for everyone else. Wow. Was Joe about to jam? Joe almost jammed and then thought better of it.
Seems like a loose
Too
call
strong
with
to
four
fold.
deuce
Dude,
suited there.
Sotnikov just,
Strong
I
to
feel
fold.
like
I'm surprised with that
fold it.
one.
some book he read just said defend every big blind.
Here we're just going to get like something around a min bet. And fortunate for him, he's just going to take down this pot easy.
Now I can.
No strong?
Now I can. Not strong anymore. Pre-flop strong. I'm probably gonna jam. But you was acting like you jam, so I feel something. That you have good cards. You have good cards?
Five.
Huh? Five? Pens?
I don't know.
Don't know.
TV.
AB?
Yeah, TV.
Okay. TV. Ah, TV. Dodgy Bohao, huh? On the flop, Dodgy Bohao. Yes, yes. Dodgy Bohao all day. Your friend Dodgy Bohao too much, huh?
This is a sick spot.
Yeah, I wonder, what do you do here?
The current stack
I
setup.
guess you can't shove. It sucks that you're doing it into, yeah, makes sense to me since you're doing it into Brandon's big blind.
So 8's hitting the mark, King Jack hitting the mark. 9's for Kulev, who's second in chips. Opening into the chip leader. Don't do it, Anatoly. But he's seen King Jack hit the muck.
I guess it's not the worst. If he does do it, he's in a flip at least, and not against the other side of the ends that are calling you.
Aces, huh? What you have now? Good hand or not good?
Good hand.
Good hand. You call my jam?
Yes.
Snap call.
You have king in your hand?
No, enough questions.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go. Blinds going up. That is brutal for Joe Tren, Boyanovsky, Gale, and Zlotnikov. So the current stack setup is 84 bigs for Wilson, 36 for Kulev, 20 for Joe,
Don't take it. Don't take it.
18 for Felipe, 15 for Sebastian, and 12 for Anatoly, and that's before the blinds go up. Good luck, sir. Oh, we're going. We're going. It's go time. Fair fight. Doesn't get much fairer than this, Bryn, does it?
Oh, yeah, he loves to see this hand at least when he gets snap all in.
The young German pro, Sebastian Gale, who first joined us in Vietnam of 2023. That was his first series. Since then, it's been a 3-year hiatus. What do you
He
think
found
was
his
up to?
way to a final table.
Yeah, what do you think he was doing? He was out there. Wow, what a flop. How about that?
Maybe he was out there, you know, grinding it out online, I guess, and getting himself ready for the next one to show up to.
Sharpening the blade.
Yeah.
To come and compete. Play the highest stakes against some of the best players in the world. He's one card away from practically doubling up. Just needs to fade a queen or a jack. 4 outs for the Russian. Would be a nasty way to go, but it's the deuce of diamonds.
GG, bro. GG.
Do you think Sebastian was holding his breath the entire run out?
Oh, for sure.
Turn and river. That's great news for the other short stacks as they secure a ladder. Zlotnikov going home in 6th. No second title for him. We will head to collect 325,000. Very entertaining character. Hope to see him more at the feature table. It keeps it fun and engaging. 90k ladder for everyone else. We're down to 5. So the blinds are going up to big blind 150k. That means Boyanovsky's playing 15. Joe's playing 17 bigs. Sebastian, after doubling, is playing 23. Sebastian's just going to complete. Joe checks his option. Very unlike Joe. Seems pretty trigger shy right now after running that savage bluff unsuccessfully against Brandon Wilson. Those of you just joining us, we are on a 1-hour delay to protect the integrity of the game. Both Bryn Kenny and myself are live watching the same feed as you guys for this 50k. Bryn, what's the prep for tomorrow, mate? Wake up, meditate, go bathe in the sun for a bit?
I guess all depends when I go to sleep. The first thing for me is set an alarm as late as I possibly can. Sleep as much as I can, and then depending on when I wake up, you know, either eat some food before play, maybe go for a swim, catch some sun.
Go for a swim?
Yeah, you know, there's a nice little pool outside.
All right.
Why not?
Day 2 starts at, what, 12 p.m. tomorrow?
1, I think.
Oh,
It's
1,
usually
is it?
1 o'clock, yeah.
Okay.
Friendly poker.
Indeed.
Just to let you know, so you don't set your alarm for the wrong time. It is 12 p.m.
Oh, okay, good.
I don't want you to rock up at 12:45 thinking it starts at 1, and then you're like, hey, mate, Reg is closed.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'm going to set my alarm in my phone right now for
Thank you.
11:30 a.m.
There
tomorrow.
we go. Happy I could help.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely didn't want to wake up tomorrow morning and be like, wait, what? Reg is closed. How could that possibly happen?
Have you ever done that before? Have you ever like missed the start of a tournament or like a day restart?
I remember actually, I think it was in what year? I don't remember what year. I was in day 2 or day 3 of WSOP Europe when it was in London the year that James Board won, and I slept in like an hour late by accident, and actually came in, ran my stack up, and lost a big all-in against Ivy. You know, I think it was 5-bet all-in pre, my kings versus his ace-7 off, and
Classic Ivy.
got 28th.
Classic Ivy.
He didn't believe my 4-bet, but that time I had it.
That was back in the days where it was pretty common, right?
Yeah.
Just like
that was the clicking days.
Yeah. What was this? Like this got to be like 15 years ago, 14 years ago?
Yeah.
And I'm assuming, I don't want to put you on the spot.
Something around there.
You were having fun the night before, hence the.
No,
the
I
late
don't. I
wake
don't
up.
think I really, because since it was like day 1 or day 2, you know, I don't really ever do anything while it's the middle of the tournament. I guess, you know, probably what happened more was like I was jet lagged from coming over to London, went to sleep late, and overslept.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah. But usually not too much. You know, usually if I'm late for a day, it'll be 15 minutes-ish late for a day. Unless if it's, you know, something like a 5K EPT or something, then I might just show up an hour late if I feel like it.
I missed a day 2 before. It was the players' party the night before. Had like, I think I bagged like 16 bigs for day 2 or whatever. My alarm's gone off. I don't need to get into the specifics of what my room looked like, but let's just say smashed the snooze button. I was like, it's not worth it. It's really not worth it.
Like, there's no me getting up right now.
It was funny because I had one guy who was at my table text me on Instagram, really enjoyed playing day 2 with you today, buddy. he knew exactly what had happened. He'd seen me the night before at the players' party.
He saw you in special form. Now, this is interesting that he 3Xs here.
Yeah, a few players asking why Brandon just went all in the previous hand. Well, the way the stacks are currently spread out, he is the overwhelming chip leader.
I guess since Felipe is last in chips here, he feels like he wants to get a little bit of value from this big hand in the small and try to keep in a lot of the kings and the queens that wouldn't call all in. And this, fortunately for him, he got a pretty good flop here where he's just going to take it down with a bet.
There is that bet. Look, Wilson's got 60% of a straight. 2 overs to the 7-4.
Although, you know, I wonder if you could consider raising this one sometimes, because, or not even raising, all you got to do is float, because you definitely do have more aces in your range than Felipe's got.
Why is that?
Because Felipe would shove a lot of his weaker aces.
Right.
Sitting here with only 13 blinds, so he's really repping only like the strongest side of his aces. I don't think that he can even raise ace-9 suited here. Maybe he would. I think he's got ace-10 off or better, really narrowing the amount of aces that he has, where Brandon can call any ace that he's got here from the big.
And it's not a mandatory jam for Brandon, obviously.
I don't think so. Because I don't think he really thinks that Felipe is going to raise fold so often there into the chip leader.
Round 2, Sebastian, who's tied in third.
I think it's a little too weak to call here, especially versus a little over min raise.
He agrees. I'm always excited to see, you know, like, don't get me wrong, a final table with a bunch of OGs, you can't beat that. That's just like, that's the best. But I must say, just as a poker fan and someone that is interested in seeing the game grow, I love seeing some of these newcomers who people aren't as familiar with, like the likes of Sebastian, for example, who's clearly confident in his game.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's fun to see a mix. You know, sometimes you see like, you know, a bunch of legends playing, you know, who have been around here for a long time. And then also a lot of fun to see, you know, the newcomers and the next wave of high stakes poker players.
Are there any young players that have really caught your eye? Because I feel like the type of person that would catch your eye is very different from the type of player that maybe a more GTO player would be impressed by.
Yeah, I really like Sam Muller's game, and I like him as a person also. Yeah, so that's someone who, like, you know, young player who I think is, you know, very strong and has a great future. Also, someone like, you know, Jesse Lonis has been, and not that he's like young, but he's only been playing high stakes for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, Jesse's great.
We were talking yesterday. I didn't even realize that his first big win wasn't until like 2020 or 2021. And then he just came out winning so many big field events, doing well in high rollers, main events as well.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, I was going to say, this one he's probably got to play it.
This is huge. Huge turn of events. If Sebastian can just hold here, which he will.
Yeah, his hand is too strong here because even though, you know, having the call off isn't an ideal scenario, but you know, he's bunched at the bottom. It's not like, you know, he's in second or third and the guy's under him. Like, there's a big margin. He's, you know, three-way tied, essentially, for last.
Always sweaty.
And this one really changes things a lot. Puts him in, you know, he's pretty much...
Oh, come on, man.
Oh, but it's a heart.
That's brutal.
Oh, it's a heart, though. What a sick card. And what a huge pot also, like, for both of them here. This hard on the river or not
for a 10. That's very nice of you.
Changes the dynamic. Oh, yeah, 10 also for a chop. So hard or 10. Otherwise, Sebastian will be out of this tournament. And it's a 10 of hearts.
What is going on?
Unbelievable.
That's a James Bond movie hand if I ever saw one.
Yeah. That's a roller coaster of a board.
Man, can we get like a heart rate monitor on Sebastian Gill throughout that hand as the turn rolled off, followed by the river? He didn't seem fazed by it at all, by the way. No, like, celebration or reaction. And just like, yeah, of course it's the 10 of hearts. Like, I had the best hand pre, and, you know, I'm just always winning there.
That would definitely be a very fun thing to, you know, have like a heart rate monitor in these like huge tournaments that just sees you the fluctuation. Because, yeah, you didn't see it on his face, but I'm sure you'd see a massive fluctuation on the heart rate that's going on underneath that facade.
That really changes things. We were one card away
from just runaway tournament. And now we've got a game.
Now we do. 48 bigs for the chip leader. Wilson still the chip leader, but now has this man on his left. Sebastian Gill of Germany. Just showing up to Triton. And it's like he's always been here. This sense of belonging. See if he can close this one out. I'm assuming the family's watching back at home.
Definitely.
The Gale family.
You know, yeah, must be.
Must be so crazy for parents, partners, brothers, sisters who maybe don't really understand the game or don't play the game, for them to tune in and watch, you know,
Yeah, like
someone play for millions.
Yeah, my dad really can't take it when he watches.
Really?
Yeah.
I remember the first time I ever played on like a TV cash game. I think I lost like, I don't know, like £1,500 or something like that.
Mm.
And my mum was like, "What on earth are you doing? Like, why?" It's like, "Don't worry, Mum, I got this." Shout out to the...
Don't worry, Mom, I'm not as much of a lunatic as you think. You know, maybe a bit of one, but I do have some semblance of an idea.
I'd like to think.
Well, you made it here now, so part of the journey.
There we go.
I try to think also, like, you know, if you're happy with the place that you're at and the way things are right now, then you have to be happy for everything that ever happened, because without all of it, this wouldn't be possible. And I think it helps you, you know, just put some perspective on things and allows you to navigate through the difficulties of poker and life.
Well, you and I spoke about this a few months ago. I feel like the biggest adversities in my life, it's always been on the opposite side of that, where I felt like, okay, this is rock bottom, that the biggest growth has come from. And I think a lot of people in poker can relate.
Exactly. You know, and in that moment when you're going through the most adversity, you know, it doesn't mean that you necessarily have to enjoy it. Just, you know, at the end of that tunnel, usually, you know, you find your most beautiful mountain on the other side.
There's probably a few people out there on the biggest downswings of their life right now.
I hope that they can take this little bit of wisdom and, you know, it helps them get through it.
Five left here. We were one card away from 4. Wilson in the small blind with the ace-9. Just going to complete. What does Sebastian and Gale want to do? King-Queen. I mean, this is a legit hand. 40 big blinds effective. This is first against second in chips. Looks like he's learned his lesson. Checks this one back. In position. 450 out there. That's all set. 83% for him. Wilson might just check fold this if Gale comes with a bet. Anything north of min, maybe even a min bet, gets the job done.
Flor, when is the break?
Kulev's got somewhere to be.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Got somewhere to be. I'm sure that it's more like got the bathroom to be.
There you go. The stab in position with the best of it. Top pair takes it down. Yeah, depending on who's at the
break.
20 to 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
20 to 30 minutes until the break. But yeah, depending on who's at the final table, sometimes there was a situation the other day where everyone was just like, hey, should we just take like an unscheduled 5-minute break? Who have you got, chat? Who do you think is going to close this one out? Let us know if you are rooting for anyone in particular. Will in the chat saying Brandon always rocking the beard glasses. Yeah, it's very, very unique. I never really saw it before until he started doing it. Kind of cool. Yeah, no smile from Gale when he won that hand. He knows that the job's not finished. Kind of goes back to what Bryn was talking about. You know, the journey and trying to not let the emotions get to you, which you can. It's very easy to get caught up in those pots, especially at a final table. RH saying that Alex is the best at the table. Maybe. I wouldn't know. I think the other four would have something to say about that. Including this man with a 7 deuce. Straight into the muck. Queen 9 suited for Wilson in the cutoff. Comes with the min open. Got up with another one of those fringe type holdings where for chips you'd probably see him defend. With the current setup, Wojnowski and Joe Tren on 15 bigs just mucks it. So, last hand at this level, before the blinds go up to big blind 200k. That means Wojnowski will be playing 10. Joe will be playing 10. Current payout 414,000. If you head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app, you can see the highest scores of all the players. Career best score for Wojnowski at the Triton series is 2.1 million. Came second in the 150k back in Paradise 2025. Kulev, his best cash coming in the 100k that he took down in this very card room. Shipped it outright for 2.56 million.
That's a
Not
nice
bad payday.
score. Yep.
That's Sebastian, Wilson, looking for their first 7-figure.
Can I get a delay my clock count? Yeah.
I don't think he's going to call this one too many chips. See, now if he calls here, I think this would be a frustrating call. After losing that big pot.
You think it's like, it would be
13 bigs
momentum
has
call?
got, yeah, 13 bigs has got to be too much. Well, that's the other thing too. The momentum's going against him right now. So in these ones, I try to limit my exposure and.
Wow, he's made the call. This really changes things, man.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. You know, you still are sitting as chip leader, but you lose this one and you give up 2 million chips. And the other problem is the chip leader now is on your left.
Yeah, precisely.
It seems like a frustrated call to me.
Queen Jack 5. Clean for the 8s. No backdoor potential for Wilson. 4 and a 4 only.
Yeah, he can't even get the chop with the jack. 8 high was good still.
No brutality on this river. Wojnowski up to 4.3 million. And Brandon Wilson, who, what, 2 orbits ago.
That's the sick thing, you know, it looks like sometimes that you're just going to run away with it. You know, I don't know if you were commenting on it before, the one that Kyan Mokri was massive chip leader when there were 4 or 5 left.
Yes, the
and
15K.
no, it was after the 15. It was maybe the 20
think
or
it's the
the 20
20K,
or the
you're right.
30.
Yeah, the 20K. Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, it looked like he was just going to close it. Everybody else had 10 blinds, and next thing you know, he's out in 3rd place. And I'm not trying to foreshadow that for Brandon to come in 3rd place, but anything can happen. Like we were saying, the amount of times where someone goes from chip leader with 8 left to out, like you witnessed in the other one where it happened to Watson and Ike back to back.
It happened to Watson, Ike, then Petrangelo, then Juan Pardo.
Really, all were chip leader and
all were chip
and
leader
busted
and
at the exact. Wow, yeah. See, now we've got a game though.
Now we do, yeah. It was looking like it could be over in an hour versus becoming a bit of a fight. See Boyanovsky limping in. Blinds did just go up. Go and check. King 9-3 momentum for the Brazilian here, flopping best. Also with that ace of hearts. Could be tempted to stick around had he faced the bet. Should be pretty uncommon out of position. Interesting decision though for Felipe to check this one over. Can now look to extract value as Wilson's turned 3rd pair. Although it's not always guaranteed that you would have heard from a king on the flop. Second check in front of Wilson. I think we're just seeing a lot of really solid ICM play right now from both just playing really good pot control, but surely value on the mind of Boyanovsky.
See, like here, I would lean towards a big bet. I mean, we see the cards, so like it's easy to say because we know a big bet's getting called, but the only hand that Brandon can really call with, is a 7-3 or deuce. We don't think he's ever beat here with 9-8. I guess it's on the bigger-ish side. I would have probably leaned towards pot, which is only a half a blind bigger, so it's about the same. Yeah, and this is just another one of those where, momentum's even going worse for him. And sometimes you just got to stop the bleeding. I'll give you an example. When I got 3rd in the 15K,
yeah,
I was sitting on a good stack to start the final table, and I run kings into aces, and can't really win a pot, and the momentum's really going against me. So when we were, it was supposed to end that day, but there was no way that it was ending. It got more players than they expected it to get. It wouldn't end it until 6 in the morning or something. So once it started getting later in the night, I didn't really see a reason to keep playing since it wasn't going to be ending that night. So they agreed that we'd play down to 6. When we got to a final table, the agreement was that we would play down to 6, and if everyone wants to play longer, we could play longer.
But the original plan was to play to the champion.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then it changed at the final table. So then we get down to 6 people, and I was last in chips. There was like about 15 minutes left in the short deck, though, and Ike was towards the bottom of the pile, too, and I knew that he wanted to play the short deck, so I agreed that I'd play until the registration was over in the short deck, just in case if Ike busted,
Right.
so he could play in it. And so we finished that 15 minutes, and registration's over in the short deck. I'm sitting there with just 6 big blinds, and the table's trying to convince me, like, hey, you're so short. How about we play a little bit? But in my mind, it's like, the momentum's really going against me right now. I was sitting with a good stack. Kings versus aces is about as brutal as it gets. And, I just thought, like, I just wanted this day to end to stop the bleeding, and new day tomorrow. And then, in a new day tomorrow, double up, and, wind up chopping it 3-handed, where, others were saying, let's play because, you might be out of the tournament soon. But I'm thinking in my head, I've got chips in this tournament. I'm not thinking I'm out of this tournament soon. I'm thinking, I win 1-2 hands, and I've got as good a chance as anybody else. So I was like, let's pack this up, cut the bleeding, restart it tomorrow.
And do you think that ability to see, because I'm listening to you speak here, and you're talking about having a 6 big blind stack. I think for 99% of poker players around the world, it's very natural to think, oh my God, like the pressure's on, I'm out. I'm basically out this tournament. Whereas you're saying, well, no, I've still got chips. I'm not out the tournament. It's not over till the fat lady sings. I'm looking for a double up or a triple up spot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because, I think that's one of the things where you see a lot of people who go from having a big stack to losing a pot and being short. And you kind of see it on their face that they give up. But, I'm so used to, all types of things, sometimes being chip leader, sometimes being last in chips. I've had a lot of my biggest wins actually being last in chips at the end of the tournament. So I think it's a massive skill to have, just one that you never give up on your chips. And as long as you still have some, give it the best you got.
How do you even train for that? Is that's just the repetition thing?
I think so, yeah. I think it's just like when you make something your life, you need to work on these skills. You try to self-analyze yourself and the situations that you're in, and the ways that you can work on giving your best and being the best in the moment. And personally, I just think that that's really an important thing. I think that there's something going on in this world about attraction and energy that it's not just how you play your hand. It might be a lot of, how you think and what you expect to happen. And a lot of times I see, when someone expects to lose, that's usually what happens.
So true, dude. Yeah. So true. Sebastian just going to flat on the button here. No, he's not. No, yes, he is. Sorry. The graphic is off. This went open from Felipe, flat from Sebastian. 5-4 tray. See how Felipe feels out of position against the chip leader.
转白他不买花，他能扛吗？
Checks it on over to the German. I'm a big fan of Gael's table demeanor, dude.
Yeah, it's strong.
Like, just gives nothing away. It just seems very locked in, very focused on the task at hand right now. Lifestyle saying, damn, is that Mac Miller's twin? I'm assuming you're talking about Brandon Wilson. I can see it. R.I.P. Mac.
刚才你俩要在小盲的一瞬间，我就过去了，就弃牌了，真的。
Chop it up, chaps. Surely Sebastian never gets Felipe off a chop here.
No, it doesn't seem like it.
We will restart playing in about 3 minutes. Please start retaking a seat.
Bornowski's checked it for a third time, and here is the inevitable bet.
650,000.
I wonder if Bornowski feels like he can check raise here and just never put Sebastian on a 6, given the way the hand's played out, but going to play it cautious. Chop it up. What Joe Tren wanted. He's on 9 bigs. He wants to see blood. Whose spot do you like from here on out? Now that the chips have kind of been spread out.
Well, you know, it's about the same with, you know, Felipe and Sebastian. They've got like a bit of a lead on the other ones. I think it would be hard to say one over the other. But, you know, it also is just anyone's game. If you know, Kulev or Wilson double off of one of them, then, you know, they go from chip leader to last in chips.
Bornowski defends. That's all Gale. Jack 8-7. Although, against the big blind, it's a daunting proposition. Fire out a C-bet here. Very coordinated board.
550.
Does find it though. Wish we could get a prop betting market for the live streams. That'd be fun. Joe's going to be in the big blind in 2 hands. He's going to have to put in more than 20% of his stack. He's kind of running out of time. Needs to take a spot sooner rather than later. 10-8-0 on the button, 20 bigs. Kulev out of there. Bornowski with a suited 10. Covers Wilson.
So, feelers and players, we restart playing. Small blind 1,000, big blind 92,000. Feelers, begin the game.
Whoa. Just rips it in.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah?
Yeah, 20 blinds deep, like in this spot. He's tied with Kulev. There's someone with half his stack. I think he's got to fold some hands that he doesn't want to fold, that are like king high and weak ace highs. And the 10-6. I'm curious if he would shove the 10-6 offsuit. Actually, the 10-6 suited I think is a for sure jam. And since these guys, you know, study a lot in these, you know, kind of particular spots, I'm curious how loose actually he would have taken it there in the small. You know, 10-6 is without a doubt a jam.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah, see, now that's the problem when when you give up chip lead, you've got to you've got to muck your small blind. You can't even be limping anymore. So now you're just like hoping for hands and hoping for knockouts.
Everyone in ICM jail right now. Poker prison, as they like to call it. Given the nature of this setup, they've got Joe Tren on 9 bigs. He's in the big blind, so he's putting in more than 20% of his stack. Everyone's praying for a bust out. There is a ladder of $100,000. Felipe coming in, Queen Jack. See if Gail wants to slap him on the wrist. Say, sit back down, son. Back in the bin. Send him back to Brazil. He didn't take it. 10-8 suited. Could have done something, but... Oh, look at this now. Joe's down to 6 bigs. Finley saying, who is on commentary? A very special guest today. 5-time Triton champion. Is that how you introduce yourself? You go to like a restaurant, they're like, who's the reservation for? You're like, I would like, you're like, excuse me, sir, and who's the reservation for? You're like, 5-time Triton champion, all-time poker money leader, Bring Kenny.
No, I can't say that I do, More like the opposite, when I'm with a friend and they start, name dropping this and stuff. I'm like, come on, just give me a break. Like,
Oh,
I just
dude.
want to, like, disappear. I don't want to be swarmed or anything.
Don't put Helmuth on blast like that, man. I know he loves to name drop, but come on.
Well, I don't think he's going to be name dropping, anybody else except for himself, though, is the problem. So.
Well, no, have you not heard his best friend is Jamath?
Well, he's going to be name dropping stuff like that, but he's definitely not going to be entering a room and saying, here's my friend who's, all this great at anything. On the other side, my best friend billionaire, it's a different story.
Oh, that's brilliant. Mirth asking if you still play Magic?
No, I can't say that I do. Because actually what happened is for the longest time, I don't know how it is now. So there's like Magic the Gathering online, but it was only working for Windows for a while, and I always liked
okay.
Mac. I don't know what they were doing that they never made a Mac version of it.
Okay, that's
It was
true.
really like this dusty software that they always had, and yeah,
game passed
I
you.
haven't really game passed. Plus, like actually, they changed one dynamic in Magic. Like, I think it was right after I stopped playing that made it, in my opinion, much less fun game.
Well, I know absolutely nothing about Magic, so even if you told me, I wouldn't have a clue what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, now the other thing is, too, they're making, like, Spider-Man cards and, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Lord of the Rings and stuff like that. And I guess they're trying to get these...
The fan bases, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But it's, they made the perfect game, kind of, to start bringing in this, it makes it kind of like a cartoon show in my experience, or my opinion.
Just saw Alex Kulev get a much-needed 3-bet bluff through.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Brandon actually snap-folded that one with ace-10. Alex is a very good player. He's going to take, that 3-bet spot right there. And at the same time, I don't know how wide he's going to go, but I don't know if he's even going to 3-bet call ace-queen there. He might rip it in. So, yeah, you're going to run into jacks plus, ace-king, but then you're going to run into bluffs past that.
So you're saying that you think like ace queen is just ripping it in, right?
Yeah, for this 20 blind defective here, I think, you know, there's, at least from my perspective, there's no point that you really want a 3-bet call when you're, you know, towards the top of the chip counts. Brandon only had 18 blinds, so yeah, I think these are just going to rip it in. Hands like 9s and 8s are going to rip it in too.
It's a very polar 3-bet.
Yeah, very,
Small.
very polar 3-bet. And you see right here, he's taking king 9 suited. He might even... Alex is the type of guy who can just take king 3 suited even sometimes there.
He's got that dog in him.
Yeah, so it's like he's a very aggressive, tough player. I expect him to 3-bet there a lot. I would expect, you know, Brandon actually to 4-bet rip there a lot with ace-10. But I think it's one of those where, you know... there's a little bit of smoke coming out of his ears right now from losing all these pots in a row and going from, you know, runaway chip leader to now being like second to last.
So Felipe 3-betting to 1.3 million. Joe's going to fold. It's a nice little pickup for him. He's practically tied for the chip lead, both Boyanovsky and Gale taking it in turns to chip away at the other 3 players. Joe's down to 7 bigs. I'm somewhat surprised that we're still 5-handed here, I'll be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, you know, that's the game. It's a savage one.
I mean, there are opportunities. There are opportunities to get us down to 4. That monster pot between Sebastian Gale and Brandon Wilson. Wilson now finding himself 4th in chips, just 15 big blinds. Felipe playing raise with the 8s. 3s hitting the mark.
Yeah, that's got to. You know, now like Zhao's too short to be shipping in wide there. Even though Felipe's range of opening is going to be quite wide here. He also has to have something decent enough that wants to play versus the big blinds, 6 blinds. Not necessarily wants to play all in, but he can't really he can't really raise trash in this one. It's got to be like something decent.
Look at this, man. 29 bigs for the chip leader, 28 for Sebastian, 20 for Kulev, and then a big drop off to Wilson, who is in trouble. Is probably going to have to wait until Joe Tren either busts or doubles as we welcome you back to the break desk. Bryn Kenny alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Bryn, main takeaway from that one, I guess the biggest talking point was that monster all-in collision where had Wilson, well, he got there on the turn with the Jack-10, but had he held going to the river, would have been runaway chip leader with 4 left.
Yeah, this tournament would have been all but over, it seems like, if he would have won that one. And he's definitely got to shove his Jack-10 there on the button, so I don't blame him for that one. But then you also see, you know, after he loses that one, he maybe takes a little bit too loose of a call with 4s and, you know, then even drops down farther. And now we see, you know, that Felipe is sitting up with the chip lead, a very dangerous, strong player that you didn't really want to double up in that spot. You wanted to keep him in the danger zone.
And that was on the back of, Felipe jamming and getting called. And so he finds himself chip leader with 5 left. We're stepping away for a very short break. But when we come back, we're playing down to a champion in this 50K. So that champion will be going home with nearly 1.4 million. We'll see you very shortly.
You hold your cash, you hold your savings. Now hold your stable coins the same way. Jupe USD gives you a reliable dollar backed by real reserves. Earn native treasury yields. Get ecosystem rewards. Seamless integrations. All in one app. No more idle dollars. Just hold and let it work for you. Just use Jupe USD today at jupe.ag. Not knowing where you stand, what you're up, or what you actually walk away with. Jupiter Predict changes that. With Jupiter Predict, you see everything clearly. Focus on your strategy while we handle the execution. Fast, fair, and fully decentralized. So you're not predicting on hope, you're predicting with clarity. Just use Jupiter Predict today at jupe.ag.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I really like it there. The people, I feel like the community there is good. You've got good quality of food. There's a lot of things for my daughter to do.
Nice.
I'd say the only brutal thing is the flights at the airport and where they fly to. There's not too many international flights, so when I come to Korea, it's a long trip.
Yeah, I can
But
imagine.
actually, they said I was reading something that they should add a Seoul flight in Austin this year, and also a Tokyo flight, which would be perfect for me. Those would be the exact two
Those are the
flights
two spots, right?
that I would love for them to add. At least there's a direct to London, so when I go to Montenegro
Right.
or Cyprus or so, London's the best transfer city. Well, this one's getting in.
Mandatory.
Yeah, well, like Matthias can't really do anything when Sebastian now puts like a bet out. He's probably going to bet, you know, a blind and a change. Well, you see here too, Matthias is 45% to win the pot. He's only got $1 million behind, and there's 700 in the pot. So, you know, Sebastian's got a good hand, and they're basically flipping.
250.
Does Sebastian ever have bet folds? Hence the need for check raise.
I guess like
So where do you think the check, sorry, the C bet folds are coming from? Maybe some like ace-5 suited?
yeah, exactly. Ace-9 suited, stuff like that where, you know, although when he bets 2 blinds there, he probably doesn't really have any folds. He might have bet 1.5 blinds if he was actually going to fold, because if Matthias has anywhere around this board, he's got to go with it. If he's got any open-ended spades or a 10 or a jack, he's going to have to go with it regardless. So
Right.
he might lean towards losing a little less chips when Matthias does have it.
Queen or a spade needed, otherwise we have our first casualty of this final table.
So yeah, I feel like when he bets 2 blinds, he's never folding, but also, you know, we saw the equity being very close on the flop, so Matthias definitely can't lay it down, and, you know, we got our first casualty of the table.
GG's to the 5-time champ.
It will be a call. But
Gonna head home with $243,000 for his efforts. First ladder for everyone else. Everyone now guaranteed 325,000.
I mean,
Also the
if you want, you can
elimination
call the
of.
floor.
It must be.
Look at that beautiful orange jumpsuit.
Always, dude. It's always
Yeah,
fresh out
he has
of
a question.
Azkaban.
Fresh off his spaceship.
Okay, never mind, bro. Never mind. After tournament.
Absolute legend. It's just like.
You know, he's
Okay, I'll be
talking
honest,
so
I
much
checked
about
it.
how important it is for him to
You
have a
like it?
winning trip here,
will
and I
throw it,
told
Jack.
him that,
When you throw it,
you know, it's not really what you
So
should
throw
be
it, okay,
focusing
when you
on,
throw it,
because
throw it,
even if
throw it.
you're the best player in the
I'll
tournament,
be
you
more
can
careful.
go on
Otherwise-
stretches where you're losing 30 tournaments in a row, and if you're only focused on making final tables and winning,
Mm.
you're going to be let down too often, and then you're going to be riding that roller coaster of emotions. Whereas I've tried to always only focus on how I thought my decision making was going, and if I was happy with the way that I played, no matter the outcome, be happy with that. And
Yeah.
that's all.
100%. Got to manage the expectations coming into these events. You're playing against the best players in the world. You're playing a game that has a ton of variance. We've seen it time and time again this trip already. Yesterday, case in point, the
Yeah.
60K. So Watts went from chip leader with 8 left to out in 8th. Then Ike Haxton went from chip leader to out in 7th.
Yes.
Like,
it's a
what's going
savage
on?
one. You know, poker tournaments are a savage game.
I said
Easy
430,
to go
so
from chip
can
leader
go
to out. You know, 2 hands.
Closer to 425, not to 450.
See, now this, like, I don't really see the point of raising ace 3 here, where you and Brandon both have, like, the same amount of chips. And are both sitting at the top, you know, where you've got some shorties underneath. Also, you know, ace 3 doesn't play very well post-flop.
Different category.
Where, like, you know, now when it comes ace high, he's going to win the pot a lot of the times, whereas instead, if he would have checked his ace here, he can catch bluffs on ace high boards where he should have less aces than the small blind limp here.
70?
70 kilos.
Well, that's all Wilson, top and bottom.
Yeah, I think.
Feels like the type of board texture
I've never had a fight in my life.
that I would expect Gale to just give up on.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine him making a bet here, because when Brandon limp calls like a almost 4 blind raise, like, this is the flop that smashes his hand.
Football match.
Fighter,
yeah.
8 of spades on the turn. Does put a 4-liner out there.
See, now it's like kind of interesting because, you know, Sebastian's got 0% to win this hand without bluffing.
It's a small club from Curitiba.
That's his state?
And the bluff's coming from this type of combo?
Yeah, I would think so. You know, ace high and king high, you've got to have some bluffs in there. But see, here you're just now in a dicey situation where you could have just checked and, you know, lost 1 big. Now the pot's bloated and you're kind of like blindly in this situation where Brandon's probably going to also check here with a queen, and he's going to check with a 7. He's not going to fold 2 pair. He's not going to fold either flush draw.
Three back call is ace 8 off.
It was insane, bro.
Well, Zlotnikov really no filter.
When I back to Moscow,
So I'm pretty sure Brandon's going to call in this one. And now we're going to wind up in a strange river situation where, I don't know, again, because if you have 0%, so you lose the pot if you check back. I just don't like to be in these positions where you're really just guessing and hoping.
35, 40, 50.
Sounds like.
Now, you know, you see that he's got 1 million chips in the pot, whereas if he would have checked pre-flop, the pot would be 375K and he would have lost it. And now losing this pot puts him, you know, in the bottom of the bucket as well. So these, like, plus and minus 1 million pots are so important.
Oh, this is huge. I mean, average stack is 3.9 million. This pot alone is worth half of average stack.
I think Brandon finds a call here if Sebastian bluffs, like with the jack of spades in his hand he likes. And the other thing is, we have to think about what queens does Sebastian really have.
Does he ever flop the joint?
Any queen king would have bet here on the flop. You know, he could have, what, 7s even too, like ace 7 maybe, which also checks sometimes.
So much money out there. And like you said, if he checks, he knows the pot's going Wilson's way. Looks like he's cutting out a sizable follow-through, Bryn.
I think Brandon's gonna find that he's a tough opponent to bluff, and his bluff, you know, he's gonna bluff raise a lot of king highs, which now don't have anything.
Brandon's pretty gangster.
You know, it doesn't really make sense. Yeah, see, you know, Wizard says call 94.
G2 Wizard.
Because, like, I mean, it's right. What sevens and what queens does he have? And now he's repping like a flush. And what flushes is he even playing this way? Like, I guess ace X suited.
Nice little close-up shot there. We just saw Sebastian Gale. You can see the pulse, you know, the pulse was running.
I guess we'll see. Let's see how good Brandon's GTO game is, because, you know, GTO says.
Well, very warm welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series, powered by Jupiter here in Jeju, as I bring Kenny into the booth alongside myself for the entirety of this final table. And Bryn, I want to point out immediately, less than 100 bigs in play now, meaning average stack sub 20. What are some of the kind of typical shifts in playability do you expect to kind of see coming back into this now with 5 left?
Well, you know, we're seeing already that, you know, people who are towards the bottom but not at the bottom can't really be limping hands in the small blind versus stacks that are bigger than theirs. So the people who have like kind of these middle stacks right now really have to navigate it tight, especially when Zhao has like 5 big blinds. So you're going to see people play cautious. They don't want to get chips in for sure until they hit that ladder at least.
Yeah.
And, you know, depending how the chips and the hands shift in this next bit of time, and if Zhao busts in 5th, you know, then we'll see, you know, what people can really do with the spot and the situation that they're in. So now it's kind of just like, you know, chip leader or the chip leaders can play much more pots. Brandon's big blind is going to get shoved on pretty much any 2 as long as Zhao's still in there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're going to see some meticulously played poker navigating through the rapids.
No, that's a great way of framing it. And I feel like even though Felipe and Sebastian are kind of like tied for the chip lead, you know, one misstep, though, against Wilson, all of a sudden he's back up to the top of the chip counts and they're in ICM jail. So I think we're going to see a lot of kind of like caution exerted as well because
Definitely.
of the short stack. And let's have a look. Look, 1.4 million up top, Triton Trophy. You know, everyone wants that golden trident. You were talking about how, I mean, for you, obviously, the pressure is off. You've got 5.
Yeah.
But when it comes to people that are so close to lifting their first trophy,
the pressure is on.
They're just going to...
And kind of like you said, you know, one misstep and everything changes. You know, Brandon, yeah, is second to last in chips here, but doubles off versus anyone, he's back up at the top or chip leader.
That's anyone's game. Casualties so far at this final table. Matej Seibinger and Anatoly Zlotnikov. It's going to be a fun one. A lot of different dynamics kind of contributing to the uniqueness of this final table. We've got a 4 big blind stack. Brandon Wilson says, I don't care. I've got a suited ace. Run it.
Well, yeah, anyone's game except, you know, our friend Zhao here is going to need a few pots to put him in the game. But, you know, at the same time, this is about the same stack that I had when there were 6 people left in the 15K, and I was able to win 2 hands and, you know, have a shot.
There we go.
It
ain't over until the fat lady sings.
Yeah, it ain't over till it's over, baby.
Taylor's old as time. For the fans around the world, firstly, you know, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on whereabouts you are joining us from. If you haven't already, head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app where you will find the current active poll for today. You can vote for your player of the day. So vote for your favorite. Who's impressed you the most? It doesn't necessarily have to be based off of today's play. It might just be your favorite player, but you feel like they've played bad, but you just want to back them. Whatever your reasons may be, head on over and cast your vote. Something's got to give. Can't stay five-handed forever.
Cannot. And like you said, you know, now the average stack is 20 blinds. You know, in 11 hands, it'll be less than that if we've still got 5. So yeah, that was easy jam with 9-8, of course, into Brandon's big blind.
Yeah, exactly. In 10 hands time, big blind's going to be going up to 300k.
Yeah, that's good. No worries.
Trying to get a link out on socials. Easiest jam. Oh no, sorry. Felipe on the button, that means he's got the chip leader in the big blind, or second in chips.
Yeah, sitting with 30 blinds there, I wonder. I think it can be a consideration to open jam here the button. I think I would have done it myself personally. You know, it could be a mistake.
We're running this, and Wilson's in bad shape. Ace going to be in the muck. I think Boyanovsky's folding. Do we just jam and try and take this down?
I think he's going to jam here. I'd be really surprised if he doesn't. Knowing that, especially Brandon likes these, you know, these clicky 3 and 4 bet spots like we saw before.
All in.
There is the jam. That is huge. That's a huge pickup for Boyanovsky. He's up to 10 million, but more importantly, he chops away at the leg of Brandon Wilson. He's down to 8 bigs.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Man, Joe's practically forced all in here. He's got 3 big blinds, 2 of them invested. With a really grim spot. 3rd in chips. He is going to try and open. Joe has to run it. Ace-5. He's going to leave 25k back. One-tenth of a big blind behind, 27% of the equity. Surely Joe is out the door.
Fuck.
Needs a jack for a chop. Kolev's flop top and bottom. This is bleak for the 2-time champion.
He's looking for a chop over here. Hoping to hit a jack or running pair that's above an 8.
Queen of clubs. Queen of hearts. Queen or a jack needed.
And yeah, that was the best card he could hope for other than a jack. Or, I mean, one of the best 9, 10, queen, and king were all the same. Well,
GG.
That's going to leave us with 4 left.
Jeez, that is a disappointing run for Joe. I'll tell you that much. Came in to the final table with a sizable chip lead. And it really all boiled down to that one hand against Brandon Wilson, the self-inflicted wound, if you will.
Yeah.
That 10-8 hand, he's calling himself a fish. Probably one that he's going to review and look back on and feel like, you know, wow, really had an opportunity to make it title number 3. He's going to head home with 414,000. A nice little, what, 8x return on his 50K investment.
Could be worse.
Love to see that.
Could be a lot worse.
Handshakes all around.
$1.3.
So, four-handed. Average stack of 23 big blinds. It's the Brazilian out in front. Everyone's guaranteed 516,000 for their efforts. Only player at the table that doesn't have a 7-figure score at the Triton series is Sebastian Gale. Does have 2 Triton final tables, came 5th in the 25K Turbo in Vietnam and 7th just a week ago in the 20K. What's some of the craziest ROI stories that you've heard? Because I know you're going to be more privy to some. I've heard like Jesse talk about massive side bets in like 25K buy-in, but then a massive pool of the guys have just like 50K each on the side. Or if someone wins the tournament outright, you get like an extra 50K bonus, or just something crazy like that in terms of props in tournaments. What are some of the ones that you've heard?
I guess I don't really like, you know, I'm not too privy on that because I don't. So I mean, I guess the crazy one that I know is, you know, in that $1 million buy-in when I bet my whole roll on, you know, mine and Carrie's team versus any team.
I remember you telling me that story.
So, you know, these guys, you know, whatever they're betting, you know, can't be the same scale. I doubt they're, you know, blasting all in on one tournament for, you know, 800K.
Have you always had that in you? Do you think, like, do you look back to like your teenage years and just think, yeah?
I kind of did. You know, even when starting poker, I'd like build up a roll and I'd just, you know, move up too quick, blast it all off, all in, bust it, lose. You know, there'd be like scoop series and W coops, and I'd post online that I'd bet against anyone, you know, over the whole course of the series. So I don't know. I kind of like, I love the competition of it, and I love like pushing myself to be the best version of myself. And you know, I think also it helped a lot to have like the Magic background where I was playing a game and not thinking about the money. So that translated well to just poker of playing the game and not thinking about the money. But at the same time, that translated into me being a complete lunatic with money.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's like I always say to everyone, you know, don't do what I do because, you know, hanging off the edge of the cliff over here, you know, you're just one slip to falling off and, you know, having no way back. But I don't know. I guess I was like always okay with things being as extreme as possible and just, you know, kind of like riding the wave, however, and trying to find, you know, some peace and having a good time through the chaos no matter what. And I think that was like a lot of, you know, eating good meals, staying at nice hotels, flying business. Because, you know, I kind of told myself early on, you know, because I spent 13 years nomad life with no home anywhere. And, you know, I thought about it, you know, is this something that really you want to do? And for me, you know, and everybody's different, I love comfort as much as anyone, I would say. So for me, I told myself that if I'm going to do this life that's going to be on the road all the time, those are the necessary things for me to be able to show up and play my best.
To just enjoy the fruits of your labor.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Always, you know, I could lose all my money, go broke, and as long as I've got a good meal, I can forget about it.
That's nice. Yeah, I feel like in order to have the level of success that you've had, you have to have some kind of gamble in you. You know, you have to be willing to take these big risks.
Yeah,
because
I think
the
so, for
story you were
sure.
saying about the pieces of yourself that you've had, like, you know. Yeah, no one really got anywhere in life by playing it safe. Big jam there from Kulev, by the way. Gets through ace 5-0. Thought we might see something from the king 9 as well of Sebastian. Pretty even here, other than Wilson on 7 bigs. Playing down to a champion. Champion will be going home with 1.4 million. And depending on what time we finish, should be picking up coverage of that 125k, where Seth Davies currently leads the pack. Very early days though, just level 5 in that one.
925.
We're playing 10 levels today.
Well, we're going to be seeing an all-in pot one way or the other here. Let's see, with these stacks. Is Sebastian going to... I guess he's not going to shove because he doesn't want to face re-shove, like shove and then Brandon fold.
Just click?
And now, yeah, I think so.
At 1.6?
He might even just be able to call instead of click because, you know, even call here, you know, it's not like Felipe or Alex is going to really do anything about it. And the click, you know, loses a good bit more versus, you know, someone else ripping. So, you know, yeah, he does click. Personally, I think I would have called there. Because, you know, it's not really like, you know, big blind's just going to call with 8-9 suited or something, or, you know.
Call 1.75.
So Wilson makes the call. Gonna leave himself with just 100k behind. And he checks dark. I love how he's announced everything as well. Call 1.75, check dark. Gonna need to connect. He's gonna stay in this battle. 4.1 million in the middle. Ace, ace, deuce. Sebastian still out in front. He's going to jam and Wilson's going to call it off. He's going to look for a queen or a jack for his tournament life. 2 cards to come. Biggest pot of Sebastian Gel's career, other than the ace-jack earlier on. Jack of clubs on the turn. Wilson now, a huge favorite to be right back in this battle. Let's get back up to 18 bigs. He holds. Sebastian just couldn't fade the 6 outs. That's a tough one to swallow. Well, the show goes on. We remain 4-handed. Blinds going up in 3 hands time. Sebastian just taking that one on the chin. It's like, well, instead of being chip leader and guaranteed 626,000, I'm practically tied with Kulev and Wilson. There's king now for Sebastian.
500.
wonder what card Felipe looked at first. Be so tilted. You just look down at ace of spades and then you're like, okay, yeah, here we go. 6 of diamonds behind.
1.4.
Well, here's a chance for Gale to get some of his chips back.
Well, we know he's going to be getting some of his chips back.
So Sebastian's going to be back up to 7 million, practically tied for the chip lead. Wilson and Kulev tied at the bottom of the chip counts. Now letting out a chuckle. It's the one member of the rail applauding. That's all that matters, man.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Well, you don't need any. You're happy for,
yeah,
you know,
that's it.
One is a good amount.
One is a great amount.
Yeah.
I'd rather have one true friend, true supporter, than 10 fake ones.
Very good rule. Same thing happened to me in Cyprus, and I kept on being the blinds going up on me.
Yeah. But it wasn't Triton.
It wasn't right.
We are sick, man. We have solved every issue of Poker Live.
The subtle needles here are fantastic. You're not much of a needler. I haven't really heard you.
It all depends who. You know, you throw Martin Cabral at my table, and you know I'll throw in every needle that I've got. But you know, they usually have to ask for it from me to get it.
Yeah, you're not. You don't. I don't think I've ever seen you like engaged in beef at the table or
no, it's
like
just not
verbal
me.
jousting.
Nah.
Life's too short.
Yeah.
There's Gale just flat calling with the ace-jack. Opportunities for Boyanovsky to outplay him post-flop or outflop him on the king-5 deuce. Brandon now in the chat saying, I'm a big Brink Kenny fan. Always rooting for him to win.
Ah, nice. Thank you. Always love that.
See Bryn in action tomorrow in the 125K. So Gale makes the call. Boyanovsky turns the nut full house. Now he's just praying that Gale's got the case king or...
You know, this is interesting. You know, I guess he started the hand with 20 blinds, so it's a bit much, but I don't know. I think also winning the pot and just taking it off of Felipe and like cementing yourself as a little bit of the chip leader becomes valuable. Maybe he thinks that, you know, he's going to get a lot of value by calling here in the big blind, but he's also out of position and going to be put in like bad spots a bit of the time. I would have chose to shove pre-flop with his ace-jack.
Yeah, it felt like the opportunity was there. He's worried about the fact that his second in chips would be an absolute disaster to go home in fourth. Block, perhaps. Something like 300K, 400K. He's just going to check the side. And we know what's coming. It's going to be a bet. The question is, how much? Does Boyanovsky just get greedy? Does he want to size down, try and target a deuce or a 5, or maybe some ace-high call? Let's defer to the Brazilian.
1.35.
It's 2/3 pot. Someone in the chat saying table 5 of the 125k. Is it Mockery, Kuhn, Ibinger, Foxen, Binder, and Thorell? There you go. GTO Wizard recommends folding 76% of the time, calling 16% of the time.
Yeah, see,
medium
this is the
raise
problem with,
8%.
just flatting here. You just wind up in this, like, no man's land spot where you're, like, flipping a coin in your head of what do you do on the river. And, here we see Felipe has it, but there's also going to be situations where Felipe doesn't have it. Then I'd rather just, rip it in, pretty much get called, almost never, take down the pot, and move on.
He's flicked in the call. Boyanovsky's up to 9.9 million.
Yeah.
That is a huge momentum shift. He's now got double what second in chips has.
See, I don't like this call. I think that if Felipe is going to pick like a bluff line, he's going to bet the turn and not check the turn to bet the river. I don't think he's actually winning very much at all here. And he's got like the bottom of his range also, like after check calling already, which seems like a 5 or a deuce. So, he's targeting 5 deuce and ace high, and he's got the bottom of all 3.
Well, we just had the opportunity to see what GTO Wizard would do.
Oh, well, yeah, that's true too. GTO Wizard liked to fold most of the time
It
too.
did indeed. Shout out to GTO Wizard. Can beat the best, crush the rest. From grinding micro stakes to battling on $1 million Triton final tables, GTO Wizard gives you the exact same tools the best in the world use. If you want to start your journey to becoming a crusher, now's the time. Visit gtowizard.com today. Or get on a flight to the Himalayas, go and join the Shaolin and Nepalese monks, study the art form of Zen.
That's always an option.
16-hour daily meditation. Become a master of your mind and emotions. And then emerge from the mountains 3 years later with the mental fortitude of a Shaolin monk and come and crush the high stakes. Or just, head on over to gtowizard.com.
One seems a little bit easier than the other. But, as people know me, you know which one I'm picking of the two.
I understand.
I know which one you're doing, bro.
Won't be opening GTO Wizard, that's for sure.
I just gave you flashbacks to 10 years ago, mate.
Well, I don't know if it was 10 years ago, maybe a lifetime or 2 ago, though. I'm sure I was over there.
I love it.
My soul remembers.
I'm thinking of doing... I haven't decided whether I want to do Everest Base Camp in October or...
Does that mean that you're making it like a part of the mountain, like base camp, or base camp means that you're going up the whole mountain?
No, just the base camp. So base camp is at around about 5,000 meters altitude.
How long of a trip is that?
Good question. You can just speed run it, but in order to adjust to acclimatize properly, you probably want to take around 8 to 9 days.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Wow, it's a long
if you're
one.
doing it
Ooh.
properly,
Ooh.
because
the quickest that anyone's running up it then I guess is even in like a few days. You can't do it in less than that.
I'm sure there's some crazy people out there that have.
Yeah, of course. I guess.
For example, it took us.
I wonder what the record is for someone making it up there. Like if they've done it in hours.
Well, this is how absurd it is. It took us 8 days to summit Kilimanjaro, but the record is like 4 hours. So you see
oh
what
my
I mean?
God, there are some real savages out there.
There's some savages out there. Dude.
Yeah.
When we heard that, it was such a humbling. It was like day 5 of our expedition, and our main guide just goes, "Oh yeah, the record, the world record is just like 4 hours," and we're like, "Thanks, mate."
This is kind of interesting where like Felipe checks versus limp, blind versus blind with pocket sevens with, 19 blinds effective. can't say that's a play that I've ever imagined doing myself.
You think he's mixing here in this spot, just giving Kulev enough?
I think he's like
traps?
trapping more, but I think that Kulev's not going to limp super wide here, so you know, I can see the trap when you've got like versus the any 2 limp range, where it's like a stack that you're worried of getting it in against. Whereas like here, I don't know. I think, yeah, I'm sure he studied this spot a whole lot. So, you know, I'm not gonna say it doesn't make sense to me. I can make some sense of it. Just personally, I know that I would have either raised or shoved myself.
Doesn't get there. Was looking for a diamond or a 7. Yeah, it's some really unorthodox plays happening today that have kind of caught us off guard or by surprise. And he's going to allow Kulev back into this match. Kulev's going to be playing 4.5 million. Perhaps more. See if he can extract some value on the river. It's a 60% pot. He's sized it well. I like the size. I feel like Felipe is going to pay this off. Where do the bluffs come from?
It's just like another one of those dicey ones where, like, because you limped, you're in like this difficult spot on the river. You know, I like to imagine, you know, what about shoving here? You know, we've got like a 7 of diamonds in our hand. I'm personally, I would think, you know, instead of calling here and leaving it up for chance, you know, take that 7 of diamonds blocker and go with it.
I feel like given the body language though and the
It does not look like he's deciding to go with it.
Well, that could be a reverse tell. But no, I don't think this screams strength.
Usually that doesn't happen of the, you know, look like this and then rip.
Be sick leveling. You just sat here with like a jack high flush.
Looking up into your like head and
tidy fold there from the Brazilian.
yeah. Well, it was a good read right there.
So the fastest ascent of Kilimanjaro is 4 hours and 56 minutes. Took me 8 days, bro. Oh, man. This is live. This is live indeed. I see a lot of people in the chat asking us. Myself and Bryn are on a 1 hour delayed feed to obviously protect the integrity of the game, but we're watching the same feed that you guys are, hence our ability to interact with you in the chat. Got a question here for you, Bryn, if you don't mind.
Of course.
Saying, question for Bryn Kenny, did you ever consider or have you ever had a mental coach similar to what Michael Jordan had with Tim Grover? We'll get back to it because we have got an all-in, but that's a really cool kind of conversation to dive into. Brandon Wilson calling it off for his tournament life. Dude, if he just holds here, which he will 57% of the time, he's going to retake the chip lead. It's pretty absurd.
It's crazy how quick things can swing. But, you know, I never have had a mental coach. I've kind of been my own mental coach always. It's not something that I'm opposed to. I kind of like, you know, if I had the opportunity where, you know, I connected with someone who I thought could be a good coach for me in any way. I'm always open to it, but just not something that ever happened. So I had to, you know, coach myself through the trenches.
Wilson, one card away from doubling up. Close on
Yeah,
both
that was close
occasions.
looking.
On both turn and river. So Wilson retakes the chip lead. Wojnowski's down to 5.6 million. How about this? Chip leader with 7.2 million, second with 5.6 million, third with 5.5 million, and fourth with 5 million. It is anyone's tournament for the taking. James saying that he feels Kulev has a live read. Maybe he does. Maybe he does. Giver of Freedom saying, as a Nepalese guy, I can tell you many people walk up to base camp on a daily basis. Yeah, and human beings can run 100 meters in less than 10 seconds. Like the 0.00, you know, 1%. Got a massive amount of respect for those guys.
Savages. You know, it's another thing, you know, poker's a massive mental game. You know, it's another massive mental thing.
You can see in the chat, we've got that Triton Poker survey. Get involved, by the way. We read absolutely everything. So if you've got any feedback or input that you feel would help us with the stream or production or commentary, unless it's like get rid of that Henry guy, then
we don't want to hear any of that.
No. No, but in all seriousness, please do. Like any feedback you have, we're really trying to just keep expanding the game and elevating the product that we deliver.
Well, it's so important too for that feedback. You know, how do you learn other than, you know, some feedback from yourself? But, you know, good feedback is always great. I never, you know, try to turn down any.
I think it's so important.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going for this, surely. Oh no, Kulev's not calling off the King 10.
Yeah, well, you meant we're going for the shove.
Going
Which
for
we
the
were,
shove,
surely.
yeah.
We won't be seeing a call with King 10, that's for sure.
No, 100%. You've got to be on board to constructive criticism, and we are.
Well, if you really want to grow, you know, that's one of the only ways to do it. And now, you know, interesting again, we've got, you know, 19 big blind average. Stacks are pretty close. You know, blinds are even up in another 10 hands, and that's a big blind jump. You know, if we were to keep it like this, you're talking about a 14 blind average if no one busts in the next level.
Brandon asking if you use or believe in live reads when you're at the table. Is that part of your arsenal? I feel like
Absolutely.
you have good card sense.
Yeah, I think, you know, because some people make like live reads based on, you know, looking at an opponent. I'd say my live reads are more for bet sizing, how quick they bet, constructing the hand of how they played it, and would they really play the hand that they're now repping on the river that they represented on the flop and the turn. You know, how are they feeling that day? Things like this. I can't say, you know, that I'm looking for, you know, their finger to move like in a certain way or something, but definitely like a lot of factors that I'm putting in to make a decision.
I remember in this card room 6 months ago when you called down Alisson with like king high in some absurd spot.
That was a
Just,
savage
like,
one.
sending him back to Brazil, you know?
I feel happy for him that he was able to come to this Jeju trip here and, you know, take down a trophy, because, you know, a hand like that can really, you know, beat you down, and, you know, it shows the composure.
Raise. 600. Plus.
Talk about variance in tournament poker. Kulev, shortest stack. Going to be able to pick up this 1.3 out there.
1.5 million.
Raise 1.5 million.
Is Holla at Yo Boy like an old screen name of yours?
Actually, it was close to that.
Okay.
Holla at Him was one of the original PokerStars screen names.
Okay. Because IDD saying, ask Bryn if he thought that the young Holla at Your Boy would be a multi-Triton champion one day.
I mean, well, Triton didn't exist then, but, you know, somehow I was telling friends at 17 and 18 that I was going to become #1 all-time winner in poker. So I guess somehow in this, you know, crazy head of mine, I did believe that it was going to happen. And I don't think you can really make it happen unless if you believe in yourself and believe that it's possible.
You spoke it into existence.
Yeah. You know, and then speaking is only so much. You know, you've got to put in, you know, the way I saw it was, if I want to be the best in this game, I have to want it more than everyone else. And what does wanting it more than everyone else mean? It means, you know, playing all day, every day, and, you know, proving it, not just using words, because the words aren't going to be enough to manifest it into reality.
Giving me like a mix of like Bob Proctor, Napoleon Hill, Alan Watts, kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
kind of vibes.
I like Alan Watts for sure. You know, I think I read something that Napoleon Hill wrote because one of my friends recommended. I think I listened to an audiobook sometimes. So
sounds right.
You know, I'm not claiming that any of these words really are mine. I think, you know, in life you want to be the forever student and, you know, be a sponge. And if that's true, you're taking pieces from everywhere, from things that you read, people you respect, friends and family that are close to you and have had an influence on you.
I think if everyone approached life in that way, the world would be much better off for it.
Yeah, definitely. It's, you know, I feel like people are just kind of like too hard on themselves, make mistakes, and then they get in their head a bit, and this, you know, creates like can create an unraveling, you know, of yourself, of your mind at times, you know, and if you're demanding perfection at all times, it's an unrealistic expectation, and you're only doing yourself a disservice.
Well, what do you do in like big moments, big tournaments where you feel like maybe you blundered? Do you have like a team of peers who you respect, who you kind of like talk hands with, or is it more just having compassion and being able to forgive and forget?
Yeah, being able to just like accept things that have happened. There's nothing that you can do to change it, and just try to learn the best that you can from mistakes that you make, and hopefully be stronger from the process.
I wonder if Gale decides to defend here. It's been a while since we've seen a flop.
He'll without a doubt defend this one. It's way too strong to not.
He's tied with Kulev for the chip lead.
They're all kind of like tied.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like
16 to 21 bigs. It's
yeah. You take down a single raise pot, you're the chip leader.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
as simple as that. 1.6 million out there. Gale does not want to connect.
And then, you know, we're 6 hands away from, you know, average stack being 14 blinds.
And there's 1.4 million up top.
There can only be so many more levels that we see tonight.
Ooh. 10-9-8, top and bottom.
Wow.
1.6 in the middle.
I think we're going to see all in on this flop. You know, I think Sebastian's going to have to check raise. You know, since there are so many bad turn cards. You know,
do we check raise flop though? Or
8-9, 8-9, Jack Queen are all like really bad spades, like a brutal card as well. You know, I would, you know, check raise this 100% of the time.
Kulev continues for 600 into 1.6.
You also want to, like, you know, Kulev's opening the cutoff here. He's going to have a tight-ish range. You know, you want to get more money in against King 10 suited, Queen 10 suited. King 10 off might raise here. You know, you want to deny equity from others. I'm surprised to see a call here.
There's been so many spots today where it just felt like someone was going to be out the tournament. And then the way the hand played out or developed.
See, I think that's like a bit too cautious, I feel like, check calling there on the flop.
Yeah.
You know, because when you run into hands like, you know, King Jack, for example, they have like decent equity, and, you know, if you raise, you're going to get them out of the hand, so you're denying like a good bit of equity. You know, you block the sets of 10s and 8s. If he's got Queen Jack, you know, throw your hands up.
C'est la vie, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, not anymore. You know, you're still alive to it. If you're up against Queen Jack, you just got the full double and binked the 10 on the turn. And now, you know, it's going to go check, check. I can't imagine Alex doing anything but check here.
Maybe he goes small just to try and...
Oh.
Just try and, you know, charge.
Yeah, but I just don't see where he's getting value in this one is the problem. You know, from Jack 9 or Jack 9 maybe, you know, from... He's also got the Queen of Spades in his hand. You know, from like Ace X of Spades. There aren't too many cards that are bad for him after your opponent check calls the flop here. You know, I think this is one of those where like trying to get too much value. Where you can also, you know, if you check here, some hands that he has no pair on the river might try to bluff, so you're getting extra money that way. See here, you know, if he calls here, his 10, like his hand is kind of like exposed as a 10. I would almost consider min raising here. You know, which you could do sometimes as bluffs to try to get more money in the pot. I would have also considered leading on the turn here. It's just, you know, when you're sitting there with like top boat, you know, it's hard to find that. But, you know, I think your bluffs are going to lead on 10 also. So it's like if your bluffs are going to lead on 10, you should be betting some value, and probably your full houses are the ones that you want to bet.
Kulev now losing to like Ace 7 of Spades. You see him kind of...
Well, he's very lucky here because, you know, if Sebastian takes my line and raises the flop, Alex is out of the tournament.
Yep. Yep. Big old side there
So,
from
you know,
Kulev.
Free roll, kind of. And, you know, Because, you know, Sebastian's trying to like navigate and not like get all of his chips in, of course, because him and Alex are like chip leader to go into the hand. But the thing is, it was a 4 blind difference from chip leader to last. So it's not like you're really chip leader. And the big jumps are always from first to second. Like, yeah, there's like jumps from fourth to third and third to second. But also taking down a big pot here that you're not. See, like if he knocks out Alex or takes down, you know, a big pot, you know, your opponents are short. Not short, but shortish. And then especially when the blinds go up in 5 hands at 4K big blind, you know, you can start putting them in with any 2 and run away with the tournament if you don't run into a top 5% of your of hands in the first like 3 hands. Well, looks down at kings now. See here I would make a small raise. I know you want to like limp, but
775.
yeah, I like this one. Just because you don't want to give a free flop and let someone like outdraw you to like, you know, you don't want 8 deuce off or 9-6 to like flop 2 pairs straight with like some garbage. It's really important just to take down these pots.
Bryn Kenny in the booth alongside me. No one in the world has won more money at the Triton Super High Roller Series. I saw you cross the 50 million in earnings at the Triton Series. All right, dude.
Well, what's the gap between me and second?
Let's have a look.
Okay, I got Kuhn by about like 13 million.
Yeah. Wilson rips it in. Ace Jack.
Makes sense.
Ace 6 for Kulev. 11 bigs. It's the mark. Yeah, there was some stat that I had the other day where in 100K plus buy-ins, I think you had played like something like 27 and cashed for like 38 million or
something crazy.
They're just like an average cash of like 1.3 million, 1.4 million. All right, Bryn. Take a day off, mate.
I mean, it's ridiculous, yeah. You know, the million cash for 20, which, you know, I'll call winning, but I didn't hold up the trophy. You know, the 2 biggest invitationals that there have ever been, you know, I got the most money in both of them. And then throw in on top of that, I've won 2 main events as well. Like, you know, I'm just happy to be on the right side of this simulation.
The right side of the simulation.
It's a good place to be.
Cheers saying, the analysis is what I've always wanted from poker commentary. Loving it a lot. Thank you, mate. And Brian saying, yeah, it's not just pure explaining the board as if we were blind like some other commentators we could learn nothing from. But name their names. I want names. All right? Names in the chat. So I can just message them personally. No, I'm joking.
So I can message them personally. You might not blow them up on stream, but you know, you may write them and be like,
so
"Hey,
yo,
mate,
step up your game."
You gotta,
okay?
yeah, yeah.
No, I love it. Whoa, hang on, what?
What is it?
What? So
he threw him 1 chip and said raise, which means that he's min raising, and just he didn't want to think in his head how much min raise actually was, and he didn't want to lose any of his time clock. Since actually he's got 11 seconds left on his clock.
Okay. So we're playing a mystery hand here, Jupiter mystery hand.
Can you pause? Can't be that much.
They're trying to...
475.
It's been a long day, guys. Everyone's trying to figure out the size of the raise.
It's 1,250, I think. If 775 is right, I think it's 1,250. Because he raised 475 on 300. Add 475 to 775. I've got 1,250.
You're right. They're only adding 375 to the raise, though.
Yeah, I don't know. And it looks like 775 in front of him. The dealer's got it wrong.
Should be
And
1,250.
no one's saying anything.
I think they're all pretty burnt out, mate. No, I mean, all of them were struggling. Like, even Wilson was like, you guys figure it out, raise.
Well, that makes sense, too. He's got 11 seconds left on his clock. And he already lost two seconds. Oh, no, he's got 1.3 out there, so it must be... It looks like one... Wait. No, they messed it up here. Yeah.
Live misclick.
Under min raise. I'm surprised, though, that no one spotted that. Like, not even players. Well, I guess since we're delayed.
We're on an hour delay, yeah.
Yeah, so we can't spot it.
Unless if you got your time machine.
I didn't.
You didn't
Not
bring
today.
it. You didn't bring it.
Well, you know, I can't be letting people know my secrets. You know, if I had a time machine, I might not let anyone know.
That would be smart. 2.6 out there. Wilson going to continue after flopping mid-pair. Playing a mystery hand with Boyanovsky. So this went 775 pre from the Brazilian. Had this really weird misclick stuff go down from Brandon Wilson to 1.15. It's continued for one blind on the flop. 3.2 in the middle. Boyanovsky with sub 1 SPR. Just 2.8 back.
It's an interesting one.
He's going to check back.
You
Try
know,
and get this one to showdown.
You know, it's interesting that he bet min bet on the flop on 3-4 jack, where like I don't know that Felipe's got many folds at all versus min bet, and your 4 is very, you know, not so strong. You've got overcards against you essentially with any hand that he has at all, every single hand. Even, you know, if he has ace deuce, essentially it's got 2 overcards since one's a straight and one's an overcard.
It feels like he's going to float close to range as well.
Yeah. And now you're just going to wind up where it comes like 7 on the turn. You know, does Felipe not just like...
And we all know Felipe's from Brazil.
Does
so
he not bet his whole range here?
Well, he's about to say 2.75 million and leave himself with 50 back because he's Brazilian.
You know, he could even throw in a bet of like 950 to 1.4 or 2. Oh, you picked it right.
Get your Vamoses in the chat. If you're fans of the Brazilian, of course. How do we even start to deconstruct this range?
Especially since we got a mystery hand here, I'm thinking like the mystery is a bluff somehow.
Yeah. So is ace 5, ace deuce just like always in pre?
Yeah, maybe not ace deuce off, but maybe it is. So there's probably not ace high here. His bluffs are probably hands like queen 9, queen 8 suited that have like backdoor flush draws, king 8. King 9 suited that have backdoors. King 10.
I'm going
Queen
with
10.
Pocket aces.
Oh, Queen 10's not a bluffer. King 10 either now. You're going with pocket aces.
Going with pocket aces.
Okay. bold one.
I'll even call the suits if you want.
Well, the suits
Ace
don't
of
matter too
spades,
much.
ace
So
of hearts.
see, oh no, he rivered it.
What? This was a 3-bet pot pre, chat, and he did river it. Also with that min click pre, just giving Boyanovsky the right price. This is...
You see, like these guys, you know,
absurd.
the ones who I don't want to get into these like min clicks with is like someone like Felipe, because he just like, he's very comfortable navigating through these weird min raises, clicks and stuff. I would say of like maybe all players that I've played with recently, he's like he's one of the most comfortable in that.
It's these Brazilians, man. They play poker the
But
same
especially
way.
him, he's a clicker.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, they love to samba. They love Brazilian jiu-jitsu. They love just getting in all of these, like, you know, nuanced spots that other people find uncomfortable, and they just, they feel fluid there.
Yeah.
1.5 million 50.
He really wanted to get that 50 in there too.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Wow, four-handed. This is rough.
Well, that's a very easy way to get untilted, is winning all in here.
All in. All in.
Ooh.
Wow.
Four-handed.
I think he's got to lay this down.
It says 15 bigs.
I think he's lucky that it's not 2 9s.
Can I get a count, please?
Oh, Wilson loves to hear that. He's he's like, come on, Sebastian.
Come on, baby.
Come on in. You know what the Germans say, always coming 7. Always coming 7.
Thank you.
One of the biggest hands of this final table about to go down. Sebastian gets out of the way. Kulev has to call it off. The Bulgarian on the hunt for his second trophy. If he busts here, which he will 29% of the time, we are guaranteed to be crowning a new Triton champion. He's the only player left in the field with a golden Trident. 7.3 in the middle. Ace needed. And well, King 3 deuce is going to be a tough one to dig his way out of. Queen, Jack, 4 of 5 needed for a sweat. There's the 5 of hearts, okay. 4 outs once. Would be a disgusting way to do it. No pain this time for Wilson.
Not this time.
GG's announced. Congratulations to Kulev for a pretty sick performance. Couple of spots as well, Bryn, you know, where you mentioned that he could have just been dealt out the tournament and found a way to, like, not bust. So
Yeah, I think he played very well. So, you know, you know, if you're him, it's kind of like unfortunate, just things didn't really go his way from four-handed.
We always knew at this stack depth as well that it was going to come down to just running well in some key spots, right? So, 4th place for Kulev, 516,000, a little 10 buy-ins, not bad for a day and a half's work. Would have much preferred to have won that hand and still be in this fight. I'm sure we're seeing plenty of him in the 125k tomorrow. As Bryn mentioned earlier, we've got that 100k main coming up in just a few days' time as well. We're down to 3. 626,000 locked up. for the podium finishers. Bryn's getting his boogie on in the booth.
No one saw that, though.
Dancing along. We need to get a little in
to the
booth
music.
camera.
So now that means that we will have a new Triton champion.
Is it?
I don't know. Is it allowed? Deal making, is it allowed or?
You guys interested or no?
Sure.
Deal making is allowed.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll pause the tournament for us though.
Yeah, they will. You can tell these guys are first timers.
Would you pause?
Yeah, they're gonna make you, lose your time bank.
Do you pause the tournament for us to talk about it?
Let me.
I'm fine with it.
I think I want to play. Let's just play.
Sure.
Oh,
Wilson's got that dog in him. It was interesting because Wilson said we could talk, and then he was like, actually, you know what? Blinds going up, 200K, 400K.
You know, those times usually when I've seen when someone's like, yeah, let's talk, and backtracks on it,
yeah,
they're usually the next person out. And I mean, maybe I'm a little bit superstitious in like that kind of way, but I've seen it enough to.
Well, what do you think it is? You think it's like an energetic thing where you've agreed to like look at
Kind
numbers
of.
and then taken it back?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Because then it's always in your
Also,
mind.
you know, I think that Brandon is a great poker player. I also think that he's played the worst poker at this final table of the last 4 players.
Okay. Does anything stand out in particular?
I mean, we've said it like a few times, you know, throughout.
Is there anything that comes to mind that you've
Well,
seen?
you know, just like clicking around this, like, you know, queen 4 that, you know, then min bets the flop. I don't like. You know, what were some of the other ones? I can't really pull them back. Oh, the call off with pocket 4s I didn't like.
Right.
And there was another one.
It's practically tied here. Chip leader has 21 bigs. Shortest stack has 17. It's anyone's game. So there were discussions of a deal. I don't know exactly who initiated it. I want to say it was Boyanovsky.
Plus, you know, that's the other thing, too. You know, not to throw shade at Brandon's game at all. I think he's a great poker player. You know, everyone just has, you know, good days and bad days.
I only have good days. I'm the
well, yeah,
luckiest man alive.
because you're not playing any cards, so
I'm the luckiest man alive, right?
Well, it's different. I mean, good days in terms of like how well you play that day.
I know what you mean.
We're all. I mean, if we're here at Triton, we're all having great days because how lucky can you be to, you know, play 50 to 150K tournaments for a living?
Sebastian, chip leader, 22 bigs. So the difference in numbers, 626,000 locked up. Looking at a $322,000 ladder between second and third. And a $450,000 between first and second. Champions going home with $770,000 more than third place. So this is a very high stakes sit and go right now. 3-handed sit and go.
Da, 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 da. And I mean, now we've got what? Average stack, where's that? 7.7, 19 blinds again, average stack. If no one busts in the next 11 hands, it'll be 15.5 blinds average stack. So, you know, money's going in soon. But they are going to navigate this cautiously at this stage. Being close in chips between the 3 of them.
Yeah, it's pretty absurd how top heavy this is, man. I mean, first is more than double what third gets.
You know, but yeah, I guess there are all different types of approaches here. You know, I think I would have ripped Queen 9 off here in the small blind versus 16 blinds. You know, plays fine enough if you do get called, and just taking down these pots is worth so much to keep like your chip lead going, and then just chipping them down and being able to lean on both. And I think Queen 9 is definitely a good enough hand to do so.
Sebastian looking for a king, queen, or an 8. As Boyanovsky fires out a bet, 700,000 on the river, on the turn. There is the call, 2.6 million out there. Doesn't get there, but I do wonder if that is a merciful river for Gale. See this one going check, check now.
I think Felipe is going to value bet. Because like the straight draws, or a bit of the straight draws that can check call the turn, now hit a pair of 9s on the river. Oh, was wrong. But he's going to win the pot. And see, like, those things are such big swings of, like, just picking up that hand pre-flop as opposed to now losing an extra bet and the pot.
Yeah. It was a sizable bet as well.
Oh, yeah,
700K.
2 blinds bet and the pot. And the pot's, 3 blinds as well. So, instead of winning that pot of 3 blinds, you lose it and an extra 2 at 19 blind average. Like, that's a swing.
Chip leader with 20 bigs. Second in chips with 19. Third with 18.
Yeah.
Good luck, chaps. Pretty absurd that Boyanovsky was down to 3 big blinds with like 14 left.
Yeah.
Here he is.
Yeah, crazy.
All in.
Sebastian just rips it.
Easy shove.
Fearless. Trying to get value from pocket 2s.
Trying to take down the pot.
Just levels to this.
See, now if he raise called, then we could say trying to get levels for pocket 2s.
Blinds going up in 8 hands time. See some Brazilian flags in the chat. I believe if Boyanovsky takes this down, he'd be the 4th Brazilian champion, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh.
Ooh. This feels like ace-9 suited, we're in. Well, ace-9-0, we're in. What do you think, Bryn? Ace-7?
Tough one, close. Because then the thing is, like, Brandon's gonna probably raise call with with a lot of the hands that dominate his A7, and now we dominate like a bit of his hands with worse aces. So he's got for sure more worse aces than he has better ones. Lays it down.
Let's it go, yeah. Some really close spots today at this FT. I think this will be one of those that gets reviewed a bunch for ICM purposes. This is pretty ridiculous. 20 big blinds, 20 big blinds plays 18 big blinds. Gale gonna come in with a open. There we go. Wojnowski's out of there. I don't want to talk it into existence, but it's been a while since we've had a flush, V-flush type situation.
Well, Brandon's hoping that it goes a bit longer.
2.2 million out there.
This would be some premonition right here, you know, if somehow it was flush versus flush. There still is a chance.
You see the 3 of spades. You see Wilson's got
I wonder if
60% of a
if
flush.
he's gonna bet this 7 or check it back. Yeah, I like to check it back too. So you don't want to get check raised. You don't want to get it in versus a 10 and just be in bad shape. I think he'll check it back again here. No reason to bet third pair. I don't see one.
Seen a lot of this pot control in these
And you know,
heavy ICM spots.
You know, you're repping. It looks like you've got ace high. Brandon likes to, you know, take spots. So he's allowing a hand like 8-4 that, you know, only has 3 outs going to the river and giving him a chance to bluff.
We're comfortable just calling.
Yeah, I don't think as played you can really lay it down.
1.8.
1.8.
It's a big bet from Wilson.
Yeah, you know, I don't really like this bet because, you know, you can target ace highs with smaller. You know, I guess if somehow Sebastian folds the 7, then I like this bet from Wilson, but I don't think that you can like check. Yeah, see, the wizard never folds.
Wait, hang on. The wizard's all in with this hand?
That's a strange one. I didn't expect that.
That can't be right.
Well, it might, you know, it might just say that, like, you know, calling with a king, you know, is a tough one. The one thing the wizard does is never fold.
That much we know. The wizard's never folding. Let's see if Gale got his invitational to Hogwarts. His wizard invitation. Does he qualify? No, he's banned from Hogwarts,
Oh
chat.
my God, what? No, there's no way you can check back twice there and then fold. Check back twice is so that you can catch the bluff. Oof. I guess that's why Brandon didn't want to chop. I mean, I guess great bet. You know, if you bet smaller, he's getting snapped out. I mean, it's a great bet versus this hand that somehow he gets a fold from.
Boyanovsky, 17 bigs on the button. Hard 8.
Probably a shove.
4 median.
I guess that makes sense, just in case if it goes shove. You know, he folds. Although 3 probably does the same thing, so I'd have just probably made it a little bit less. You know, make it like 2.8 or something and fold versus jam.
Brandon Wilson, chip leader, courtesy of that bluff getting through. If Brandon chips this, I hope on the intro of his interview, just like, that's why I didn't want to make a deal. And just drops the mic. Just proper Conor McGregor style. Where's my belt?
I don't see him as the guy doing that.
No, I don't know. But still, give me my belt.
Well, we're only 5 hands away from the blinds going up again, and you know, people sitting with 15.5 blind average. You know, we're sitting, you know, at 19 blind average. So we will see a winner sometime soon. That's for sure.
Quick dealer change. Bryn's dancing again. As the music comes on, you guys know what that means. Time for a shout out for our title sponsor, Jupiter Exchange. You guys can head on over to jupe.ag and utilize the platform where Jupiter are using or bringing everyday finance on-chain as the stable coin for on-chain finance. I wish there was a camera in here, man.
I thought that maybe they just put the camera on it because the lights just showed up. What was that?
I don't know.
You sure they didn't just get me?
Maybe they're recording over there. Yeah, little boogie.
They had to show a little bit of it, maybe.
Pocket jacks.
800.
Sebastian Gale opening on the button. Uh-oh. Felipe's got an ace.
This will be an all-in pot. People love the ace-5 suited. So I didn't see it as like a 3-bet fold.
Good luck, chaps. This is huge. Huge for both. I mean, Boyanovsky converts to 33%, and Gale's down to just 25% of a big blind. Sebastian holds, which he will 2/3 of the time. It's going to come into heads up with an overwhelming chip lead. Crazy how this whole final table has played out. Okay, 7 of clubs for a sweat.
It's a good flop for jacks.
I'll take a shot.
Shop is fair.
Jack of clubs.
Every all-in, without doubt. They're trying to make deals with the poker gods. No jack of clubs on the turn means that we're going to have an outright winner in this hand. Boyanovsky looking for an ace or a 5.
Not going to be it.
I'm not sure, but yeah, I think you
Deuce of spades. Completes the run out. They're going to make it official because it is so close.
Yeah, 100K difference. And unless if the graphics are wrong, we'll have a 3rd place finisher.
Just the quarter of a big blind
Wild
difference between the two. GG's, Felipe.
Especially now, it's like kind of sick where if it was the other way, because if Felipe just is left with 100K, he gets to put his money in, and since there's a big blind ante, there's an extra 400 in there, and he winds up getting 7-1-ish on his money.
Pretty absurd. What a fun run for him.
So like actually that 100K chip is worth like 400K or something.
GG's to Brazil's Felipe Bojanovski, out in third place for $626,000, which if you backtracked by about 3 hours and asked him when he had 3 big blinds with 15 left, if he would take third place money, I think he would have bit your hand off. So $626,000 for him as the Brazilians continue to thrive here in Jeju.
And when you look at that, that's such a, like, that's when the big pay jumps hit.
That's
the
huge.
Big pay jumps are from first to second, second to third. All the other ones were about 100K difference. So winning that all in and getting into like heads up is
it's massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, the difference between third and first is more than double. We're looking at a $760,000 difference. There you go. Felipe out in third for 66. So $948,000 locked up for Brandon Wilson and Sebastian Gale. Brandon Wilson, by the way, came second in this very event to Punat Puntsri just 6 months ago at the last Jeju stop. So an opportunity for him for redemption to close this one out. But he's got an uphill climb. He has to overcome this chip leader. Bryn and I are stepping away for a very short break. Don't go too far, because when we come back, we're going to be playing down to a champion. See you very shortly.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds, right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I'd say the only brutal thing is the flights at the airport and where they fly to. There's not too many international flights, so when I come to Korea, it's a long trip.
Yeah, I can
But
imagine.
actually, they said I was reading something that they should add a Seoul flight in Austin this year, and also a Tokyo flight, which would be perfect for me. Those would be the exact two
Those are the
flights
two spots, right.
that I would love for them to add. At least there's a direct to London, so when I go to Montenegro
Right.
or Cyprus or so, London's the best transfer city. Well, this one's getting in.
Mandatory.
Yeah, well, like Matthias can't really do anything when Sebastian now puts like a bet out. He's probably going to bet, you know, a blind and a change. Well, you see here too, Matthias is 45% to win the pot. He's only got $1 million behind, and there's 700 in the pot. So, you know, Sebastian's got a good hand, and they're basically flipping.
250.
Does Sebastian ever have bet folds? Hence the need for check raise.
I guess like
So where do you think the check, the C bet folds are coming from? Maybe some like ace-5 suited?
yeah, exactly. Ace-9 suited, stuff like that where, you know, although when he bets 2 blinds there, he probably doesn't really have any folds. He might have bet 1.5 blinds if he was actually going to fold, because if Matthias has anywhere around this board, he's got to go with it. If he's got any open-ended spades or a 10 or a jack, he's going to have to go with it regardless. So
Right.
he might lean towards losing a little less chips when Matthias does have it.
Queen or a spade needed, otherwise we have our first casualty of this final table.
So yeah, I feel like when he bets 2 blinds, he's never folding, but also, you know, we saw the equity being very close on the flop, so Matthias definitely can't lay it down, and, you know, we got our first casualty of the table.
GG's to the 5-time champ.
It will be a call. But
Gonna head home with $243,000 for his efforts. First ladder for everyone else. Everyone now guaranteed 325,000.
I mean,
also the elimination of.
It must be.
Look at that beautiful orange jumpsuit.
Always, dude. It's always fresh out of Azkaban.
Fresh off his spaceship.
Okay, never mind, bro. Never mind. After tournament.
Absolute legend. It's just like 13 for Sebastian and 12 for Anatoly, and that's before the blinds go up. Good luck, sir. Oh, we're going. We're going. It's go time. Fair fight. Doesn't get much fairer than this, Bryn, does it?
Oh, yeah, he loves to see this hand, at least, when he gets snap all in.
The young German pro, Sebastian Gale, who first joined us in Vietnam of 2023. That was his first series. Since then, it's been a 3-year hiatus.
Now he found his way to a final table.
Yeah, what do you think he was doing? He was out there. Wow, what a flop. How about that?
Maybe he was out there, you know, grinding it out online, I guess, and getting himself ready for the next one to show up to.
Sharpening the blade.
Yeah.
To come and compete. Play the highest stakes against some of the best players in the world. He's 1 card away from practically doubling up. Just needs to fade a queen or a jack. 4 outs for the Russian. Would be a nasty way to go, but it's the deuce of diamonds.
GG, bro. GG.
Do you think Sebastian was holding his breath the entire run out?
Oh, for sure.
Turn and river. That's great news for the other short stacks as they secure a ladder. Really grim spot. 3rd in chips. He is going to try and open. Joe has to run it. Ace-5. He's going to leave 25K back. One-tenth of a big blind behind. 27% of the equity. Surely Joe is out the door. Needs a jack for a chop. Kulev's flop top and bottom. This is bleak for the two-time champion.
He's looking for a chop over here, hoping to hit a jack or running pair that's above an 8.
Queen of clubs. Queen of hearts. Queen or a jack needed.
And yeah, that was the best card he could hope for other than a jack. Or, I mean, one of the best 9, 10, queen, and king were all the same. Well,
GG.
That's going to leave us with 4 left.
GG's, sir. That is a disappointing run for Joe. I'll tell you that much. Came in to the final table with a sizable chip lead. And it really all boiled down to that one hand against Brandon Wilson, the self-inflicted wound, if you will.
Yeah.
That 10-8 hand. They love Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. They love just getting in all of these, like, you know, nuanced spots that other people find uncomfortable, and they just, they feel fluid there.
Yeah.
1.5 million 50.
He really wanted to get that 50 in there, too.
Wow, four-handed. This is rough.
Well, that's a very easy way to get untilted, is winning all in here.
All in. All in.
Ooh.
Wow.
Four-handed.
I think he's got to lay this down.
It says 15 bigs.
I think he's lucky that it's not 2 9s.
Can I get a count, please?
Oh, Wilson loves to hear that. He's like, come on, Sebastian.
Come on, baby.
Come on in. You know what the Germans say, always coming 7. Always coming 7.
Thank you.
One of the biggest hands of this final table about to go down. Sebastian gets out of the way. Kulev has to call it off. The Bulgarian on the hunt for his second trophy. If he busts here, which he will 29% of the time, we are guaranteed to be crowning a new Triton champion. He's the only player left in the field. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series, powered by Jupiter here in Jeju. We're down to heads up in the 50K, and I'm joined by the 5-time Triton champion, the most winningest tournament poker player of all time, Bryn Kenny. He's been on the call with me for the entire final table, and any surprises to kind of see these two kind of rise to the top in terms of, you know, play style and just the overall performance from both?
No, not really. You know, they kind of had good stacks, and they had good situations. You know, Sebastian was towards the bottom of the counts and woke up with that ace-jack of hearts and hit the heart on the river. So he had kind of a few good situations. You know, this one here, jacks versus ace-5 suited, held also. So, you know, and then Brandon had some, like, good pickups of all in pots won, and he was a huge chip leader earlier on. So him to get heads up isn't really a surprise at all, although he could have easily busted out in 5th or 4th place if something went different. So makes sense to me.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he was almost runaway chip leader at one point, courtesy of Joe Trent running a savage bluff on him. That was with like 6 left. And then you're right, he kind of dropped down, dwindled back after losing that big pot against Sebastian Gill, who is going to square off against in this heads-up match. Gill coming in with the chip lead, 38 big blinds, playing 20. There was talks of a deal, or whispers even, 3-handed, but it was Brandon Wilson who looked up at the clock and said, no, thank you, gentlemen. I want to play for the win. And, well, he has his opportunity here, but he needs to find a double-up spot soon because, well, blinds going up in just 3 hands' time. Average stack 29 bigs. Wilson playing 20 bigs. Gale playing 38. 948,000 locked up. 1.4 million for the win. And of course, we will be crowning a first-time Triton champion, regardless of who closes this one out. Guys, you don't have long. Head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app. You can cast your vote over on our poll, which is an opportunity for you to vote for your favorite player of the day. Joe Tren, Felipe Boyanovsky, Brandon Wilson, Alex Kulev, Sebastian Gale, Matthias Eivinger. Cast your vote. As we kick things off here. Hand one, heads up. I feel like Sebastian Gale had a pretty swingy day as well. Ran that bluff very early against Brandon Wilson. Look at this, by the way, just flopping trip deuces on the 3 deuce deuce. Wilson sets fire to 500,000. Do we just want to get greedy?
1.5 million.
It does.
I don't like this.
Just because Wilson has so much air.
Like, yeah, limp pot, you know, what are you really targeting here? You know, to hope that he just somehow has a 3. You know, and you can call here and, you know, have hands like gut shot straight draws and stuff like this. It doesn't mean, you know, you have to have a deuce.
Like them.
You know, and if you do, raising 3 makes sense because, you know, it's weak and there's every card in the deck's an overcard. So I think with a 3 you've got to raise, but I think, you know, he got a little too excited with his deuce and
it's just like, wow. First hand.
Wow, I'm gonna let's just end this right now. Come on, baby.
Let's go. I'm curious to see how Gale proceeds on the button.
Limping. Lots of limping you're gonna see.
Wilson gonna check back. Blinds will be going up in 2 hands to big blind 500k. Both players brick. Queen 10-7. Does Gale want to take a stab now? No. Check, check. 4 diamonds on the turn, making this one near impossible for Sebastian to take down. Because even if he bets now, Wilson won't be going anywhere. You have to find a double barrel. 1.2 out there. Goes check, check. Wilson, Rivers, 4th pair. Does he want to try and extract value here from a pair of 5s? It's tough to make pairs.
Yeah, but it's tough to get much value from anything. So I think this hand's a much better like check call hand than it is like to bet for value.
Try and get called by an ace high, king high that was limping in as a trap. That's 400k and no nonsense from the German. Understandably so, just 3 high. So we've got a real treat for the poker fans around the world, especially those that are over in North America, in the Western Hemisphere, maybe just waking up. When we wrap up here, we'll be picking up coverage of the 125k as the stakes are getting higher here in Jeju. 125k, nice little main event warm-up.
Time for the high stakes poker to happen.
There you go.
The 100+ buy-ins just beginning.
Bring Kenny specials.
Exactly what I live for.
.2 in the middle. Trouble for the German, by the way, through no fault of his own.
Well, I don't really think too much trouble. He's just gonna like, you know, check call like a min bet here or something. Like I would say actually the one who it's more dangerous for is Brandon, because if a 4 or an 8 comes off, his hand is strong.
Goes check on the flop. Value missed perhaps from
No
Wilson.
point. Yeah, no point to bet his 8-4. Brandon's gonna bet something here. Somewhere in the range of 1 to 2 blinds, probably about half pot, a blind and a half, if I had to guess. Check again. Oh, that really surprises me.
You think value missed? Sebastian checking a third time. Happy to show down his pair of 4s. 1.2 in the middle. Surely now. Brandon Wilson is going to look to get some value, and I would expect to see a big bet here. Looks like 75% pot, 900 into 1.2.
Yeah, like, you know, he might get nothing here.
We saw Sebastian fold third pair earlier on. Different spot, but similar line. He's going to flick in the call. Wilson picks up a, what's that? 3 million chip pot. 14 million plays 9. Very light round of applause there. It was like a lone clap.
I don't think there's any. Doesn't sound like there's anyone over there watching.
You ever done that before, where you at like a, I don't know, like a show or something, and you want to clap, but no one else has started clapping yet? You're just like, well, do I not? Should I be the first? Do I start the round of applause myself? Should I not? That's what that clap was like. It was like one clap, and then no one else was clapping, so the person thought better.
And, you know, it seems like, you know, Brandon, to someone, they could say, you know, since he bet big on the river, it looks like Brandon got max value there, but we know that he didn't, because he would have got called on the flop and the turn.
Oh, wow.
All in pot. Brandon's going to need to win, to hit a 9 to win.
Wow. This is great.
This one, especially since Sebastian goes raise, Brandon's going to rip his hand here with ace-9.
All right, lads.
And unless if there's like a chop somehow, someone's going to be massive chip leader or the tournament's going to be over.
That's really unfortunate.
11% to chop, so that's happening 11% of the time. This tournament's over 67% of the time.
Kind of didn't want it to end that way, you know. I didn't want
you
it to
wanted
just
to
be
see some type of like a
call,
savage
yeah.
savage bluff that gets through and then
Something
they win.
like that.
Yeah, this is kind of anticlimactic for sure.
Yeah, I wanted to see like someone try and run a savage bluff, and then you know you just see someone make a massive hero call for the title. 6-6-4, opportunities. Neither player with a club. That's one hell of a rail. Sebastian.
It looks like it might be a break of the tournament, so his friends were able to come over.
He's one card away from lifting his first Triton trophy. 41% of the time they will tie. Card above a 10. King, 4. Doesn't find it. Sebastian Gale is a Triton champion. There we go.
You got some emotion.
There
Excitement.
we go.
Woo!
But see, I love that. I love how he was just locked in throughout the entire day. No emotions, just focused on the task at hand. But as soon as the final hand was dealt, the trophy is his. He finally let it out, Bryn.
He seems young. Do we know how old he is? Seems like he might be in his 20s or low 30s.
Thanks for putting me on the spot. I have absolutely no idea. My guess is 26.
That would have been something about my over-under too.
Yeah, we should set the line then. Congratulations to our new Triton champion. He's going home with just shy of 1.4 million.
Took quite a while, but
And
strong performance by him. Had 2 good
Very
spots.
strong
Played well.
performance, yeah.
Has
I
to be
agree.
happy with. I mean, he's happy that he won this tournament today too. He's even happier that Brandon turned down the chop.
You love that, don't you? You really love that.
Well, you know, it's just I wasn't, you know, necessarily rooting for it, but I told you, you know, usually that's the way that the thing goes. The guy who turns down the chop doesn't seem to walk away with the trophy too often. Especially, well, that's not true. It's more like, yeah, I'm interested in looking. No, I don't want to do it.
Well, commiserations to Brandon Wilson, who once again...
Still a nice win.
Yeah,
You know, he's got
948,000.
I'm sure he's pretty
2
happy about
times
that regardless.
He's come second place in this very tournament.
Back-to-back series here.
Back-to-back second places, yeah. So what have I got to do to win? Last time round he lost to Fernand Punsri, now falling short to the German pro Sebastian Gales. We welcome you back to the break desk. Bryn, I just want to extend my regards on the entire Triton team for giving us your time, man. We really appreciate you coming in. There are much better things for you to be doing, such as playing the 125K. But you came in and you shared some wisdom. And yeah, good luck in the rest of the series. I know you're really excited for the high stakes coming up.
Oh, for sure.
What?
And I hope to be able to, you know, put on a good show for Triton at some point this week. You know, maybe I'll come back in the booth, but hopefully I can.
Hopefully you can, but if you ever do want to come back, please do feel free. I know the fans around the world were very engaged in the chat and really enjoying your analysis and some of the insights you shared. And yeah, we'll be seeing Bryn Kenny tomorrow for the 125K. We'll be jumping in at the start of day 2. We're going to be throwing it down to our champion. Bryn and I are going to be stepping out. We've got Randy, Alex, and Justin Saliba joining in the commentary booth for the 125K as we play down through the final levels of day 1. For now, though, a word with Stanley and our champion of the 50K.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, right next to me is our 50K champion, Sebastian Gale. Sebastian, you have a very interesting story. You started with us back in Vietnam in 2023. We didn't see you for quite a bit. Came back in 2026. You cashed 3 for 3 at Triton 1. And then at your main event, your first main series event, you cashed, I think you finished, what, 7th? So it's been a very, very good start. Now here you are lifting your very first trophy. I mean, you have to tell me, what is going on in your head right now?
yeah, it's tough to put it in words. Like, I played so many years for this moment, and finally we are here. So still have to let it sink in everything, but it feels incredible.
I mean, let's talk about that final table, because it's really been a grind. Chips has been passed left and right. It's been really a tug of war, you know. So how do you stay composed and patient when a situation like that occurs?
Yeah, I think you just get used to it, like with playing many final tables, and at one point you just have the patience and wait for your spots. And it was a really tough final table, like I think only really, really good players at it. So yeah, I think I got really lucky and I took my spots.
Right. So, I mean, like, besides being patient and composed, what do you think you rely the most, you know, that puts you on the edge?
I think for sure the mental game. So it goes up and down. Like, one time you're the chip leader and then you are like in the bottom of the field, and just play every spot as it comes and don't be too hang on if you were chip leader before and then lost a few pots.
Okay, finally, Sebastian, you know, you're back with us here in 2026. You've had an amazing start for the first stop of the year. Will we be seeing more of Sebastian Gale?
Yeah, that's a good question. I hope we will, and for sure I will plan to come back.
All right, you heard it here first. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome Luca to pass out Sebastian his first Triton Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, Sebastian Gale, your 50K champion.
And welcome back to the booth, everyone. My name is Randy Liu alongside Alex Livingston, who I've missed for a few days, but we do have another guest here. This is Justin Saliba of America. I saw you watching on the sidelines, talking to Wilson, who did get second place. Obviously a bit disappointed, but I don't know, talk about that support for me.
Yeah, I mean, he's been on an amazing run. He's playing great. I think he performs extremely well at Tritons, and so it's just awesome to watch and kind of follow along his journey as a Chicago legend now.
Yeah, that is true. So he first showed up to Jeju 2025, had a lot of scores, and then you saw in Jeju 2 actually picked up second for 1.15 million. And I'm going to actually look into this a little deeper to see what happened there. It looks like he lost to Punat Punsri, 5-time champ, for 1.7 million. But I was actually looking at your profile, and you too also got second place for about $1 million.
Yeah, this is Montenegro 2024 against Amati Mateos.
Yeah, so obviously a huge killer, very good in the game. Now, what's interesting for me is I know you're a No Limit Hold'em superstar, but you're a mixed game superstar. So how do you guys actually know one another?
There's actually a pretty good story there, which is that Jake Daniels, a mutual friend of ours, was going to come with me on a golf trip to Nova Scotia, and he invited Justin along, and yeah, I said, absolutely, we could use another player, and so that was kind of how we first started hanging out. It was a golf trip, although the first time I actually played with Justin was about 6 months prior to that in a No Limit tournament at the Wynn.
Okay, but are you actually good at golf, or were you just being a caddy for him?
I just wanted to gamble. You know?
He's gotten better.
You've gotten better. So we are going to be playing the $125,000 bind. That's more than 2x the biggest binds we've had in No Limit Hold'em so far. Obviously a star-studded table, and we're going to take a look at that very soon, live from the Leze Casino, Jeju, Shinhwa World. So excited to watch you guys break down these hands of these phenomenal players. That's the lineup we're looking at. Alex Foxen, Jason Kuhn, Daniel Razai, Rong Ye, Stephen Chidwick, and Matthias Einbinger. I'm sure you're very familiar with these players, Justin.
Yeah, a lot of great players in this one.
Yeah, what a stacked table. Stacked field as well. Was looking at the field earlier over dinner. Not a lot of people you'd want to play against in a 125K buy-in, but this table in particular, you got Alex Foxen at the top of the board. Always fun to watch him in the early levels. And Randy, I always enjoy covering these day ones because, you know, not so many ICM factors yet. You more just get to see how these guys operate at the earlier stages of the tournament.
Well, let's see how they operate. Stephen Chidwick, pocket deuces, calls from the big.
He played sometimes. I think 300 milligrams of caffeine are not as easy to take to put it away.
I'd rather just play safe.
I think I had two
Middle pair for Eibinger. He is the pre-flop raiser.
Guess I'm just like so used to it. I can think fine sleeping.
It's always tricky on how to play middle pairs, in my opinion, in these spots. Looks like he's going to bet.
I take average like 1.5 hours, no matter if I'm like played before or just like regular day.
Like, is this standard to always bet middle pair, or should we be checking this back?
I think it's pretty standard. You definitely could play some checks and just kind of bet with a polarized range right away. But I think it's definitely a fine simplification just to be betting quite often and small here.
King high boards in particular tend to see a lot of higher frequency of betting, right, Justin?
Yeah, just really good for Eibinger's overall range. So I think he's going to look to go for a flop bet and kind of, you know, pot control on the turn, and he's going to be very happy to pot control when Chidwick hits his deuce.
Can't believe he hit the third duckling just like that, the check on the flop.
And do we think deuces is just a pure call versus that size, or does the club play into it at all?
The club definitely helps the EV of the hand, but I think he's going to continue.
Let's see, Eibinger will check his middle pair once he got called.
And Stevie has a lot of options here.
Do see the clubs come in, although I'm not sure if he's actually scared about that. I guess is what size do we go for with the deuces?
Yeah, it's a really interesting spot. I mean, it's a pretty dynamic river, so you know, you can't put in too much money in a spot like this when Eibinger could check back ace-5, he could check back 5-6, and some clubs. So it's not like we have just 100% equity here with the deuces.
Okay, it looks like he decides on 28,000. Now, what does Ibinger do with middle pair? No club in hand to block some of those value bets.
Yeah, this spot's pretty tricky for Ibinger. His jack obviously not operating amazing, blocking some potential bluffs with Jack 9, Jack 10. Obviously his queen is serving him quite well though, so really tricky spot. Finds a really nice fold.
Nice fold, yeah.
There we go. And is this like a new look for Chidwick? I don't really recall him wearing these kind of shades. Or I don't know, I guess they help with the lights. Is something new? You know much about this, Alex?
Well, you know what? I was just reaching right now. Justin and I were at dinner earlier. I went over to Starbucks to get us a couple coffees. He came and met me in the hallway. He brought my blazer, but I'm thinking I may have had a pair of those blue light blocker glasses on the table at the restaurant.
You mean you just left it there? And it's
Well, I
still
was
there.
planning to come back to the restaurant. I'm blaming Justin. I'm throwing him under the bus here. So I do know a thing or two about those glasses, but hopefully they're still there.
Okay, but what he's rocking is not the same glasses, right, Ibinger?
No, not Ibinger's.
Yeah, I was talking about Chidwick. What about Jason Kuhn? Is he wearing special sunglasses too? Can't really catch it.
There's a lot of sunglasses on this table.
Yeah.
I think Alex Foxen's the only one not wearing some form of sunglasses.
Which is a little bit funny because Foxen is known for just being extremely healthy and paying a lot of attention to that kind of stuff. So I think these guys are using it just because the lights are so bright on these stages, and you don't want to get headaches, or you just want to kind of be in the zone and feeling good. So I think that's kind of what's causing them to be wearing those.
Yeah, he doesn't have the glasses, as you can see. He looks like he could snap me like a twig. He puts in a 3-bet with 9s against Wangye's button open. They're 50 big blind effective. We've seen players play passively sometimes with these middle pocket pairs, but you see Foxen looking to build a pot, I suppose.
I think for Foxen, too, he has such an aggressive image that he does want to throw a hand like 9s into his value range, maybe more than some other players would, because he has so many ace-x bluffs and king-x bluffs, maybe more than most.
Another thing I love about Foxen, too, is look at how open he is. You see a lot of players really cover up, wear hoodies and sunglasses and things. The guy's just open. He says, you know what? Come look at me. Try to get a read, buddy. You know what I mean? Like that's part of his intimidation at every single level of poker, is just that he's just so open, and he wants to play that game with you. He wants you to stare at him. He wants to stare at you. And I think that's something that makes him really tough.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like if I was to look at him, he would be staring straight back at me. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great point you make. He just seems to have more confidence than most players do at the table, and leans into that by saying, I don't need these aids that you guys need. I don't need to cover myself up. Chidwick's another one who doesn't, he's got these blue light blocking glasses, but he's usually pretty open as well, I would say.
Yeah, he didn't wear these before, and would always be the one kind of staring you down, looking for reads. It's about that aura, We talk about it from way back when. You think about Phil Ivey, right? That guy that just feels like he can stare into your soul.
I think there was a famous stare-off, actually, between specifically Foxen and Chidwick. Do you guys remember that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds very familiar. I mean, there's been a lot of famous stare-offs where, it's funny when it's like you're seated right next to each other, too, and you're like, I'm going to stare straight into your soul mid-hand, and look at the board.
There were a lot of great memes of potentially being in love.
Exactly that. That's quite a lovely flop for Queen 10 suited. Flush draw.
Yeah, I expect to see Chidwick go for a bit of a larger c-bet size if he decides to bet.
And why larger, I guess, is my question.
Well, the board interacts pretty well with this big blind range, and so when we decide to bet, we want to start putting in more money right away, because we're not just betting like our ace size and targeting air. We need to start targeting some hands with equity, and that might put Ibinger's hand into an interesting spot with that ace of spades.
Yeah, he does shoot out that big bet, like you suggested. 17K was the c-bet.
And because that flop interacts pretty well with big blind's range, Ibinger could play some leads too, right, Justin? Maybe not that hand.
Yeah, yeah. I think as it gets to like 9 high, it's much more neutral, especially when you're up against the button. So I think I'd prefer to see leads on things like 7, 6, 5 rather than the 9 high ones, because Chidwick's opening all the offsuit 9s, just giving him way more top pairs that are easier to continue on.
Yeah, it seems like such a small difference, 9 high versus 7 high, but
This is why we bring this guy in.
I know, exactly that. But yeah, just taking a look at what else is happening on the leaderboard. Looks like Samuel Muller is our chip leader with 49 entries, 36 remaining. I mean, I'm just looking through the whole list. I know every single one of these guys. That's the type of field you're going to expect in 125K.
Yeah, super, super tough field. Seems like some of the players may be skipping this one, but entries are open until tomorrow, Randy, so there may even be some names that haven't entered yet that we'll see jumping in tomorrow, and I know the players are very excited about that 100K main event, which is looming just a couple days away.
Is that the one you're going to play next, Justin?
Yeah, I might play the 30K tomorrow, but definitely just want to be fresh and rested for the main.
Yeah, the main's going to be a huge event. As we see Foxen opening here on the button. See Ibinger with 5s. Comes in with call. Razai's had an amazing week and an amazing hand.
It'll be interesting to see what both Foxen and Ibinger do in the face of the squeeze, and depending on the sizing here.
First choice to Foxen. He is a bit of a fighter from what I've seen.
Yeah, I assume he'll just peel this one. Razai gave him a pretty good price too.
And if he does peel, does Ibinger ever come along, or is it just too big a chunk of his stack to go set mining?
I'm going to defer to him on that. I'm not sure. I think it's at least reasonable to come along when he goes call, but playing out of position to 2 is not going to be amazing, and he's not that deep, you know?
Oh, he doesn't even get that choice. Foxen jamming into aces just like that. Looks pretty bad in terms of equity.
So I guess the idea here is he could get something like ace jack off to fold, maybe, definitely ace 10 off to fold.
I guess he's live against ace king.
If you think Razai's squeezing some of these offsuit broadways.
Yeah, I think he just thinks Razai's squeezing too much.
Right.
You know, just overall with range.
Maybe some, ace 9 off, stuff like that.
Yeah, he's 5 off, right? I mean, he could squeeze very wide.
That's true.
You think so? You think you get it one?
Foxen owns half his stack.
I don't know, bro. Hold him. Yeah.
Okay, locks it up.
Yesterday it was every time. Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's going to be very fun to see how Foxen responds to this. I always think of Alex as one of the most resilient guys on the tour. He just never stops coming at you. You know, it doesn't matter what day it is in the Triton series. He doesn't need a day off. He doesn't need an hour off. He just goes. And I think he's going to be a guy that can respond well to, having a little bit of a misstep there and jamming and just getting shown aces.
It's kind of funny you mentioned that, because I don't know if you had a chance to watch Foxen play against Aussie Katola in those huge matches, sit and goes, right?
Yeah.
And in those, obviously there's very high stress. Foxen was playing amazing, but there were times when, he didn't win the matches against Aussie, but I felt like he was playing his A game the whole time, despite losing.
Yeah, I think that's just one of his best skills, is just how resilient he is and just how strong-willed he is to play his best.
Aces are going around here.
Must be nice.
Just one thought, but I wonder if the fact that Daniel Razai is fresh off a win in the 60K, if Foxen feels like he may be even just a touch wider there.
Just like feeling it?
Yeah, just kind of amped up.
He's not feeling it, is
God.
he? He's like, yes, I got him right where I got him.
Is this real?
It's like, yes, I just got stacked. Now I'm going to get it back. I guess we asked the question, do we always 4-bet aces when it gets back over to Wangye?
I think out of position you
They're
do.
too deep?
And you're this deep, yeah. You can just go with a small size, leave the illusion of some fold equity. I mean, this is just a stone cooler.
Yeah, I'd like to see like 55K here, 54K. And then Fox, and I don't think has much of a decision.
Yeah, he would always be jamming, I assume.
Yeah.
Especially against this man. This man is more than capable of making moves. He's going to take his time before eventually announcing raise. Makes it 58,000. Looks pretty good to you, Justin?
Yeah. Yeah, very reasonable, and Foxen is not loving this. But I don't think he has much of a decision. There's just so much in the pot already that you're just going to want to jam this one.
Right, there's a chance he just takes it down pre.
Yeah, they are also only 6-handed.
That's true.
It's not like a 9-handed under the gun range.
So snap call. Ace King versus Aces. What a brutal back-to-back hand for Foxen.
That resilience is going to be really tested.
For the
unless he
last
gets very
30K
lucky
he's
here.
got.
Yeah.
After this, he'll have 7.5 big blinds.
That's all that.
Once he likely loses
Yeah.
this pot. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be that way on 853. You can pay out ahead of time, Foxen. No shame in it.
How about a 4?
Okay.
Ooh, all right.
Same difference.
Unfortunately, though, the diamond will not be good here.
Yeah, it is not. Is he shaking?
You know, he's taking it pretty well, though, and I think, like, just in general, the players here have much better emotional control than the next tier down of players, and that's part of the reason that they've made it this far and what separates them from the run-of-the-mill regs.
They are not tilt monkeys, are they?
Yeah, I think when you come play Triton, you don't have a choice. You're just thrown in the deep end, and you have to have that control because you're just playing such high stakes, and every edge matters so much. So you're
Right.
just forced to deal with it and focus on playing well and not winning the tournament or winning, you know, a bunch of money in the first 7 days. It's, you know, Fox has a long tournament to go on this 125K and a very long series to come.
Yeah, we've still got about 10 more days of coverage or so. No reason to spew off extra binds. Just play your stack. It's 31K. It is what it is.
You know, though, Alex, you were mentioning about Rezai. I mean, he has been on an awesome run. And he just plays very fearless, like a very fearless style. He squeezes a lot. He 3-bets a lot. He's happy to make big hero calls. He's happy to make big bluffs. So I definitely think that made, you know, a difference in Foxen's decision there to go for the 4-bet jam.
Yeah, I really like watching Rezai play. He plays with a lot of confidence. You know, he doesn't really second guess his own decisions too much. And like you said, he's got that aggressive image, and when you've got that image, sometimes it really works in your favor.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're pointing this out because yesterday when we went into Heads Up, it was Rezai versus Alex Boyka in Heads Up. And we were looking at Rezai's resume, and you know we didn't see as many heads-up results, but Kevin Rabichow knew that Boyka had gotten to runner-up against Artur Martirosyan in the 25 WSOP heads-up tournament. So we just kind of assumed Boyka had maybe more of a game plan, I guess, in heads-ups. But the thing is, Rezai, he was undeterred, and he just played his game, and he just demolished that heads-up match, just like that.
Yeah, I think all the players at this stage, when you're playing heads up for so much money, it's just worth making sure that you have a game plan. You know what I mean? So I think that all players that get heads up at these stakes, maybe they're not heads up experts, but I do foresee them being quite capable at playing the big blind ante heads up.
Yeah, it's not like back in the day when you rarely get the heads up and you're like, oh, what do I do now when I'm playing for the most amount of the prize pool? Obviously, everyone's very well accomplished if you're willing to pony up 125K. We do have him betting with just ace-4 high. No connection.
So he does have the ace of clubs, but this feels a little wide 3 ways. What are your thoughts, Justin?
Yeah, I think that it's wide. I think that it's a bit ambitious here. He just doesn't think that Kuhn and Wang are going to be checking enough. But Kuhn is just, you know, he's like a Floyd Mayweather. He's just so good in defensive nodes. He's so strong all over the game tree, and so you can't just have blind aggression against a guy like that.
And particularly on a board with 2 flush draws, you have to be just a bit more selective about your bluff combos usually.
Yeah, I mean, now his plan on the river, though, is pretty straightforward, right? So when you bet a hand like this, you just kind of know that, okay, king of clubs, queen of clubs, deuce through 4 of clubs, you just kind of get to go crazy. And on this 5, you have a very easy shutdown. So your plan, at least, is very straightforward for rivers.
And what about this overcall from Wang Ye? Yes, he has 2 clean outs to a very strong nuts, but, you know, sometimes he only has 2 to 4 outs.
Ambitious, maybe?
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit ambitious. He was getting a good price, but yeah, and then you see like the very clear and easy check back, and Kuhn's going to pick up a nice pot. And these are the spots where Rezai plays all the stakes. He's been on an insane run, but the guy is very good in 5Ks. He's very good in 10Ks. And so you get in spots where when they check to you on the turn there, you should just always bet.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they just don't have enough good hands. And I don't know if he's certainly not approaching this 125K like that.
Right.
But it's easy to get in some habits where you assume ranges don't have enough good hands in them.
Well, we do have 2 featured tables. That's the great thing about the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. We've got J&T, Mr. Main Event is what I like to coin him because he always gets runner-up, but he has so much money. Number 1 on France all-time money list, up against Hollywood Haxton. It is blind versus blind in this one.
A little surprised to see J&T not rocking his usual CIA, police, or FBI outfits.
I know, it's a new man.
He's got the Triton hat on instead.
Yeah, he's got the Triton merch. He finally hit up the shop.
What a legendary table again.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know every single player. And it's not just some low rollers. These are the very best.
I love the speed at which J&T plays. And he really does, like, he's trying to trick you in so many spots. And I think that people can underestimate, you know, some of his skills. He really can just trick people very often.
He's very difficult to play against because he can show up with some mergy hands.
Yeah.
I saw him 3-betting out of the small blind with something like 5s or 6s versus a mid-position open. Just taking some of these spots that I think a lot of players don't take.
Yeah. I mean, there's some guys that they play a style that just can't win, and he doesn't do that.
Yeah, he actually really puts himself in a position to compete with the very best.
Yeah.
Which is pretty impressive given, of course, he's not a professional poker player.
Any merit there to bluffing Ike's hand at any point, or you think the Jack High just comfortable shut down?
I think if Ike played it, he probably played it great.
That is a
That's very
good
fair.
thought.
It's very fair.
I had one experience with J&T that I always think about. We got heads up in a 30K, and it was like 4 in the morning, and he is, I mean, we're both just extremely tired, and he's like falling asleep a little bit.
Go on.
And so I would c-bet the flop, and we're playing for like a couple 100K.
Yep.
And so I would c-bet, and he's like kind of dozed off a little bit, and he would wake up, and within a half second, check raise me.
No.
And he just destroyed me heads up, and then just wins this trophy at 5 in the morning, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy is, you know, he's obviously a great guy, but he was undeterred by anything.
And we've heard that, you know, when he's done these tournaments, he goes and plays heads up with his good buddy in the hotel room.
They play
Wow.
Chinese.
Poker.
That's awesome.
So
And
he's just an animal.
Do you remember the tidbit about him at his estate and he's just riding a bicycle or something with a cigar in his mouth?
Yeah.
With his 2 dogs? Or
Yeah, he's just a legend.
Such a legend. Very easy jam here for Amadi.
Yeah, 10 bigs.
Count this.
49.
Okay, Tolerant asking for a count with ace deuce suited. That's 10 big blinds total.
I think he's going to put this one in.
He did. A little bit of a favorite against the Jack 10.
Feels like a call you make in these early levels and could be a fold later in the tournament.
That is true. Wait, come on, show us the flop. What's going on? Slow roll? All right, ace, king, 8, 2 clubs, and Mateos has got 4 outs with the queen. Is everyone eating or something? Didn't tolerate Leon Sturm.
Yeah, talk about emotional control. Ben does not care if he wins or loses.
I think Mateos cares because he doesn't want to pony up another 125K. But he likely will as he's eliminated here.
So, Justin, do you think Adrian's the type who will just rebuy right away, or will he walk around a bit?
Yeah,
he's back in.
I think he's going to hop back in. Adrian is just an absolute monster. One of my favorite Adrian experiences was in Montenegro in 2024. He played cash until about 7 in the morning after bagging the FT in the 200K. Wins a pile of money and then goes and gets second in the 200K.
Wow.
He just played like 20 hours of maybe 24 hours of poker.
No sleep?
Very little sleep, you know. I was on my way to the airport, and he was going to bed at about 6 in the morning before a humongous FT for millions of dollars. So
what an animal.
He is just an animal, man.
Yeah, those
and he
cash
loves
games
it.
are really big then, too, I remember.
Yeah. And the guy just absolutely loves it.
He was just warmed up from the cash game. That's why he did so good from the 200K.
And Foxton's just run into the nuts 3 times in a row, twice into aces, now into trip nines. He's got to be wondering.
Now he's steaming inside.
Who did he piss off? Which poker gods?
You know what he's wondering? How fast will they give me another stack to hop back in this tournament?
The floor is already next to him with a fresh stack. You're going to rebuy, right?
And Jason makes 4 nines on the end for good measure.
Hey, Foxton, did you see that? Death by quads.
I guess he was right when he said you tried to jinx Ike and fucked him instead.
I feel bad for Alex because already in the 50K day 2, he bubbled it and
He's gonna be just fine. We're all gonna make it. We've all been there.
it's obviously.
Oh yeah.
I love that from Jason. Just the adult comment.
He got 4 bad clicks.
We cannot feel bad for Foxton. 14.6 million in earnings at Triton, 3 titles, and somehow we've got 5
5-way
different
pot.
hands
Yeah,
on the
when the
screen.
graphics get small like that, you know there's a lot of hands involved. We saw that a lot in short deck where there was limping. You don't see so many 5-way pots at Triton in the No Limit Hold'em tournaments, but it's nice to see.
This is actually a family pot. This table's only 5-handed.
So
Ace, Queen 8.
Leon opened it up with the kings.
Yeah, do you think he likes the ace 5 ways?
Nope.
But he's got the best hand.
Interested to see if JNT ever puts a bet out here with the double gutter, 8 clean outs to the nuts.
That is true. How do we know if Sturm can call bet if JNT was to fire here?
If there's anybody in the field that will bet Ike's hand, it would be Ike. He's so creative and tricky.
And JNT quickly coming for the bet here. I think it just works. I don't see how, depending on the size, I suppose.
20 into 55K. I don't know if Sturm can call.
I don't think so. I mean,
because if he's behind, he's got 2 outs.
To call here, you'd need a really good read on JNT.
Like, is he the type to bet 1 and be done? Wow.
He does make the call.
Sturm. He played some amazing poker the other day at the final table when he finished 4th.
Yeah, he's in great form right now, it seems. Just playing with a lot of
Did you get to watch
confidence.
that one? There were some sick hands he was playing. You would have loved it, Alex. I'm not sure if you caught it either.
No.
Like, I'm serious. Go back and watch it. The hands he played, he was just bluffing everyone in ridiculous spots.
Yeah, I caught a few pieces here and there, and I covered him, of course, earlier in the tournament. I was talking to Justin about it. He made this great fold in a spot where he was getting 4-1 on his money with second pair. And then he made a great call later against the same player.
Well, let's see if...
Let's see if JNT's got the follow-through in him here.
I mean, for him, the call of kings here must mean that he thinks JNT sometimes bets a queen and checks down, I guess. But you can't read this guy. He's reaching for chips immediately. I love that.
This is great.
A 2-hand bet and then cross the arms. I love it.
Mm-hmm. If only you could give him a cigar, it'd be perfect. can fold now, Leon. You have just kings.
You can feel it on him, though. He has a really good intuition for what's happening, and this kind of goes to, you know, we're talking about how good of form he's in. He's going for the fold here, which is the obvious choice, but he does not want to.
Yeah.
He really does not want to let those cards go, and I think that just speaks to just how good of in form he is right now. He's just playing great. He understands what's happening at the table so well.
He had the intuition, but I think he probably ultimately realized he can play that way with many ace-x hands. He doesn't need to defend kings. And the bet was also quite large from JNT, but credit to JNT. Betting 5 ways, you know, I think there were plenty of players in the field who would have just checked back JNT's hand on the flop, just tried to realize their equity, and he really got after it there, and he's tough to play against.
Yeah, the thing is, usually when someone calls your bet 5 ways on that board, they've got an ace, but figured that Leon doesn't need an ace to check call him, and dare I say he won the max. He got 20K on the flop from Leon first.
No hesitation, too, on the turn, right? He just snap went for the chips. Double fister. I mean, he's like, I'm winning this pot. I'm going to win this one, buddy. Limitless, another guy in that Montenegro 2024 that I believe won the 200K and was also playing cash until about 7 in the morning. I think that people just underestimate how much they love it and how much of animals these guys are. They're just playing around the clock, incredibly high stakes, and then showing up and playing final tables, and it's very impressive.
Was that the same tournament that he beat Mateos in where he had folded the 2 pair?
Yes.
Okay, because it's starting to ring a bell. 200K Montenegro. He beat Mateos. He got 4.8 million. Mateos got 3.3 million. He is the end boss. That is Limitless. Victor Malinovsky.
We have a pretty clear continue here from Leon. Just taking his time. Doesn't want to give away any, any live tells or anything like that. It's going to be interesting to see how Limitless proceeds across different turns.
Yeah, and Malinowski, Limitless, he has started with more of a cash game background, is that right, Justin? And have you played much with him in tournaments?
I've played some with him in tournaments, just at Triton. He doesn't really play anything other than the highest stakes, and definitely known for just being a cash game in boss. So we haven't overlapped too much, except for exactly, in these types of tournaments.
So he might even skip like the 25Ks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I helped build his bankroll, you know that?
Did you?
Back in the 25, 50, 50, 100 game. Yeah, I remember that guy.
Very nice of you.
He didn't know how to spell Limitless. He spells it with an I instead of an L for his first letter, which is ridiculous. And I was like, I can't beat this guy. He's too good.
Were those mostly 6-max games you were playing?
Yeah, it was like 25, 50, 50, 100 back then.
Wow.
He is one of those original online cash game pros.
Jerry went check here.
No, he did go check. Can he go for value here with second pair as played?
I think so.
I was wondering actually if Leon could have gone for a small value bet himself with the ace-7.
I think when you have the ace in your hand and you're blocking back some of those check backs, I think it's more reasonable to play the check. But going for you're also against under the gun. So like this under the gun range is just quite tight.
Yeah.
And Limitless is doing a nice job just realizing that Leon will bet a queen extremely often, and Leon has a tough spot here.
That's a very healthy bet of 34K. I guess also because Limitless probably bets a lot of strong queens on the turn, so it looks a little fishy. And all of a sudden bet 34K.
Yeah, it looks a lot like a jack if it's a value bet. Maybe something like queen 10 suited.
Queen jack,
Would he go for value with 10s or 9s here? Probably not for this size.
I think that would be too thin.
Yeah.
Just in case Leon backed into a jack 10 of diamonds. Pretty dangerous to go for big value.
Leon has pretty good properties with this hand. The ace of diamonds shouldn't be held by Limitless here when he's bluffing very often, allowing this 7 to be much better than, let's say, like 10-7 of clubs. But it is a healthy bet.
He makes the right fold once again.
I find Leon has been really spot on throughout the Triton series so far in these types of decisions where he has some sort of close to neutral EV bluff catcher. He's made the right decision more often than not.
Yeah, in both directions too, right?
Right.
He's not
Yeah.
just overfolding rivers and you're just seeing value a number of times. He's making big calls too, and I think that speaks to momentum and motivation at the table. You know, he is on a good run, and I think that he's using that to play with a lot of confidence right now.
I'm glad you touched on the topic of motivation, not just momentum. How do you find your own motivation oscillates in poker, and what are some things you've found you can do to try to regain that motivation when it does dwindle?
Yeah, it's a tricky thing. I mean, you're playing so many tournaments throughout the year that your motivation will always kind of sway and swing up and down. I think that really leaning into like why you're here playing, I think that can kind of root you in something more than just yourself. Like for me, I always just think about like, wow, I'm here to kind of represent all my loved ones and my family, my friends, and all the people that have helped me so much in my life, you know, achieve the success to be able to play these spots. So, you know, it's only like an honor to them for me to come and play my best and to be motivated for something a bit bigger than myself. I think that you need to find whatever motivates you and just kind of lean into that in these spots, because you're going to be showing up in Jeju a little bit jet lagged sometimes, and maybe you want to sleep in and register level 6, and the right thing to do is to get your butt out of bed and get yourself that motivation and register early and try to play your best, because as we know, it's so easy to play your BNC game. You have so many reasons, jet lag or fatigue or run bad or whatever, to not play your best game. So you have to fight against that and just try everything you can to be motivated and play these events when you're feeling motivated, right? A guy like Leon is you know, in such good form. Go play these tough events.
Very well said, as now we see Limitless. He leads out 9K on 10-8-6 with top pair.
Yeah, this is a very unique line, but there's not going to be too many better players in the field than Petrangelo at understanding how to adjust to weird lines like this.
Well,
Right, we talked about
Queen,
that.
But go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Randy. We talked about that earlier, where I asked if maybe you played some leads in the 9-6-5. Justin said maybe we go more for the 7-high boards. We see here on the 10-high rainbow board, Malinowski coming for the lead, and Nick's got the 2 overs.
Yeah, I guess you kind of don't expect him to lead on 10-8-6.
No, I don't think it's going to be a common strategy here. And Petrangelo has, you know, he's trying to figure out, okay, well, like, if he's not supposed to be leading here very often, like, that means that my response needs to be to call a lot, keep the stack to pot ratio large, so that I can punish him on turns and rivers when the board changes. Now, on this 8 turn, there's not much he can do. But on a jack or an ace or a queen or a king, he gets to really put Malinowski's range in a really tough spot. Obviously, we would have seen king. King would have been a nightmare for Nick here.
Looks like he let out again, took it down.
It would have been kind of fun to see an ace in particular, because I think that's a card that Victor's probably going to want to do a lot of checking on, and then maybe Petrangelo would have activated.
Yeah, it's difficult to know. I mean, he can definitely play check-check. He should have plenty of showdown value against any kind of like lead range, but it wouldn't surprise me if he just says, okay, well, you pretty much never have an ace here. I'm going to just bet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to just put in every chip, and I don't think that your range can sustain the pressure.
What I think is actually really interesting about this table specifically, obviously J&T plays his own game, but even Limitless there, right, leading with King 10, he's kind of got his own way of thinking coming from that cash game background, and we've got all these tournament crushers. Is it safe to say that someone like Limitless kind of has his own strategy rather than, or is he more playing like how everyone else is playing, I guess?
No, I think that you're, you know, you're spot on there. He's playing his own style. But you know, I was talking to Alex about this earlier. I actually think that a lot of the best players and best pros in this field are playing their own style too. I think that it gets a little bit conflated just thinking, oh, people play, you know, GTO or Exploit or these different things. These guys are trying very hard to figure out how to beat you as hard as they can.
Mm-hmm.
And that leads to people a little bluff heavy, a little call happy, right? And so I think that, you know, Ike has a different style than Ben 86. Nicky P is going to play a little bit differently than Leon in these spots. So Limitless definitely has a more unique style. But I think that the pros in this game, or you know, the high stakes MTT guys that are constantly in these fields, they also have their own style.
There we go. Yeah, actually, the more I think about it, it's like Jason Kuhn really strikes out to me as someone who goes beyond and really deviates to try to take advantage of other pros, for example, you know?
No.
Making plays that you're like, wow, I didn't think that was really on the table here in this spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have like you have Kuhn who's extremely sharp everywhere and is happy to deviate, and then you have like the Rezai that is trying to throw haymakers. You know, he's trying to go for your throat in these huge pots. He's trying to play, you know, big pots always. And so you have way different strategies and styles between these kind of guys.
11.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a misconception that at these high stakes, everyone's just some GTO robot. And really, there's all sorts of different styles being employed. But I think what separates these guys from lower stakes players is that they're very aware of the other strategies and you know, the derivations of those. And, you know, even if they're not employing some of those strategies, they're aware that they exist and the meanings behind them.
Yeah, I think that the best players in these fields, they are going to play pretty much every single player differently. Yeah. Every single player, they're going to try to figure out, how am I going to get this guy? Where is my EV coming from in this exact spot against Leon? Where is it coming from against Ike? You know, they're not just sitting there saying, oh, Ike plays really well. Let me just try to hit my overall frequencies of GTO. No, they're really trying hard to figure out, do I have the best hand on this river facing an all-in? You know, those thoughts still go through your head. You're not just a computer out there saying yes, no, yes, no. And I think that can definitely be lost in just how talented a lot of these guys are.
That's very well said.
And somebody who does a really good job of that is someone like Jesse Lonis, who just seems to get it right more often than most in terms of, is this guy bluffing or value betting on the river? Really just trusting his intuition. Intuition is just such a big part of poker. And I think that gets lost in the shuffle sometimes with all the focus on studying and ranges.
I'm actually really happy you mentioned about Lonis, because you must remember that pot that went kind of viral where he folded the set of kings against the Japanese player who check raised min on the river. And then, you know, he kind of tweeted back, was like, look where it got me, my instincts, right? 9 out of 10 times, I'm right here. I just happen to be wrong in that spot.
And that was a pretty brave bluff that player found in that spot as well. I think you do just see, it was one of those kind of nuts or nothing spots where you just, maybe people underbluff that spot in general.
I remember Lonis saying, I thought the guy was tight. And just the thing is, these guys are all sick, like, oh, I got to make these plays against him. But the thing is, they're always adjusting. Yeah. So it's about who is adjusting at the right times and throwing the proper counterpunches.
That's exactly right. I mean, every single adjustment you make just opens yourself up to counters, and that's why I think even guys like J&T, they can get you because they know they're not like just trying to let you run them over. They're not trying to let you do these things, and if he has an inkling that you're putting in too much money with a good hand because you think he'll call, he'll make big folds against you or big checkbacks and things like that. So opening yourself up to counters can be very, very dangerous against observant players.
Look at this counter from Ben Tollering. 3-betting ace-6 suited from the small blind against Leon Sturm's under the gun open. Sturm start the hand with 32 big blinds. I feel like standard play is fold king queen here, but I'm sure he's thinking about more than just standard play in the spot. Yeah, look at this. It's like, what? Tollering's not a nit. I don't need to just fold to a 3-bet.
Yeah, he got laid a good price as well. 3.5x from the small blind Ben there.
Sturm picks up a gut shot. 2 overs to the board. Maybe confusing for Tollering on this one.
Yeah, this is a very, very tricky spot for Ben. I think in general we want to be using a little bit larger sizes on this type of board.
And just not betting everything.
Yeah.
Just splitting your range between check and medium bet.
Yeah. I think when we have diamonds here, we have this backdoor flush draw giving us some extra added equity. And blocking continues from Leon. You know, some of his weakest continues are going to be ace-high diamonds on a flop like this. So I like the c-bet from Ben. And Leon has an interesting spot too.
Yeah, So at least calling. I guess he's wondering if there's any merit to making a move here on the flop.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to deny equity from stuff if we just rip, but I think not having a club could cause us some issues.
If Leon were to shove here, does Ben call a hand like ace-king with a club?
It's very, very tricky.
That's a tough one to answer.
Yeah. Those ones always feel extremely close.
Oh my God, look at that turn card.
It's a diamond too, so Tollerine has a very feasible follow-through here. Pot's 140, only 97K effective behind.
It kind of feels like he picked up too much equity to just give this pot up now.
Yeah.
But then, like, what is the guy folding? Ace 10, I guess?
You're looking for sevens to fold, maybe.
Okay.
You know.
Ace 9 of spades, perhaps.
Yeah. The 6 is we're not loving the 6 if that's going to be his weakest pocket pair from Leon, but I don't know if it's a big enough deal. We can't find that many offsuit folds, though, which does cause us some issues. It's not like he has ace 10 off, ace 9 off in the spot, calling the 3-bet.
It's a bit problematic, but it feels like you have to bluff something, and
Yeah.
check folding this hand feels real weak.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think
So
I think he's always
it's-
going to put this one in.
Yeah.
Yep, he did. And he needs to find one of the 8 remaining diamonds in the deck.
And Leon does have, I mean, he has so many hands that are uncomfortable versus jam there, so I think Ben probably played this one great.
Does Leon defend ace 10 off to the 3-bet ever?
I don't think so.
Probably
I don't know
not,
how many
right?
handed they are exactly, but
Yeah, 6-handed, but I don't think
Okay,
so
low
either. He
jam.
raised under the gun.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So that's kind of part of the problem is that most of the 10x hands, the 9x hands will have straight draw with them, and then those hands probably never fold. So
yeah,
it's tricky.
Ace queen off causing us some issues there as well.
Yeah. Nonetheless, for 2/3 pot, it just feels like you have to put it in on the diamond.
Yeah.
It's like, whatever happens, happens. I'll just get there. But he didn't get there.
Yeah, too much equity there for Ben to do anything else, I think. Nice flop strategy too, I think, with the diamonds and you know, we got the turn that punished us, but you can see the merit in the strategy because now when you turn diamonds, you do, you know, if it's a queen of diamonds, now you get, you know, way more folds. King of diamonds, you really do get to target so many combos on plenty of turns there.
Looks like J&T is coming in. He's got pocket 9s.
Elsewhere in the room, it's Mikita Batsky-Akuski at the top, followed by Alex Ponikovs. Just crushers everywhere in this field.
Hey, we got an all-in here. What does Petrangelo got? Because I think he's getting looked up.
Yeah, he was pretty short on chips.
Yeah, I believe Petrangelo has about 50K.
Go.
Verbal call, King Jack versus 9s.
The 2 though.
Thumbs up. Thumbs up, sir.
That's great.
Uh,
Yeah, when you get called, you're pretty happy to see you're flipping with this hand.
okay. Oh, just top 2 pair.
Let's see Nicky P get back into this. I'm excited to watch this guy play. He seems to be putting a lot of good runs together, playing with a lot of confidence, and you know he's been one of the best the last decade. So always fun to watch Petrangelo play.
You got something against J&T? You're rooting for Nick
No.
Petrangelo?
But JNT's still 350.
Yeah, I
you
love
know?
J&T.
It's,
Oh, this is how we keep them both around.
Yeah. Yeah, I ran into Petrangelo at the gym and chatted with him a little bit. He just seems to be in a really good headspace. He seems to be enjoying playing. Seems excited to be here. And he's played really well throughout, and he's been in a lot of our feature tables and made a couple deep runs already.
Yeah, I mean look at that haircut. That does not look like a Nicky P not here to battle. You know?
Yeah. It's so funny you say that. That's one of my favorite things to do when I'm trying to lock in, whether I make a big final table or I'm just starting a big series or something, is to get a haircut. It's like such a good reset, I find.
You know, that doesn't work in Chinese culture.
No?
No, because you know how like they got the Chinese New Year, Lunar New Year? If
Yeah.
you cut your hair, it's like bad luck. You're cutting away,
Oh,
your
really?
good luck.
So
No Asian guy would ever cut their person right before a
So
big
when you want to succeed in poker, you let your hair grow out. It's kind of like the playoff beard situation in the NHL.
I suppose. Yeah. Obviously, he follows American traditions. And speaking of the deep run he had recently, it was that 60K, 5th place, 576,000 for Nick Petrangelo. Actually, that was the one Razai won for 1.9 million, and he was very focused. There was some chatter when people were kind of laughing at him, but, you know, he was just like, I'm going to play my game.
Lost a big flip there versus Razai, I believe, for chip lead 5 left. So
that's right.
Definitely put himself in a good spot to win that tournament.
He got pretty unlucky in terms of all-ins. Petrangelo, that is. J&T, he's in there Jack-9 suited, going after Ike.
Yeah, they're pretty deep. This hand is a little bit nicer at these depths.
These are at depths that you like. 300K minimum for all 4 players. Alex?
Yeah, this is fun. 4-way pot with some room to maneuver. It's my territory.
Your type of flop,
and
too?
Look at this. Everybody hits a piece. I mean, JNT with the least of a piece, but 2 flush draws out there, middle pair for Haxton.
Look at the 2 flush draws.
This could be a lot of trouble for Malinowski if a diamond were to appear on the turn.
Yep.
Yeah, I expect this to check to Ben and Ben mostly to bet this one. It's pretty nice to get clearance from 4s through 9s, and we just have a lot of equity. Put in money against worse flush draws, etc.
And if you're Ben, you're not necessarily betting every combo of the ace-high flush draw, but you like having that 3.
Yeah, I like having a lower card in my hand. Just making sure there's just an ounce more of folds between 4 and 9.
A little more equity, too, against King 10, for instance, with ace 3.
True. You don't mind building a pot. You can clearly call any check raise size with that stack.
Very small bet.
Just trying to build that pot in case the flush comes.
Yeah, I don't think there's much merit in raising here. You know, you have 2 pretty uncapped ranges behind, so just playing the call and looking to play a turn. Ike has an interesting spot.
Yeah, Ike's immediately a little bit uncomfortable, right? Where his outs aren't that clean, so somebody can easily have queen jack, meaning the ace isn't as clean. Of course, the price is very good here.
Yeah, I also wouldn't be surprised to see him make it 33K. Just goes for the call, but just playing like a lot of small check raise with that uncapped range, I think can clean up equity.
J&T straws. Not very clean, but he's going to call too because
Closing the
he's
action.
thinking about the queen.
Great price.
A lot of awesome turns here.
I can't believe we still have 4 players to a turn card. It's the queen.
That qualifies as an awesome turn.
That was the one I had in mind.
Yeah, that's about the best one possible. So Malinowski makes a pair to go with his flush draw, but JNT, second nuts.
It'd be so sick to see JNT lead here.
Do it for us, J&T. Create the max.
And it's not inconceivable, given he only has 1 player behind. I think you'd see him check more often if there were multiple players who could bet.
Yeah.
I think he might lead. Do it for us.
Haxton hasn't done anything yet, but he's a very deliberate player.
He's so deliberate. Yeah, you can never look into something. Look at this. Yep.
Yep.
Quickly leading.
Boom.
20K.
Thoughts on the sizing, Justin?
I mean, he just turned the nuts. So.
He's like, I want a little action.
Yeah, I think it's a little small, right? I mean, we'd like to build, to put a little bit more money in here. There's so many auto-continuing hands, as we can see with both Ben and Limitless.
It's actually going to be interesting if it goes call, call. Ike's going to still be getting a great price with ace-10.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the first call. Second call probably coming in soon as well from Queen 4. I guess the problem for what Haxton is he's drawing to a jack, which makes a 4-liner. One of them, someone's got to have diamonds somewhere, so they, jack of diamonds probably not good.
His 10 can be good sometimes.
That's a
we
good
can
point.
see it's not good here. I think versus a bigger size, Haxton would have an easy fold. It's just the price that's going to make it close. But Malinowski hasn't done anything yet. I suppose he's considering a raise.
He is.
Okay. Good thing he didn't, because he would have ran into the straight.
Yeah.
I think we can consider it, but we're just dealing with like 3 ranges that can all have the nuts. You know, we just really don't want to be playing, to be building a pot. too often out of the big blind here.
We finally got someone out.
Diamond River, perhaps? No.
Who regards the deuce. It's the card that doesn't really do much more damage.
I'm interested to see what size JNT comes with here.
Check,
Oh,
check.
he
I
actually
thought he
checks.
might. So clever. And Ben is one of the guys, one of the few guys in the field that he will have bluffs everywhere.
And does this hand seem like a candidate, Justin?
I'm not
Maybe
sure.
it doesn't matter. Maybe it's just these guys, if they had 2 pair plus, are supposed to bet, but he just tried to trap me.
Nice check by Ben there.
Okay.
Queen.
You may reveal. Yep. Yep. Slow roll him. Get him.
That's great.
Yep.
No, no, don't muck.
No, no. Wait, no. Hold on. Wait.
Please
no.
turn it over.
Did he turn his hand face up? No.
Oh my God.
I don't think he tabled it.
Yes. He has a straight.
Did you see it, or you thought it was Jack 8?
Yeah.
I thought he was mucking Jack 8.
I was not hoping to win the spot anyways.
You didn't want it?
I want it, thanks, but I mean, if he has the hand,
Good temperament
I
from
thought you
Limitless
scooped it
there.
for a second.
Not expecting to win that one.
Yeah, so that's a
Bizarre.
little interesting because usually the hand needs to physically touch the felt
Jack eight
face
would
up
be tough to have.
to claim the pot, but I think there's enough respect between these players that his hand was kind of revealed. They wanted to make sure the right person won the pot.
Yeah, he kind of showed his hand. It was kind of weird. And now I don't even know if he thought he had Jack 8 or Jack 9.
Yeah, we know his vision isn't the best. He has a little light that
That's
he uses
correct.
to look at the cards, and you often see him squinting at the board, so he may have misread his hand. Not sure.
It was a bizarre hand, but a very cool one. This one's going to be on our next feature.
And you know, Triton just always gets those things right. Like, the best thing that all players would agree on there is that we want that hand to be tabled.
Yeah.
He peeled it high. Someone, I think Ike probably saw it. You want that hand tabled, and you want the best hand to scoop the pot
Yeah,
there.
agreed.
And you know, if there's one place that's always going to make great decisions in that, it's going to be a Triton.
Yeah. There's certain times, I think, where you need to be able to use judgment calls, and some places are a little too by the book because they lack the expertise to make those judgment calls. Triton employs the best in the business at all levels, including the tournament director, so they feel comfortable making calls like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
976, we got some poker code on poker code action. 2 Austrians.
It was,
We will have 2 frames up to 500 random chips. We do need 1 player on each.
156,000.
You're really trying to like, go for it, huh?
That's why you don't announce how
Wow.
much you're supposed to get paid.
156,000.
That is probably what Samu will have at his stack after the river.
All right, diamond 5 or 10.
Oh.
5 of diamonds is a clean win.
You begged for it with this one.
And Ibinger announcing how many chips he had on the flop.
He deserved it.
Goes runner, does Sam Mueller.
You know, he is a little bit too experienced for that, I think. I think he's got to know that that's going to switch the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Justin, have you played much with Mueller, and do you put him in kind of that Rezai camp, very aggressive?
Yeah, yeah, I think he's a very strong player. He's played pretty much the highest stakes live and online over the last few years. So he lacks experience compared to a lot of these players, but he does not lack, or anything he lacks in experience, he makes up for in motivation and form. You know, he's been playing great, very aggressive, tough to play against. He's really, really trying at the table, which I love to see. You know, he'll stare at you. He's trying so hard to figure out if he should fold or call his hand, and not just, oh, would a computer fold or call my hand?
Yeah, that's just such an underrated quality. Over the years, I've always found that there's guys, you know, WSOP is where I get a good chunk of my tournament playing in, and there's always 1 or 2 guys that year that I just can tell are extra motivated and trying extra hard, and almost without fail, they have a good series.
Yeah, I mean, you have to want to be there at the table. You have to want to be there ready to battle and ready to play your best game. If you're just going through the motions, these guys are going to eat you alive.
Well said. Jason Kuhn, someone who just brings it, feels like every single time he sits down.
Yeah, you can feel it on him too, right? That intensity.
He just cares so much. And, you know, he doesn't play a ton of poker outside of Tritons these days. You'll see him in a few other big buy-in events around the world, but maybe playing a slightly reduced schedule, he's just able to bring that intensity every time he does sit down.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he knows that when he comes on this trip, he's, you know, leaving family and loved ones back home. He's hurting his sleep schedule. He's hurting his health, and he's like, you know, if I'm going to show up, I'm gonna show up.
Yeah, yeah. He actually tweeted something about that. But he's got that love of the competition. Needs to scratch that itch.
There's so many pinks. I can offer you one.
Oh, okay.
Three, two.
Can we tell if Foxen got back in?
We can look.
I can find out for you.
As of now, I think no.
He didn't? You're right, he did not.
He's probably just grabbing a quick dinner.
Yeah. He seems like the type where he's not going to... There's some guys that always just jump in right away, I feel like. There's other guys that always need to take a break, get a meal. He seems like someone who will do what he needs to do in that moment.
Yeah.
All right, I got a question for you. Do you think Mateos jumped back in right away?
I would be more likely to say yes on Mateos.
Okay, let me look. Adrian Mateos.
Yeah, he's in there.
Yep, he is back in there. He will not skip a minute of poker. If he plays 20 hours of poker in one day, yeah, I kind of think he's...
Mateos is a grinder, man. That guy loves it.
He goes from cash game to tournaments in the same day.
Yeah.
Let's see, what are we working with here? Daniel opened on the button, picks up a gut shot.
Expect to see a small bet a lot here. And then it's an interesting spot for Wang.
7,000.
You learn a lot about a player on how, yeah, so you get a snap fold versus the button, which is interesting.
Are you saying he could have considered something there?
I think so, yeah. I think you can just look to call that one out of position and bluff off, you know, check turns. You have 3 to the straight, and a jack or 10 is okay as well sometimes, so.
Maybe with backdoor flush draw feels closer to mandatory. And
yeah.
Offsuit, you can get away with just folding.
Yeah, I think you learn a lot about players though when you see them in these types of spots. Like, I don't expect the fighters, you know, these guys that are just like hyper aggressive and fighting for every pot, to fold that quickly with a hand like that, you know.
Right.
Yeah, Wang Ye, he comes from like nosebleed cash game background, right? And for me, from what I've observed, he's got controlled aggression, right? Like, he's not relentless like some of these guys fighting for every pot, but when he does, he goes really hard at it, you know, at key times. So I think those players are always a little tricky because you're not really sure which gear they're in.
Yeah.
These two are very deep. Rizai might be tempted to play this Jack-8 suited in some fashion. He does just fold.
What about Jason Kuhn, ace 10? I could see it coming in.
Yeah, call or 3-bet both fine here, I think.
Okay, now he's counting on some chips potentially, or just shuffling them. Oh, he's counting more.
Yeah, I like 3-bet here, especially with Mueller behind, who's going to be playing a very aggressive squeeze strategy. Denying equity from him in the big blind is quite nice.
Yeah, get rid of that pesky Mueller.
Yeah.
He's queen suited now.
And are we just calling this every time as Danny, or is there any merit to 4-betting versus Jason?
I think in general, this is one going to want to just call. I think it'd be a little bit too thin to 4-bet here. He kind of wore that on his face a little bit too.
Like he was considering it, but he realized it was too thin. Yeah, maybe just a bit too deep. So you're thinking more 10s plus ace king or something as your 4-betting range, jacks plus.
Yeah, yeah, something like that.
You got to be careful to wear on your face against a man like Jason Kuhn.
Yeah.
Of course, it's not so bad when you have ace-queen suited, keeping in some of these dominated ace-x hands as well.
And getting middle pair, although you don't like to see the king because ace-king has got you crushed. Looks like auto fire incoming.
Yeah, Jason wastes no time here. I think Danny has just a very clear continue. No need to raise a hand like this. Definitely can't fold it.
It's the turn that gets really interesting. Does Jason go for double barrels?
Yeah, the turn spot with ace queen here is always annoying, where you're just it's just way ahead or way behind, right?
Yep, pre-flop and flop. It makes sense so far. Turn card is the 3 of hearts, and Jason's ace of hearts might become relevant. Does the ace of hearts make you want to bet more on this turn card, or does it not really matter?
Definitely matters.
Opted to check.
Oh,
Ooh.
wow. Bingo.
That's Broadway, isn't it? 10, Jack, Queen, King, Ace.
What size do you go here if you're Jason?
I guess, do we target 1 pair or 2 pair? Because I would think if Danny had 2 pair plus, he would just bet out himself,
Bet that a
afraid of a
lot
check back.
Yeah, pretty quick check there from Danny.
Kind of looks like he has a lot of these types of hands, ace queen, maybe
Yeah.
ace jack.
Okay, let's find out. He's stacking all the chips.
Yeah,
he's
I love
just going
this.
for this,
Yeah, I
yeah.
like this a lot. I think when the board changes on the jack, he's just going to be very polar. He doesn't have that many king X in his range to go for thin value anymore. You know, he rivers 10-9, ace-10, and pocket jacks and some 2 pair like queen jack. And so I think that when you jam here, you're just kind of saying, hey, buddy, I have the nuts or nothing.
And where are his bluffs coming from? Just random give-ups that are now using the scare card?
Yeah, how about just like ace-X of clubs? Or,
Ace-5 of clubs
yeah.
is exactly what I was thinking, yeah.
Although if he's checking this ace-heart-10, those hands will definitely barrel the turn at some frequency, which is what Danny's going to be thinking about. We also hold the ace of spades in our hand. Would he bluff a hand like 9s or 10s on the river?
Maybe.
10s feels like a pretty clean bluff.
Yeah, pretty interesting.
Yeah, and you can see when he sees a huge overbet, this is 2 pair plus. We're not talking about King 10 now all of a sudden, so.
Yeah. I think one thing I'm trying to think about a lot in the spot is like, does Jason have an offsuit bluff here? Does he have the ace-9 off that reaches? Because if so, we're going to want to hero that way more often, right? But if you can't find an offsuit bluffing hand, the combos just become very difficult to find. Danny, one of the best at Triton in making these decisions. Ton of experience.
He's got that folding face.
Yeah, great
Yeah, well
fold
done.
from Danny.
Credit to Jason Kuhn. Had that potential chance of getting max value there, rivering the straight. Looks like players are getting up from their seats because that means they're headed to a break. It does seem that Mikita Bazikowski is the overwhelming chip leader with 36 remaining, 53 entries. We do have registration still open this one, actually until the start of day 2, I believe. Back to the booth. Randy Liu, Alex Livingston, and Justin Saliba. I guess your first time in the booth, had a good time?
Yeah, it's a great time.
Well, the good thing is we're going to keep you, I've been told. So we're going to go on a 10-minute break and continue more coverage of this 125K.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds. Right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Event. As we see Foxen opening here on the button. See Ibinger with 5s. Comes in with call. Razai's had an amazing week and an amazing hand.
It'll be interesting to see what both Foxen and Ibinger do in the face of the squeeze, and depending on the sizing here.
First choice to Foxen. He is a bit of a fighter from what I've seen.
Yeah, I assume he'll just peel this one. Reza gave him a pretty good price too.
And if he does peel, does Ibinger ever come along, or is it just too big a chunk of his stack to go set mining?
I'm going to defer to him on that. I'm not sure. I think it's at least reasonable to come along when it goes call, but playing out of position to 2 is not going to be amazing, and he's not that deep, you know?
No, he doesn't even get that choice. Foxen jamming into aces just like that. Looks pretty bad in terms of equity.
So I guess the idea here is he could get something
is
like
that? They always have
ace
it
jack
on
off
always
to
fold,
fold, maybe, definitely ace 10 off to fold.
I've never
I guess he's live against ace king.
If you think
don't
Razai is
use it as hard if they
squeezing
don't always fold.
some of these
They always have
offsuit
it.
broadways,
Yeah, I think he just thinks Razai squeezing too much.
Right.
You know, just overall with range.
maybe some, ace 9 off, stuff like that. even.
Yeah, he's 5 off, right? I mean, he could squeeze very wide.
That's true.
You think so? You think you get it one?
Foxen will lose half his stack.
I don't know, bro. Hold him. Yeah.
Okay, locks it up.
Yesterday it was every time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be very fun to see how Foxen responds to this. I always think of Alex as one of the most resilient guys on the tour.
10,
He
12.
just never stops coming at you. You know, it doesn't matter what day it is in the Triton series. He doesn't need a day off. He doesn't. How strong-willed he is to play his best.
Aces are going around here.
Must be nice.
Just one thought, but I wonder if the fact that Daniel Razai is fresh off a win in the 60K, if Foxen feels like he may be even just a touch wider there.
Just like feeling it?
Yeah, just kind of amped up.
He's not feeling
Oh
it,
my
is
God.
he? He's like, yes, I got him right where I got him.
Is this real?
It's like, yes, I just got stacked. Now I'm going to get it back. I guess we asked the question, do we always 4-bet aces when it gets back over to Wangye?
I think out of position you
They're
do.
too deep?
And you're this deep, yeah. You can just go with a small size, leave the illusion of some fold equity. I mean, this is just a stone cooler.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to see like 55K here, 54K. And then Foxen, I don't think has much of a decision.
Yeah, he would always be jamming, I assume.
Yeah.
Especially against this man. This man is more than capable of making moves. He's going to take his time. before eventually announcing raise. Makes it 58,000. Looks pretty good to you, Justin?
Yeah. Yeah, very reasonable, and Foxen is not loving this, but I don't think he has much of a decision. There's just so much in the pot already that you're just going to want to jam this one.
All right, there's a chance he just takes it down pre.
Yeah, they are also only 6-handed.
That's true.
It's not like a 9-handed under the gun range.
So snap call. Ace King versus Aces. What a brutal back-to-back hand for Foxen.
That resilience is going to be really tested.
For the
unless he
last
gets very
30K
lucky
he's
here.
got.
Yeah.
After this, he'll have 7.5 big blinds.
That's all
Once he likely loses
Yeah.
this pot. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be that way on 853. You can pay out ahead of time, Foxen. No shame in it.
How about a 4?
Okay.
Ooh, all right.
Same difference.
Unfortunately, though, the diamond will not be good here.
Yeah, it is not. Is he shaking?
You know, he's taking it pretty well, though, and I think, like, just in general, the players here have much better emotional control than the next tier down of players, and that's part of the reason that they've made it.
Guy, but he was undeterred by anything.
And we've heard that, you know, when he's done these tournaments, he goes and plays heads up with his good buddy in the hotel room.
They play
Wow.
Chinese.
Poker.
That's awesome.
So
And
he's just an animal.
Do you remember the tidbit about him at his estate and he's just riding a bicycle or something with a cigar in his mouth?
Yeah.
With his 2 dogs? Or
Yeah, he's just a legend.
Such a legend. Very easy jam here for Amadi.
Yeah, 10 bigs.
49.
Okay, tolerating asking for a count with ace deuce suited. That's 10 big blinds total.
I think he's going to put this one in.
He did. A little bit of a favorite against the Jack 10.
Feels like a call you make in these early levels and could be a fold later in the tournament.
That is true. Wait, come on, show us the flop. What's going on? Slow roll? All right, ace, king, 8, 2 clubs, and Mateos has got 4 out to queen. Is everyone eating or something? Ben tolerate Leon Sturm.
Yeah, talk about emotional control. Ben does not care if he wins or loses.
I think Mateos cares because he doesn't want to pony up another 125K. But he likely will as he's eliminated here.
So, Justin, do you think Adrian's the type who will just rebuy right away, or will he walk around a bit?
Yeah,
he's back in.
I think he's going to hop back in. Adrian is just an absolute monster. One of my favorite Adrian experiences was in Montenegro in 2024. He played cash until about 7 in the morning after bagging the FT in the 200K. Wins a pile of money and then goes and gets second in the 200K.
Wow.
He just played like 20 hours of maybe 24 hours of poker.
No sleep?
Very little sleep, you know. I was on my way to the airport and
Welcome back, everyone. The Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter. My name is Randy Liu alongside Justin Saliba and this guy with the new shades on, Alex Livingston. Okay, what's going on here?
Well, may have left these at dinner and may have had a little time to go run up and get them on the break.
You look ridiculous, buddy.
Yeah, you know, but these are the types of glasses that a lot of the players are wearing too, Randy. They're supposed to block out all these bad lights. Here in the studio, we've got tons of lights hitting us from all angles, you know.
That is true.
Health is wealth, my friend.
I feel a little bit left out. I don't know if you do too, Justin.
might have to run upstairs and grab mine.
You got a pair too? Oh my God. We are playing the $125,000 buying event, our biggest one so far. We have 2 more levels to play before we end the day for day 1. It's scheduled to be a 3-day event. We'll hopefully get to the final table, maybe even a winner. We're not sure tomorrow, but currently the chip counts do see Makita Badzikowski is the overwhelming chip leader. We do have 2 new featured tables, and no surprise, it's a lot of names that we recognize. And look at that. Mateos is back in it.
Yeah, you know who I'm excited to see at the other feature table actually is Dan Cates. He's somebody who you don't see at all of these stops, and he just plays his own style, and also he just has that persona, right? You know, back in the day, poker players almost needed to have these larger-than-life personalities. You don't see it as much anymore, but Cates is still somebody who just really marches to the beat of his own drum personality-wise.
Yeah, and have you seen his costumes that he's worn? Like,
Yeah.
he's been playing cash games sometimes that I try and stop wearing his Trident outfit where he has a trident. He looks like Poseidon. It's pretty ridiculous for me. Do you have much experience with Jungle Man at all?
I haven't played much with Jungle. A couple times in Jeju. I think he's done quite well here, if I'm remembering correctly. But he's always a tricky guy, tricky player. In the few hands we've played, you're always kind of guessing what he's up to.
Yeah, he is one of those players that has so much experience. Also comes from that cash game background, just like Limitless. And he doesn't play that many Tritons, but when he does very well, just like you mentioned. So these are the tables still remaining here in the $125,000 buy-in. Looks like Brandon Wilson.
Yeah, he jumped in pretty quickly.
He's free rolling this tournament now.
He's ready to go, man. Doesn't need time off.
Just like Mateos that we mentioned. Always looking to play some poker. Officially, these are the two featured tables. And look at Alex Kulev also at this feature. He is the table boss at the blue table, but joined by Elton Sang. That's a household name at Triton.
So many awesome players here at these two tables. I can't wait to watch the action.
See Mosbach on the red table. Vinny Lingam, he's a newer face to the Triton Tour. He's got a big stack. Ding Biao with the Chinese regs.
He's always got swag, Ding Biao.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, like I made a comment, like, oh shit, like you just got him again. Like,
Yeah.
this is crazy. You get like 3 9s.
The amount of different styles you
Yeah,
have
it
here
was
at this
really
table
crazy,
is cannot be understated.
What are
You
the
have
blinds
Mokri
now?
coming from
3-6.
nosebleed heads up cash.
3-6?
You have Kulev grinded it up
Three-
online
it
from
was-
small stakes to
it
highest
was
stakes very
2-5
quickly.
earlier, right? Okay.
Are we still on,
Chris
by the
Wynn,
way?
I mean, it's
Yes, yes, we're still
awesome,
on.
awesome table.
Kaya Mokri.
don't have-
This guy did
I'm
some
sure they
damage to
have like
Aussie
a
Katola.
million cameras in here.
It's got a little bit of a swagger
You
about
better
him.
be able to see the camera.
I mean, there's no point in checking it. I'm like, it's for
Well,
sure.
it would be nice to.
But if you can get a check, do it.
That would be.
But
That would be better, yeah.
well, that's definitely me.
Check. Yeah, I'll type that for you.
Decent.
I'll count
Flop
you
for
for
both.
the 6 for now.
Yeah.
Is this queen 3 off just an auto defend, Justin?
Yeah, versus a button player, you're going to want to defend all your offsuit queen X. As
You don't have
ICM
to
comes into
remember,
play,
huh?
you can play a little bit tighter out of the big blind, but I think at this stage, definitely just defending is good.
And you mentioned that Kulev grinded his way up from the small stakes. Was he a cash game player initially online?
As far as I know, all MTTs. And
Okay.
his graph went from like $7 tournaments to the highest stakes very quickly, and he just mashed
when I
it.
saw it, I
Yeah.
thought I
Really,
won,
really
and then I was like, type it
tough
and
guy to
copy it.
play
I was like,
against. A lot of confidence and a hard worker, I think.
Yeah, when Kula first came onto the scene, I was in the booth with Henry
think
Kilban.
the
I wasn't
question
very
is in your
familiar
mind,
with
Joe,
him.
is,
He
like,
told me that he
automatically
was like
make
the
a
best
different order
online
because, like,
internet
that's
player
how
at
you
the
read it,
time,
you
at
know?
least.
Yeah, but I only read the.
There's that confidence.
read high to low.
Yeah, me too. So it's hard to like
I never,
imagine. Like
I
here,
never focus in the order.
Yeah.
My very first Triton, I took a cab with Alex from the airport. Got to know him a little bit through that, and over the years a bit more. So, really fun player to watch, and really interesting spot here from both players.
Yeah, it was a 22K bet from Kulev on the flop. Check on the turn. Now Mokri bets 26K. It's a pretty thin value bet with his hand on this board. Guess he's hoping to get called by Ace High because Ace High doesn't block 6, 7, 10 jack type of stuff. Is
Yeah.
that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of straight draws missed here.
Yeah.
And Alex has like a trappy hand. It looks like it has amazing blockers, but it actually does block plenty of bluffs. Yeah, I
Is
like
there
that
any
fold.
way you can?
I mean, it's correct. You can check all the cameras.
You know, you're just blocking like the 9-6, the 9-7. They can go for this size. And your jack of diamonds just isn't all that useful on the double paired board. You're not really like thrilled to raise flushes there, right?
I mean, Elton,
So I think that's a pretty
you can get a check
calculated
if you want,
fold.
but it
by
is
Alex.
correct.
And do we know what the dispute is here?
If they have it, it would be nice.
Yeah.
I also cannot say 100%, but
Me and Mike can say 100% at this point. Yeah, now
I'm not sure.
Mokri keeps saying it's
We're gonna
correct.
double
You can
check it
check
with
the
the
cameras.
I think Elton
Yeah, I mean, it's
might be
fair enough.
thinking that he's missing a chip. That's
That's
kind
the
of
only
my-
thing that would make sense. There's like a
Imagine
chip
we're wrong now. That would be embarrassing.
right in the middle. And then Mokri took it.
Getting old. Things are
Maybe they
starting
put
to,
in like an ante at the other table
short-circuit
before
up there a
moving
little
up or
bit more than
something.
they were when
Yeah.
I was in my
There was a little bit
20s,
of
but,
Not that
disagreement
old.
on where
this
it
would be
goes
a very
back
bad
to.
sign if I was wrong about this. I would be like quite concerned.
Watson is also on the same side, so
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Seems like a very high integrity guy too. Obviously, they're being very truthful, I'm sure.
and just a clear jam, I think, versus button for
Yeah.
Watson.
I guess more so the question is, does Elton call off?
I think he's going to want to call this one.
The total is,
Yeah.
Calls quickly.
yeah, he didn't even need to count.
All right, that's a good call.
That is a good call. 60-40 Elton against the Trident winner, Michael Watson. Trident winning means he's won a null and a hold'em title, a short deck title, and a PLO title.
I'm rooting for Watson here. I want to see him play more.
You don't like anyone busting, I
Yeah,
realize.
he's always rooting for the short stack.
Gosh. There's got to be someone, only people that you're up against, I guess.
You know, the good news is there's a good chance that seat gets filled, and there's so many interesting players in the field that
Justin only likes these 6. He's signed 2 new players.
I'm just sad we lost J&T, man.
Yeah, what a player. Mike's another guy I'm guessing just hops right back in. Very, very tricky player to play against. You can never make assumptions on what he's up to either. He's always bluffing in every node, protecting his range in every spot. You can't just ever run him over. He's just going to defend properly.
Does he play a bit like Jason Kuhn in that sense?
I think so. Yeah, I'd say so.
Watson is one of those, like...
Well, we just
I never see that from him.
That's great.
Order
That's great.
of the hand.
But he's one of those guys that's been playing poker forever, like as long as Isaac Haxton. Online, he was considered like the very best. You know, Sir Watts, right, was what he went by.
Yeah.
I don't know, were you playing poker back then, Alex, or no?
Yeah, I played with Sir Watts. You know, he probably preceded me by a little bit, but we definitely played some MTTs together. There was a stretch where I played a lot of online tournaments, and that name was certainly there.
Mm-hmm.
Watson plays all the games, by the way. I frequently
Oh,
play
they
with
won't
him in
let-
mixed game tournaments at the WSOP.
Okay, I
Yeah.
didn't realize he was into the mixed games as well.
Well, particularly the big bet games, so no limit single draw. He's always in the big bet mix tournament, for instance.
Okay, so he's not doing that limit
I
hold'em
think-
stuff.
I think I've played stud 8 and limit hold'em with him as well. I really think he plays it all.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it was either.
I always find that
from
to be
this side
extremely
this side,
impressive.
it was
I'm sitting
definitely
here
a
just
7
working on
this
no
side.
limit,
The only
and then
question
you
is,
have
what's the
Watson just
middle
able
point?
to
Is it a 6
play all
or
these
2?
games. Really cool.
Okay, you only need to be good at one game.
Yeah, it's enough, honestly.
Jungleman's another guy who can play it all.
Yeah.
That's the guy who won the PPC multiple times.
Chidwick.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Kind of sounds like they called over Luca.
Them is very important.
Just gonna see a bet and fold here.
Even if I make up something, I don't think I'm still believable. You know, if the card is marked or they just tell me the card is not marked.
So the flop is like 6 7s in the board.
No, I'm telling you, Elton, it was correct. It is correct. I am telling you. I am very fucking definitive at this point.
They won't let, I will go, but they won't let
Oh,
me.
wait, what was the flop now?
Huh? Was there a flop?
You can see.
This one we can see again.
Are they playing
But-
Do we
props?
have a flop?
Yeah, it was
Oh,
ace,
that must
5,
be it.
jack,
We were
right?
talking. I didn't even pay attention.
I think I want to. It's
I didn't even look. But yeah, please see if you can.
No, I'll ask for sure. I'm just telling
Yeah.
you that
But there is a chance this hand didn't.
And if
show
not,
up in
maybe
the
I'll
stream
get
because it's two tables.
the owner to call them and
There is
tell
a
them
big
to allow to
chance.
help us check. Yeah.
But Elton,
Just get
Elton,
the right contact.
it just cost me 2 units that we're not paying attention.
I know, but we were talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds like a props game.
I raised,
For sure.
just so
Well,
you know.
This one is gonna be on camera, so.
Maybe not.
I mean,
Huh?
Maybe not.
There are some cameras though, like somebody can check surely.
I didn't even look at the flop here.
Ace 5 jack.
I think they're just playing red or black.
Ace 5 jack. Ace 5 jack.
They don't keep it that simple. I can promise you
Yeah, I
that.
heard ace. You know, they're
Before,
thinking about the
it's
rank
easy
of the
to check
cards.
because they have the streams. Even
Yeah.
if it's not on stream, they have it themselves.
Playing a little 125k with maybe some 1k
Crazy
prop
gambler.
action going on. Pretty
Maybe
fun.
even more.
Yeah.
You know, knowing these guys. But that's funny that we thought they were arguing about a misplaced chip or something, but no, it was a prop bet, and they're actually going to try to go to the cameras for this one.
They've played some really big props. We've had some cash games where they're playing. It's not what they're playing,
I'll
but
check that one later.
like a pair game where you choose a pocket pair. If you get dealt it, you would get like 100k or
Oh,
like
wow.
50k from everyone at the table, like something insane.
But what happens if you fold it? Like
No, you just keep it on the side. So like it's kind of funny, you know, someone's
Yeah.
got one of their pocket pairs.
In a cash game, you can do that. In a tournament, it's a little tricky.
It wasn't a tournament. It was a cash game for that one. But what I'm saying is, they're not playing for like $2,000 or
Right,
something.
it's-
Prop.
they're playing big.
It's a huge game. That's why they are very. They really want to know the answers to that question.
By the way, it looks like we may have a confrontation here.
Yeah, notable that he went for the 3-bet call here as well. Definitely can flat.
Yeah, sub 30 big blinds, cutoff button against an aggressive player seems kind of nice.
Yeah, I like it. I like
He
it.
was aggressive,
Yeah.
Christopher. He comes from a cash game background as well. He doesn't have as many tournament results, but he had a big score in Paradise, I remember, for like 2 million. The one that was eventually won by Joey Nan, or Adamo, and then we're at.
We know who I'm rooting for here.
Let me guess. German Chris?
I want to see him play more, you know?
What do you know about Christopher Wen, Justin?
I know he kind of rose up the stakes very quickly in online cash. I think he's very aggressive and seems to be a really sharp guy. I haven't played a ton in tournaments with him, but you know he's firing everything right now, so I expect to see him a lot over these next couple of years.
Yeah, but maybe not at this table anymore.
I don't think so.
5, no?
Yeah.
Is it even?
Yeah.
Well, except the one we were going to check after.
Yeah.
Sounds like 5 units there for Mokri.
Yeah, how much is a unit? I want to know.
In addition to winning this pot, barring an 8. So pretty nice development for him. Oh, 4
Quads,
aces.
yeah.
What aces? This man was sweating his all in while they're worrying about props on the side.
Wow.
Come on, tell us how much a unit is, please.
It's going to be interesting to see how Chris handles the series. You know, somebody newer to the high stakes. You know, obviously he's playing nosebleed cash, but it's just different. It's different flying to Jeju, playing these high stakes tournaments. Are you going to hop back in? Are you going to keep your same confidence on day 8? That's really an important question for guys like that.
When we check it on the stream. So thank God.
You can be an amazing poker player, but if you can't
Remember that.
control your emotions and have that kind of emotional
No,
mastery,
but
it's
the ace jack 5.
Yeah, I typed it.
the game doesn't come as
you
easy
typed
to you,
it,
right? All this knowledge and all these skills that you have don't quite come as easy.
Yeah, Chris actually only played 12 events lifetime at Triton so far, so very new.
And particularly if he's a cash game player and he hasn't
wouldn't
had
say
even
this
just
if
getting
I
the reps in other tournaments, right? Just to go straight into Triton is it's a brave play, so props to him for
because the
coming
app
here
is
and
not
playing a full
correct.
series.
Me and Mike
To be fair,
checked
I've
it
seen him
before,
playing high
and
stakes
Mike was
tournaments
also 100%.
online
Okay.
recently, so I don't think he's like hopping in ice cold or something. He's been playing the 10Ks and
But I don't think he's been playing for like,
You know
say,
what it is,
3-4
right?
years, like
Yeah.
nonstop.
Yeah, exactly.
Baccarat.
And are there
They
still
didn't write it
weekly
the right
10Ks on
way.
GG? Is it,
I believe so.
But even the switch from online to live, it's just different. You know, it's just different when you can rebuy right away or go
Yeah.
have more tables or go play cash. It's like you just busted a $125,000 tournament. What are you gonna do? You're gonna rebuy right away? You're gonna go like walk around? I mean, you're on a rock in Jeju, right? It's you're just like, what am I doing with my life? I'm here playing the sickest tournaments in the world, and you got to be able to handle that and keep going.
Let's see here. Elton actually led on a 10 high board.
There you go, Randy.
They're doing something we're not expecting. It's always the non-tournament guys that's doing the leading.
Yeah. I think it's a good float here with ace-3, backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, last time we saw the lead, it was Petrangelo for king-queen.
Mateo's turning threes.
Doesn't mean much, I think.
Doesn't mean a whole lot, no.
I guess additional outs in case you are up against a pair.
Exactly. Or if you're up against 9-6, now you've got some outs.
I think Elton wants to just keep building. 25K?
Yeah, nice quick fold from Mateos there. No need to make a meal of it.
I typed, yeah.
Awful playability across different rivers. Very bad visibility and not great equity. So you're going to want to pitch that
It's a good trifecta.
Yeah.
Only thing he had going for him was position.
That's
Yeah.
actually insane. I don't think I've ever done that.
Kiat Lee, pretty short stack as he arrives to this table.
Yeah, he's only got 69K. 12 big blinds. But he's had a pretty good week. He actually won the 50K short deck.
We had a huge pot on another table, by the way.
Okay, tell me.
Wang Ye opened under the gun with pocket fives, folded around to Daniel Rizai, the very aggressive player out of Austria who 3-bet from the small blind, king-queen off. Ye peeled, came queen, 8-5, 2 diamonds, real cooler of a flop. And Rizai continued for about 1/3 pot. Ye called. Rizai checked the turn. Wang Ye bet 57K, and Rizai check shoved with the king-queen, of course, got snapped off by the pocket fives. So we have a new chip leader, Wang Ye, on the heels of that pot, and Daniel Rizai has been eliminated, though I do expect to see him rebuy, fresh off of that win in the 60K.
He lost 389,000 chips in that hand.
Yeah, he just got me with aces there.
Yeah, there's that big pot Rezai. You know, different styles, different.
You guys were saying that.
Different things, yeah.
Sometimes you lose the big pots too, I guess.
Yeah.
It's so hard to win with aces too because you always have a 2.
Yeah.
Has to be picture.
Or 9.
Oh, 9, yeah, picture or 9, yeah.
I'm determined to figure out what prop they're playing by the end of this show.
You were right, Alex. Fun addition to the table.
You okay with this
Juan
swap?
Pardo?
Yeah.
Oh, he's really fun to watch. Maybe one of the most aggressive in terms of light 3-bets pre-flop that I've seen out of these high-stakes regs. Will take so many little spots. Suited ace-x hands, light 3-bets and 4-bets, and it makes it, you know, when he does pick up a big hand, I find he gets lighter action than some of these players do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He opens off of 20 big blinds, joining this table with 9s. Kulev flatted ace-jack. Elton now with a decision. He's out.
Good fold there. That hand not playing great multi-way. As you can see, was dominated by Kulev.
I like this flat from Alex, too.
Looks like the suited 8 came along for the party.
Yeah,
Table
maybe
for
if you're
3.
deeper, you like using ace-jack off as a 3-bet fold sometimes, but at this stack depth, you'd almost be priced in, so he just plays it as a flat.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So Mulkery picks up a pair of 8s. Pardo's got the best hand of a gut shot, but there's one over. It's checked over to the ace-jack. Wrong color.
I expect him to mostly check here.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to be a little careful with stabs 3 ways, and he doesn't really have great properties.
Yeah, give him any club or something like that. His hand feels like a much more reasonable bet.
Pardo improves to a set, but straight shows up. Clubs show up.
Interesting spot for Pardo because the cutoff range shouldn't have much 7x. The big blind range, of course, could. His hand I expect to check, but there's some merit to betting just to try to deny equity from club draws.
You went with the check option.
Feels cleanest.
I agree with you there, Alex. I think a small bet is at least reasonable.
One nice thing about Pardo's hand is if the board were to pair, he has a very deceptive full house.
So true.
So not a board pair, just the deuce.
And what will Pardo do now?
I expect him to bet like 15K. Some kind of small size into 2 ranges here.
Hope for a crying call.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like you're up against a flush or straight, given the action so far.
Seems very reasonable. You'd be more worried about Mokri's range than Kulev's.
Yeah, I think so. And Mokri is a tough player. I mean, he will. Oh, okay. Yeah.
He goes bigger.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, this is interesting, right? Because Mokri's the type of player who may not play a ton of calls here and may just hit you with a bunch of raises.
Yeah.
And against those players, sometimes going for thin-ish value is trickier. But I think this value bet is pretty clean the way this hand's played out.
Yeah. And by Kyan's reaction, he kind of takes away his raise option now, right?
He does, but I've talked about this with Randy. Why don't people ever Hollywood this spot and then raise? I would just love to see a pro do it just once.
I think it's just hard. It's not something you practice very often, right?
You almost have to be a professional actor and professional poker player.
I mean, Phil Hellmuth is one of the only ones in the world that sits in front of the mirror practicing these types of things, you know? So maybe it's a skill set we need to be thinking about more.
Yeah, you go practice and perform on the main event for us later.
I'd love to see this bleed his time down, act like he's between call and fold, and then raise. Like, would you think it's value heavy or bluff heavy, or would you just never expect to see it?
I would almost never expect to see it. Okay. Wow, he's going to pay.
He is thinking about it. Those are calling chips. Just got to toss them in, across the line.
Okay.
Okay, enjoy.
Yeah. I mean, there you go, Alex, right? You're talking about how aggressive 1-parto is. That aggression is what gets him paid in these spots because Mokri knows he will find a bluff there.
Right.
And he's thinking to himself, okay, well, Alex checked back twice, and the deuce can't really improve Alex's range, so he has a lot of air. So it might look enticing for him to go after that.
That makes a lot of sense, but we do take a little short break. So we've got time to recognize Jacob & Co., the official timekeeping partner of the Triton Poker Series. The brand is known for its innovative approach, constantly exploring new ideas in both design and technical construction. It's a clear focus on combining performance with a strong visual identity. That's Jacob & Co., inspired by the impossible.
Justin, were you aware that if you were to go on to win this main event, you'd win a Jacob & Co. watch?
Oh, yeah.
Along with the cold hard cash?
Yeah, man. It's on front of mine. Those are unbelievable watches, and yeah, I definitely want to get one of those.
You also get a trophy, but not just any trophy, an extra large version.
Yeah. A lot of perks come with winning a Triton main event, of course, and there will be a PLO main event a little later in the series too, which I'm excited about.
I know you really want to play it, Alex. You've been talking about PLO like non-stop.
Yeah. It's just going to be fun to watch these guys operate. I think more and more of the no-limit players are trying their hands at PLO, which really creates interesting dynamics. They have so much experience with the tournament stuff, and it's fun watching them learn how to apply that into PLO.
I know a guy that's not going to try it. His name is Justin Saliba.
I'm going to focus on that no-limit main. I don't think there's a single tournament in the world with more prestige than that one.
There we go. Okay, King Jack 10. What are we working with? Nothing versus nothing? I guess 1-0 has a little gut shot.
Yeah, I think definitely going to go check here at a high frequency, but kind of ups to bet.
Betting machine.
Super duper hero call.
You know, Mokri 2 is actually was primarily a heads-up cash game player.
Yeah.
And then he transitioned to tournaments and had amazing success.
I'm not tilted.
No.
Yeah, I think that gives you just a slightly different skill set. He's just so good in wide-range spots, and these heads-up guys that do really well, they know how to get under your skin a little bit. And I think that Kyan is quite good at that at the table. He does certain things that just get under your skin and can cause people to play a little bit worse in spots.
69. Nice.
That hand is a little worse.
Good position.
Okay, 69K jam.
I think Kyan's going to only play.
Oh,
okay.
You thought he was going to go call, right?
I thought he would just play call, yeah. Although maybe the stacks behind just don't matter.
That stack is too small.
Yeah, exactly.
They were too small. But if you have a couple 400K stacks, you just call your whole range there.
Yeah, I like that.
Protect your strongest.
Yeah, and just try to induce, the ace-queen off, ace-jack off behind.
100% correct, and then we checked the camera and he was wrong.
Yeah.
So, I mean, no.
I mean, me and Mike, we're talking.
I'm just saying it's like.
All right, come on,
you know,
Kiat.
it could be checked. I would really like to.
I would prefer to check it also if
Yeah.
that makes you feel better.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It would make me feel a lot better.
Okay, well, yeah, needs a queen or
You know what he needs?
clubs.
Yeah, the queen of diamonds.
Like
That's the card.
at least.
Let's find that one.
What?
Looking for the
What?
TV
No,
sweats.
no.
Come on.
No, 8 is already greedy enough, and you want a club too?
Jack of
No, just
clubs.
give him a queen.
That's too good.
What is this?
Yeah, 40% equity here. Okay, now it's like
See, I'm not greedy.
20%.
2 outs now for Kiat. Queen of diamonds, no good.
That's right. Out reduction.
Yeah.
Oh, Queen of Hearts. That's what you wanted, Justin.
Yep.
No elimination.
Yeah. I think when you get less outs on the turn, the
Professional
luck factor
product
moves up, and
player.
you're just going to spike it a little bit more.
Is you right?
Yeah.
I like watching Kiat Lee play. He's somebody who just has great table presence and composure.
Yeah.
Fun to watch him maneuver.
He's also one of those guys when he gets eliminated, you know, he still has a smile on his
Yeah.
face.
And a Triton OG.
Yes. Crazy people.
Yeah, great temperament. Great temperament. He busts, he's happy. He wins a pot, he's happy.
Nice
Just happy to be
having you at the
grinding,
table, Kiat.
grinding Triton tournaments.
Welcome.
Justin, can you talk to us a little bit about the new Triton tempo system that's been employed this series?
Yeah, do you like it or no?
I love it. I think it's amazing. I think the #1 thing I like about it is that it's not punishing if you're 3 seconds over.
Problem.
You know, you had to be so thoughtful in the past of like, okay, I need to make my decision at 29 or 59 because I really don't want to make a 33-second decision. And now you don't have to worry about that. If you need 35 seconds, you just take 35 and you lose the 5 seconds. I think it's an awesome system. You get rewarded for playing fast from most of the tournament, and then when you need the really long decision, you can build up that time. So I think it's an awesome way of sorting out the time bank system.
Completely agree. As Kulev flopping the stone nuts here, Pardo is dead.
Just dead. That time to be aggressive.
Go ahead, Justin.
I'm interested to see how Kulev proceeds here.
Yeah. I was going to say the good thing about Pardo's hand is that let's say Kulov just comes with call. Pardo doesn't necessarily have a hand that's going to be super interested in blasting off.
Yeah, Kulev's so aggressive though. I wouldn't be surprised to just see. There you go with the call. He likes these small raises too. I would have kind of been interested to see if he went for like 19K there or something.
Those things are annoying, of course.
Yeah.
Pardo picks up a gut shot that he thinks is good.
You can bind day 2 in this?
And normally he's not supposed to get hurt with this hand, but is he the type of operator that might,
How do you
open some
decide,
wounds?
how often to follow through with these non-diamond combos?
I think each one have as little interaction with the big blind folds as possible, and that's going to be wanting to have low cards in your hand. So I'd rather bet a hand like Queen 3 of spades rather than Queen 9, even though it has the gut shot, just because he's going to have more folds when I have a 3 in my hand than a 9.
I like it.
Makes sense. Oh, look at the sneaky check from the ace on a 4 flush.
Really looking to get all of it against the Queen of Diamonds and induce some bluffs, perhaps.
What did you do? You try to trap me?
Good. Good. If you were the only.
If you compare the speed of that by Pardo to that Jack 10 off fold, it's interesting because it really does show a little bit about that player type. Like, he rivered a 9, and it should just show down, right? But he's thinking, is there a way that I can do this that's better than just check?
Yeah.
He's constantly looking to fight for that extra chip and see if, do I want to turn my hand into a bluff here?
I want to see a straight flush.
Vinny Lingham here getting involved. Top pair, Mario Mosbach. Open-ended straight flush draw, 2 overs. Went for check raise on the flop.
He's going to hit the straight flush. I'm still feeling it.
It's kind of like that Ben 86 spot a little bit. You just have to jam, but...
You feel like you're not getting that many folds?
It's a tricky...
Now what with the 8 and the gut shot?
This one feels a little cleaner maybe than the Ben 86 one. You can imagine a world in which Lingham might fold something like Ace 8 or King 8.
Yeah.
Facing check raise and bet.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Mario probably has a better feel for Vinny's range in real life, but I wouldn't expect him to have too many 8s here.
This is kind of weird because Mario raised pre-flop. Vinny actually flatted in position in the cutoff, and then Watson came along a big. There was a 15K bet from Vinny. There was a check raise of 42K, and now the jam. Wow. Vinny down to 8. He does. Well played, Mario Mosbach. Well played.
Yeah, very well done there, but Mario, he's going to be thrilled to see that hand fold.
Oh, yeah. Good luck, guys. Yeah.
Thank you. Good luck, Danilo.
Are we losing Danilo Velocevic? New table, please.
Watson right back in there.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, did Foxen get back in yet? I gotta look.
I looked earlier and he still hadn't.
He's still on the sidelines.
So maybe he's just waiting until tomorrow, which is a viable strategy. It was a pretty brutal way he went out, running into aces twice in a row. Maybe he just wants to sleep on it and come in fresh tomorrow, hit the gym.
Hit the gym, that's right.
He hits the gym twice a day.
He's at the gym right now.
Yeah.
Does he get bigger every year, or is it just me?
He certainly gets stronger.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way I meant it, just for the record.
Right. Daniel Cates versus Bernhard Binder.
Bernhard Binder, winner of $10 million in December at Paradise, took down that 25K, and who was he heads up against? None other than JNT.
That's what I'm saying, JNT. So this is a small buy-in for Binder now.
I think he won like 10 million in that one. Is that
10
right?
million.
Yeah.
10 million.
Yeah.
JNT got 6 million.
Yeah, it was similar to a typical WSOP main pay, Vegas payout. 10 million up top, 6 million for second. What a absolutely massive 25K that was.
Yeah.
Check on the flop in this pot. Binder actually flatted the button against the Jungle Man open. And now Binder's got open-ended.
Yeah, let's see if he activates now on the strength of the
This guy's tired
draw.
on the left. Look at that yawn.
I like this size. We're not really trying to like bet a queen here ourselves, so just go for something large and target 7s through jacks.
So betting ace-x are better for value here, and your bluffs are going to come from hands like this.
Yeah, some hearts.
Jungle didn't fold the queen. He made that call against the sizable size.
I think he has a really nice follow through here too.
Did you see that check he
Yeah,
looked
look
at him and said
This is
check?
what I like about watching Jungle. He does things other people don't do in terms of his body language and his actions at the table.
He almost like whispered check to him. Like, check.
Kind of had a fun little grin on his face.
Does that make you want to bluff him more?
I think Binder here's going to get back into the theory, right?
Yeah, he's like, I don't care about that
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly. Just not try to think too much into it and just go and make the best decision possible.
Feels like he has just a fist pump bluff combo, right?
Yeah. Yep. Unblocking hearts, no king, no jack, no 10, matching the ace. I mean, it's...
What's Jungle doing?
Trying to get him to react, it seems.
A real wizard.
But the guy just won 10 million in a live poker tournament. I think he's going to feel pretty comfortable in this spot.
This is cool from Jungle. That again, you just don't see people with these sorts of moves that often.
It's old school.
Nice fold.
I guess he folds.
Nice to get that one to fold.
And Binder I was hoping Binder was going
Yeah.
to show that one. You don't see as much
Okay, I
just
see how
flipping
it
the bluff
is.
in the guy's face
I see
these
how
days
it
anymore.
is.
I always like when you do.
He's part of my team.
I actually was gonna fold default, but I was like tempted to call for a certain reason.
But then you didn't?
I had a feeling to call, but I was just like, whatever.
You get the right.
I'm not that familiar with Binder, but I think he plays quite well.
Not that much of a
He even
field
said something at the
player
table the
in
other
that
day that, you know, even without the 10 million score, is still an awesome year for him. I think he,
Jesus
I think he
Christ.
crushed online pretty hard. And
Well, I
he's like,
mean,
yeah, it would have been a 10 out of 10 year before the score.
I don't
Oh,
need
wow.
a $10 million score.
He seems like he has a good sense of humor.
Yeah.
Does Bernhard Binder, the Austrian. And a nice stack now, 600,000, as we see Michael Watson on his second bullet.
Yeah, I think Binder comes from that poker code crew.
Yeah. He might be one of the youngest in the field. I think 27 or 28 probably.
I'm going to guess Mueller is younger than him, though.
Yeah, true, actually. I think default here is just a call from Mario.
It's in the small blind. Looked over to his left. See if things happening there. It's a fold from the Vietnamese player.
Mario's going to be really good at these things too. Like looking into your left and seeing if the big blind, you know, is excited to play the hand or going to fold. Things like that can make a big difference in how you play your small blind.
These are live poker things.
Yeah.
Something you're very familiar with, Alex.
Yeah, I think that's something that, you know, some people, even at the highest levels, will give away that tell. They'll look at their hand early and they'll indicate it a little bit. And if you can pick up on that, you could find that light open, that light continue.
You talking about me, buddy?
You know, I was looking right at you like I was, but I don't think you and I have ever played any live poker, at least.
No, it's actually kind of funny that you mentioned that, because when I played a Triton very long time ago in Montenegro, Jungle Man was at my table, and I was peeking at my cards early just to give myself extra time to think, and he kind of said something to me like, hey, you know, you might be giving away something.
No, he gave you that info.
Yeah, he kind of
Some
gave me that
people would
info.
just, you know, take the info for themselves.
Yeah.
Interesting flop decision from Mario there. You could go for the check raise, but I think the check call is very reasonable.
Yeah, ranges are wide here, of course. Watson opening button.
Queen definitely changes things a bit.
Yeah, the merit in check raise is that we don't have a backdoor flush draw and we don't have an overcard of the 9, so it is going to be hard to realize our equity across a lot of different runouts, and so preventing that has some merit. But I think that he just decided, okay, my hand's not strong enough to stack off here. I prefer to put it into a check call line.
And what do you do here as Watson?
The queen is a pretty good card for Watson's range, but I think overall his range is still a button RFI that just c-bet, so yeah, he's going for bet. I like this. I like this.
If you go for bet here, do you just check back almost every river?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that he's going to go for value again. Mario is quite likely or somewhat likely to just check raise a queen here. And he shouldn't have very many fours. So you're still looking at plenty of continues coming from ace-x of hearts that could make a pair on the river. Even a hand like Jack-10 is going to want to continue that floats out of position.
Of course, that can't call the river, but... So you're saying 7 or lower, no heart. You think Watson's just all in here?
Yeah. Yep. You have King 9, Jack 9, 10 9.
You guys have got an army.
9 8
find out. Yeah, I hope we get the 7 of spades here.
Yeah. Imagine a deuce of spades, maybe. Although I don't know if I wish that on Mario.
It's the Jack. I don't think that's the card he's going for value on.
I don't think so. I'm going to see a snap check.
Yep. You look sad, but you got the winner, Michael.
Yeah, not happy though. I think you wanted to find that then value.
How many
killed by
members
action.
are in your army? How many do how many Huh?
How many represent here or in general?
Here, just here. How many cadets do you have? Recruit or sergeants or whatever.
I wrote, yeah.
I was hoping we'd hear the answer to that, but we switch over to our other feature table.
Yeah. How many soldiers are there? Cadets. All right. I like this table too, though. Stone Cold Killers.
This is going to be a really interesting spot for Pardo. He has a hand that feels like it wants to put some money in on the turn, but it's not an attractive spot, and this is sometimes what makes the difference between really great players and just pretty good players, is that they will find bluffs in every run out, whether it's low EV or high EV.
Yes, Pardo opened the button, bet 8K on the flop. And he is finding that bluff.
Nice read, Justin, as he goes for it here, 16K.
I think for that price, Kulev's going to want to call this one.
Yeah, he's not loving it, but the price is so good that he can still hit the queen. Maybe his 10 is good.
Yeah, having that redraw I think is very important.
Yeah, King 10 a lot better than Ace 10 here.
Yeah, I was going to say just that.
Ooh. And now this is a spicy one as
Yeah.
the straight completes, but with the 8 of hearts, if Kulev were to check, Juan Pardo might just be all in with Ace of hearts in hand.
And I would not be surprised to see Kulev look for a creative lead here. He has that 10 of hearts operating in his hand, and he doesn't expect Pardo to be betting that many flush draws on the turn.
And you don't need to go all in by any means here, right? With this board, you could get your opponent to fold a chop for something smaller than that.
I'm also thinking, how would Pardo have a queen? Does he bet a lot of queens on the turn, which is open-ended when there's a 4-liner out there, but shallow stack where occasionally he gets raised on the turn?
Definitely sometimes he's going to be betting his queen lows, as well as hands that are pushing equity. You know, he still just has king-queen off, queen-8.
His queen could probably go either way, but maybe leans check.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
I guess that's what Kulev is thinking about. How often do I run into a flush or a queen?
Yeah.
He's taken a long time now. Sometimes people will abandon chip once they take super long time.
He's not abandoning that chip. He's just wondering which chip to jump onto. The all-in camp or the some chips?
45?
Yeah, just some chips.
And I guess all three options in play here for Pardo, right?
These guys are just so tough. I think that he is so capable from doing all three. But man, is it tempting to jam, especially on Kulev, who you know is just quite aggressive.
Right, he's like the one guy you might want to consider it.
Maybe you wish you had a little more behind on the jam, Justin, to try to shed a queen?
I don't think it's to shed a queen. I feel like it's trying
Just
to shut
to
out
shed
chop.
this. Yeah.
Right, because you wouldn't expect a queen to fold for 60K more.
No, but I'm saying if you were really deep, then you could try to shed a queen, perhaps.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, he's going to do it.
This is so good.
This is fun.
He's like, I'm all in for your last 1,000.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
What a hand we got here.
And this just shows you why it is so tough to play against these guys. Even just the turn barrel from Juan with all these ideas to be bluffing later. Then Alex gets this 8 of hearts and he realizes that, hey, buddy, I have plenty of flushes.
Oh, wow. Juan Pardo, the master.
Amazing hand.
I can't believe that worked.
I really like watching Juan Pardo play. I played with him a lot during the 25K in Bahamas, and it's just fun to watch him operate. He's extremely tough, relentless player.
Yep.
Perhaps a bit more of a controlled relentlessness than you'll see out of some of these other guys, too.
It takes so much guts to jam 63K more on top to take that whole pot.
I guess that was an oxymoron, controlled relentlessness. But I just feel like he's less likely to put a huge stack into play. Like he'll do it in more subtle ways.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the guys that are relentless at this level, they can't just be one-track minded. You know, like there are going to be some spots where he will not bluff. You know, he's going to be like, okay, this guy knows how aggressive I am, and he's aware of that, and he's going to adjust. And so I think that that's what makes them so tough. So I think the controlled aggression that you're referring to is so true from both Kulev and Juan. They're not just blasting always, which becomes quite easy to play against. You just don't fold, right? They're really hard to play against because you know at any point they will just switch it.
The lines are up. We're now playing 4 and 8,000. This will be the last level of the night, but registration's still open until the start of day 2, so 62 entries now. Maybe that'll balloon into 75 or 80 by the start of the day tomorrow.
I do.
You're trying to hit and run? Or the other way around, I mean?
I'm trying to hit and run. Thanks, man. Thanks a lot.
I told you, there is always needles with these. Yeah, with these, you'll always get needles.
Sometimes I feel against Kulev and Juan, you want to be the person that's putting in the last bet.
Yeah.
You know? And Kulev going for that size just opens it up, you know? It opens Juan up to be able to do things like that.
At the same time, maybe going all in there as Kulev is just a bit too risky. You just run into a queen or a flush too often to justify using that size.
I think he didn't give Juan credit enough to make that play often enough. Otherwise, why would he go 45K? He must fold. He just thought this guy wouldn't hit the right frequency to kind of rebluff, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's possible he just found a great size against his range. I wouldn't be surprised if jam is okay there, just because that 10 of hearts is just so important.
Yeah.
Kulov gets to try to win a pot against Elton this time. 2 pair. He's gone big sizing. 32K of top 2.
I like this. These are boards that we really want to just start building the pot with queens plus or a good jack. Very dynamic.
Maybe Elton has the exact type of hand that would continue versus a small bet, but you can shed for this size.
Yeah, I guess the big sizing, you're like, take it.
Yeah.
You got it, you got it.
Yeah, facing large sizes in a spot like that's all about playability on turns and rivers, and the playability with ace-10 off is just not very good. We'd much rather have a backdoor flush draw or something more interacting with the board, allowing us to continue on more turns.
Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Do have special guest commentator Justin Saliba in the booth. He does play these Triton Super High Roller series, so we are reading your comments or questions. Send it his way.
Yeah, definitely feel free to send any specific questions you might have to Justin, and we can ask him those and read them out on air.
But we are filtering them in case, you know, they are
In case we
inappropriate.
get something ridiculous. Yeah. Elton picks up the aces here against Pardo's under the gun open.
The Wi-Fi is not good.
No, it's good. And I'm already with the mobile data.
You have data for free?
Yeah, just a bit too deep to ever want to like just call here. 3-bet's going to be the default option.
And Pardo opening close to bottom of range just gets away quickly.
It worked in France. Even though in France I had roaming.
Man, that Kulov spot's still, my mind's still spinning on that.
Of course,
How's
how
it?
can you not?
Yeah, crazy hand, awesome hand. You know, maybe the 10 of hearts isn't important because maybe he can never have it, right? He would maybe never bet the turn with it, and that could change everything in his mind. So
yeah,
gonna be fun to talk to Alex about that one.
Yeah, how do you feel about getting bluffed by Juan? Did you know he was capable of that move?
Oh, he knows he's capable. He certainly knows that.
All right, we're going to turn our attention to the red table. Bernhard Binder, ace queen, and Watson's got ace 7 offsuit.
Yeah, towards the weaker region of our 3-bet bluffs, but definitely going to get in there sometimes.
He went with call. This is a bit unusual for me, small blind versus button, with this hand.
Yeah, I would typically put this more into a 3-bet.
3-bet or fold.
Yeah.
And Mosbach also getting in there, just liking his price.
Yeah.
Maybe versus earlier open, earlier flat, he'd just be out with Jack 7 off, or do you think you always get in there?
I mean, if it's a larger, it's really, you know, if the RFI size is bigger and the range is tighter, there's definitely going to be spots where you just get out of the way with the Jack 7 off. But min raise from the button. And that's also probably what Watson's thinking is, you know, it's a min raise. He's a guy that will adjust to that. He's not just thinking, oh, it's a button open. If it's 2.2, maybe we see that 3-bet or fold. And then if it's min raise, now he's going to play some calls.
The call might punish him here because he's got top pair against a bigger top pair.
And this feels like a board you could use a bigger size as binder.
Yeah, he's scrolling up a little bit here.
23K scroll wheel is definitely upwards. More than 1/3 pot.
No decision here for Watson, just always going to play call.
Need change, sir. Okay, thank you.
This could be some trouble for Watson.
Yeah.
Like, how can he not pay off another bet? I guess Binder is thinking about sizing in a way for a river jam as well.
Yeah, I think 55K or so is going to be a nice size here.
Sometimes players go with that geometric size, try to bet the same percentage of the pot on turn and river. Goes with 60.
Yeah, so he calls here, just 60% pot. So bring it up to 222. Have 148 remaining.
Yeah, pretty
It's
consistent
it's
across
pretty close,
the streets,
isn't it?
Yeah.
He was like 55 wouldn't get it done. It's 60. It's the little things that matter.
Yeah, nowhere to go from Watson still. He's still up against this button RFI, so there's just so many potential bluffing combos they could have.
9 of spades. It kind of doesn't really bring in many things.
We're undercover now.
Yeah, but we're a little bit worried now because
We need our patches.
now when Binder jams, it takes away a number of potential bluffs that he might do with a 9 in his hand.
Okay, so 8-9, something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, exactly.
You can switch sides.
Like he's gonna bluff off here, and 7-8 now gets there, which is
a little bit. But I
Yeah.
guess he got 7 in his hand.
What's the bottom of Binder's value range here?
Can Ace Jack do it?
Yeah, for
Feels
sure.
like Ace Jack and maybe even Ace 8 because
Yeah, Ace-
Watson shouldn't have much Ace Jack, right? It's kind of awkward. It feels like Ace 8 could actually jam for value, but not Ace 5. So Ace 7 is.
But Ace 8 is
only
thin,
beating
I think,
bluffs.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, where there's the jam. Let's look at Watson's face. How does he feel about this?
And some of those club combinations might just give up on the river as well.
He snap called it actually
Yeah.
with Ace 7.
It's just such a good hand in the spot button versus small blind.
That's respect to the opponent.
Yeah.
Knows that man is capable of bluffs. I'm sure he put in a lot of bluffs when he won that $10 million tournament.
Bernard Binder up to third in chips now. Just a little smile on the face of the Austrian.
Can't comentar.
Easy game with value.
Yeah, typically if you're sitting there thinking that his threshold is a pip better than yours or near your hand, you can just never fold it.
Yeah, he didn't really think about that one. He's like, I respect my opponent enough. I will not waste the table's time.
Yeah. One part of loves a suited king.
He sure does. He opened the King 7 suited undergun,
Yeah.
I believe.
7-handed. I thought that was probably right on the border.
Yeah, he probably opens King 3 and King Deuce suited too.
No, I think he's just
Mateos knows.
just playing well.
It's Spanish on Spanish violence.
No fear from Amadi there. No need to play any calls or anything like that. Just rip it in against an aggressive player.
Just ripped it in. Looks like we got a change in dealers, which is going to give me some time to talk about Jupiter. You know, a lot of poker comes down to reading situations and anticipating what might happen next. Predict, built around that same idea with markets tied to real-world outcomes like sports, politics, global events. As new information comes in, those markets adjust to reflect changing expectations. And that's Jupiter.
All right, Justin, we do have a couple questions for you in the chat.
Are they good questions?
The first one's getting filtered out. The second one I've been on the fence about filtering out, but I'm going to ask it anyway. It's any change in the hoodie choice or still rocking Zara and Abercrombie mainly? I almost filtered that one out, but I figured.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm wearing much Zara Abercrombie.
Okay.
You can just
I
pass.
do. I like
Yeah.
some Abercrombie. I mean, both of them are fine, but
Yeah.
you know.
I didn't know you were known for wearing those either. Okay, now on to the real questions. Are you a live read guy? And do you have an example of a prime live read that worked out really well for you?
I think everybody at this level is a live read guy to an extent. It just depends on how much you trust that stuff. And you know, I don't want to mention a specific spot, but I think that there's been a number of times where if you just get a feel for somebody being uncomfortable, I think that that's constantly what I'm looking for. I'm just trying to see what is their heart rate doing. Are they 2 minutes in the tank on the river and pretty calm? Because that might be hard to do for somebody who's it's their 15th Triton high roller. So I'm always just looking at their chest and their neck, trying to figure out if maybe this anxiety they're feeling is with a bluff or with value and trying to swing me in one direction or not. So I'd say that I am definitely a live read guy in certain fields. At Triton, I'm less of a live read guy, but I think that all these guys at the table that we're watching and in these super high stakes, everybody's looking for every single edge they can find.
And the neck is where you've tended to find a lot of information?
I just think the heart rate in general. If, you know, some people get a heart rate from having a super strong hand, and some people get a heart rate when they're bluffing for all their chips. So just trying to make notes and see how I feel about specific players and in specific spots.
Well, you're a live guy too, Alex. You in agreement with what he's saying?
Yeah, I definitely think when I'm playing my A game, I always take a little bit longer on the river in those close decisions and try to get a read. Sometimes I'll even talk to the guy a bit. I know the rules can be a bit murky about what you can and cannot say, but
it's also nice to
I definitely want to give myself every possible opportunity to, you know, find the right decision of that tiebreaker.
I think it just goes to how hard you're trying, right? I mean, like, there's very few players in this field that they have a river decision and they don't think that they can do, you know, all these players think that they can do better than just some default strategy. And they're trying to find all these edges. And so if you think you can do better than a computer, you're going to take every ounce of information. I mean, look at that binder hand. He scrolled up flop. Would he have done that with a bluff? I don't know. Maybe he's playing this spot perfectly. But it's something to look for in the future, and I'm going to be paying attention to that and seeing, you know, if he might not do that without ace queen, right?
Little things, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, one more for you, Justin. In low to mid stakes live tournaments, any tips on when to take an action based on your hand versus your range?
Good question. I think that I'm way more focused on my opponent's range and my hand the weaker the tournament might be. So trying to look at their range and just figure out, okay, how am I going to punish this range with my hand? Whether I'm bluffing, if I should, you know, go smaller on the turn to jam the river, or do I want to overbet the turn to make them fold immediately? So, yeah, I'm focused on my opponent's range and my hand for the most part.
That makes a lot of sense because you're not giving them maybe as much credit for thinking about your entire range. You're targeting what they have and not worrying about what all the other hands you could get there with would do.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So this one was a limp pre-flop, and then Pardo raised it to 3x. King 8 got caught by 9-7. Top two pair versus the gut shot now.
Interesting that Pardo ISO'd this King 8 offsuit. I think a lot of players would check this one back at a pretty high clip, but he likes to, if it's close pre-flop, I find he likes to take the aggressive action.
I mean, you mentioned it earlier, Justin, that Pardo's the type of guy that when it says low frequency, he still is actually hitting that frequency to some extent.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, these high card, mid card hands are definitely reasonable to RFI here.
And I was just going to say, Mokri probably has some frequency raise, and maybe he's the guy who will take that spot as well, right?
I love this table. I mean, I guess we just call because we have so much hand.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
No point in raising.
It's nice to ISO some of these like King 8 off type hands. You just keep them in with all the worst suited kings and a lot of the suited 8s that are going to show up from Mokri. And Mokri going to be building his range with, you know, plenty of King X and then a lot of draws.
This is one of those draws.
And would you expect 7-6 to be more likely just to call and then the gut shots to be more likely to raise? Or some of each?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I'm not... Yeah, I think a little bit of each, and I do expect that. 6-7 to play more call, which has a little bit more equity. 9-7, we have the over the 8, which will definitely be bet calling from Pardo.
Okay, another bet coming from 9-7 high. So I guess he's giving his opponent enough credit to bet call with hands that are just going to fold. Doesn't have to be some king.
Yeah, I feel like he's just targeting the floats here. Pardo could definitely call something like Queen Jack or Queen 10, Jack 10 on the flop, especially with a backdoor flush draw. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, that 7 of clubs operating quite well for Cayenne now, unblocking all those back doors that are now going to fold on the turn, the hard spades and diamonds. It's going to be very interesting to see if he follows through on a brick.
Is the gig up? Let's see.
Mm.
Regards to 6. Hey, Juan, I think you're out of the tournament, sir.
Man. That's just not fair.
I don't even think he could believe it.
I think this is one of the best feelings in poker is when you just check raise and barrel a gutter ball on the turn and you bank it on the river. It's one of my favorite feelings.
You know, it's a please fold, please fold. Oh, wait, please have it, please have it.
Yeah. Juan is going to beat him into the pot here.
Yep. There you go, sir.
Oh.
He tried to turn over the winner. It's a loser.
Really unlucky there from Juan.
Can never go down smoothly, given it's a $125,000 buy-in.
And sometimes that's just how poker goes. You don't always get rewarded for your great plays, right? He bluffs this ace-3 and wins a pot that maybe, you know, almost everybody wouldn't win in that spot. But it doesn't mean you deserve to just go deep. He's going to have to try again.
Maybe he takes the rest of the day off because this is the last level. He can still register tomorrow. Looks like he is headed to his room.
You're going to bluff or you miss?
Yeah, you hear somebody at the table says, are you going to bluff if you miss?
It's a secret.
Yeah, it's interesting because the turn bet's going to shed a lot of the floats, so I don't know that it's an auto follow through on the river. Although, of course, Pardo could perhaps still have some ace highs that you could target.
Ace high seems a little ambitious.
Maybe if it turned a gut shot ace-4, I don't know. It does seem ambitious.
I feel like
it?
you follow through more if there was a backdoor flush draw that showed up. Therefore, you can make up more hands that
will call
floated
fold.
and call and
Yeah.
then fold.
Yeah, I think you're right. We have a shout out to you, Justin, from Rudiscu saying, really enjoyed your mechanics podcast. Thanks for taking the time to do it and give insight into everything you're thinking about. The whoop stuff was especially funny. Can you tell us what that whoop stuff was?
Which you have.
Yeah, I was.
Is it embarrassing?
You know, I was just talking about how we have a big group of Triton players that are in like a Whoop community. And
Yeah.
you can see how well each player sleeps. And yeah, there was a story where one of the players had a 1% recovery going to a huge FT. And he was sick, and I knew that going into the tournament, and it definitely, you know, led to some interesting
He
stuff.
should have turned off his reading before going into that final table.
Yeah, I might not want to be in that community if
Yeah.
I was playing these tournaments.
Well, we got a little squeeze from aces, but it's going to be hard to get paid off.
Okay, I'll leave it to you, my friend.
Not a good spot to rebluff. What am I bluffing?
Leave it to you, my friend, to take him out, King Jack. You waste your chips.
Not good.
You know, there you go.
Maybe that little speech play got him into some trouble.
He's a fighter, man. He's a good player.
This is very good for Miki. Good flop.
Yeah. I think it's too much value.
So he wants to bet. Just how much?
Not even allowed to leave. Let's see if I'm even allowed to leave.
He decided on 30K, but I guess it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Just shows you how dynamic the game is, though, right? Cayenne is mostly going to fold this hand against
I had an eight,
any
right?
large squeeze here. But when he gets such a good price, he's going to peel and play the spot in position, and I think that's good. He believes he's going to realize enough equity to have a profitable peel.
I think it's because Elton told him to call. Or maybe he wanted to see a prop flop or something.
Yeah, maybe he had the right cards.
Yeah. That happens when they're playing the red-black game.
Unblocking the prop you wanted to see.
I remember a story where I believe Phil Ivey was playing props like the red-black, and then the props was bigger than the game he was actually playing, so that, say he was holding black cards, you know, he would want to see a flop. He would be willing to call like 3 bets, even though his hand is like 7 deuce suited.
I've definitely been in some games where the props play bigger than the game itself.
I mean, it's a good game to be in if you're not those guys.
Yeah.
Adrian a bit of a quicker player.
I like that.
Yeah. Deliberate, but faster.
Just a little pair for Elton, but it is the best hand.
Yeah, I expect to see a bet here. Typically, you want to size up a little bit when the 5 and the 7 are so connected.
His opponent's only playing 15 big blinds back, so we'll see if that also comes into play. 14K is the size.
I like that.
Enjoy, Elton.
It's nice to shed that hand, too. I mean, Jack Spade 9 has a reasonable amount of equity against that. That's 6-7.
Oh, what was this flop?
I got I want to.
You want? Okay.
5.
They don't
7,
even have
8.
a phone to record this. Is there a notepad somewhere? Or they just
You
keep
know
it in their
those,
head?
like, have
Home
you ever
game.
been to a baccarat table? They got that little piece of paper
Oh,
that you can
yeah.
mark.
Or you could use your chips. You could have some chips off to the side and keep score that way.
What if you accidentally bet with those chips? You're
Yeah.
all in.
Yeah, true.
Do we just bring a limitless to this table?
Why?
Cheap this lamb.
As if we did.
And we're like, no, she's real.
Trust me, she's real. Nice.
All right, our Vietnamese player, Duke on,
There's no way a poker
pocket
player is that
sixes.
pretty.
Haven't got to call his name yet in this tournament.
16,000.
Makes it 16K. Oh, Binder's got pocket jacks. Shall we raise the price of poker?
Yeah, going to be really interesting to see how the 6 is fared against a 3-bet here.
Perhaps contingent on the sizing. It is a hand that against an aggressive player, you could even see an all-in with the 6s, but I don't suspect that Duke on is that type of player.
What about 7s for Sturm?
They feel very ugly here.
Yeah, I think he's going to find a fold.
But you know he's thinking about it.
Yep.
It's like, this guy, I know. Is he just picking on my opponent?
Oh,
he is
wow.
going to make the play. Bye-bye, Sturm. We saved
Nick,
the
I made
decision
a
for
bad
Duke
fold here
on
2
with
years
the
ago.
6s. He's out.
I don't think you remember, but I
Here's
did.
the call.
Of course I remember. But I tried to bluff it off in $1 million buy-in.
Is this 7-handed?
Yeah. You're bluffing?
Yes,
This
it
is
is.
seven-handed. I
Yeah,
wonder if
I
this was
bluffing with
just
Ace-King, actually, which
an adjustment by Sturm,
made sense to me at the time.
Our hands look very similar. You're down to
who
check
probably
back.
knows Binder's game
They
very
look like
well.
They might be
Yeah.
the same hand.
I'm sure he does.
Right? 7 looks kind of like a jack
Back, huh?
with the top.
Back when I was young and dumb. You don't like it anymore?
That has an interesting characteristics,
strong.
too. You're
That's the classic, though. Young guys bluff too strong. Too strong? What do you mean? Like, my hand was too good to bluff with.
Tens?
I don't think that's true. I don't agree with that. Well,
6s
by
aren't so
the-
happy
on
now.
the, on the turn.
Oh, yeah.
What's 10 at go with it?
Good eye.
That's true. That's true.
But, like,
He
I
also
probably
is
should
not
chill
happy.
out on the
Double
turn,
up.
but once I get to the river. But, you know, back then I used to just think, oh, no one bluffs
He
here.
doesn't look
so
very
I'll
pleased
bluff.
with himself. Leon, that is.
Well, that's what I thought. No one bluffs there. I don't know. Just
Quad 6 is in the muck.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know what I'm thinking.
big stack for Binder now.
Yep.
Binder is our
Double
tournament
up.
chip leader. 1.3 million.
Good game, Sturm.
I think you're right, though, Alex. I think he must have a good feel for how Binder's approaching that spot. And the 7s are operating in a way that you're unlikely to interact with the bluffing range of just those offsuit high cards
Right.
and things like that. So I think he just thinks that that's going to get through enough and then have enough equity when called for sure.
Wait,
So
you did a
7s could
fight,
even be a
Daniel.
better shove than 9s. Is
you
that
did a fight.
possible?
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
It didn't.
I think it's definitely
Scam.
In
possible.
terms of
if-
the calling range,
Yeah.
you're doing the same.
Yeah.
You-
If
you
Binder
looked
never
the
has
other way
8s and
or
he
something.
bluffs
Yeah,
more
that
with
was
a 9
such
and a 10 and a
bullshit.
7, then for sure.
You put
We're
that?
going to update the solver with that information. I like that.
To wait for me to turn around.
Yeah, I see where your
Comes in
head's
from
at,
the
Alex.
side.
You're a clever
I
guy.
remember. I
Like,
just
I
remember
didn't
seeing
direct
like a
all,
spot
and
one time, and I looked it up,
like
and it was
the-
like
yeah.
5s and 7s were shoving, but 8s wasn't. I feel like it's something sort of similar to this, where when you do get called, the pairs are bigger than either of those hands anyway. So maybe the characteristics of the card
Just
or
what
the
they're bluffing
tiebreaker.
with.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's
What do you
when you
mean?
really have those eye-opening
Well, I
moments
sparred,
when you're
it
looking
wasn't
at
the same thing as-
studying
But, like,
these
you
spots.
should.
And perhaps it
Or
had
just
something
be
to
at a
do
bad
with Wen
position.
opening as well, and Leon thinking
They
that
didn't spar in a
Binder
way
was going to go
where
after Wen a
people
little
really try to
more.
hurt me.
Perhaps
That
Wen a
was,
bit
like,
more inexperienced in these
within their
tournaments.
range of
Yeah.
Seven-handed. Please complete the hand for all.
Yeah, talk about those
That was a
eye-opening
bad
spots. I
rep,
remember when I
too.
learned that King 6 suited was a bit
I
better
don't
to peel
know.
than
Who
King
did you
7.
fight?
Because you just make straights on deuce 3 4 5 and you cooler all their aces. You know, and that
Yes.
first time I saw that, I was like, oh my gosh, like this is pretty sweet.
You're like, that doesn't make any sense at
Yeah.
first, but now it makes so much
Yeah,
sense.
exactly. So little things like that can definitely make a difference.
better. He's in good
It doesn't
shape.
usually affect it if it's like a 3-way 4-bet
It's
jam
like- it
spot.
didn't make
Usually
any
you're just
sense
pretty
to me
linear,
when I was
but,
doing
but
it.
it definitely
Like,
can
I
have
was
some
like a
effect.
beginner in poker, kind of. Nothing made any sense. Didn't go well.
I've seen it in PLO too, where sometimes calling with a deuce in your hand can be better than a 4 because
Yeah,
you're
it's-
more live against, you know, I won't get too technical.
Come on, you're
We're
just
still
trying to get
playing
PLO
Hold'em.
back in here.
Yeah.
Really interesting check back twice here from this ace jack.
Surely now we'll pursue value.
It seems odd against the 90K stack too. But
How do you know he wasn't talking
Did he
about his
just? Oh, he
sleep?
went for an overbet.
he went 60. He's like, all right, I missed out on flop and turn bets. Let me go get on the river.
Very interesting from when
I don't
he
think Bernie thinks about
had
getting
a
fed.
deceptively strong hand after
I don't
checking
think Bernie
twice.
thinks
Just
about
tried to look
getting fed.
polar there.
Yeah, and I really like this from Mario. I think that it's easy when people play passively in a spot where you expect them to play aggressively. You might say, okay, well, if I get a good turn from my hand, let me just pile on them because they're not going to be able to defend. But there's a reason why they're supposed to be aggressive on this type of board. It's because it's so good for them. And so Mario just snap checks, snap checks, snap checks. He's going to lose the pot. And that is
You're not showing me aces or kings.
perfect.
You can't play like that.
Huh?
You can't play that way.
Why not? Pretty hard to have it.
I bluffed Vinny today.
You did?
Very creative, ambitious. The whole.
Really?
Did you see that Nick bluff versus Vinny?
I didn't. Did you?
Read the minimum?
I did. Yeah, he went.
You don't remember?
3 and 6. 3 and 5. The one I called, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It didn't work.
Well, it was hard to. I was close. I was like 20% chance of folding.
You want to tell us, Justin?
Yeah, Vinny, it was some monotone flop, and Vinny flopped the king high flush, and Nick had the ace high flush draw with the jack. Some small amount of money went on the pot, and then I think it was a turn ace, giving Nick top pair and the flush draw. And it went check, check. Vinny checked back the king high flush.
Very sneaky.
Yeah. River some 8, I think, and Nick goes for a small amount of value or medium amount of value. Vinny goes for a small raise.
90?
And Nicky P turns his hand to a bluff.
So that's a
He
PLO
rips
play
on it.
using that
Yeah.
the lone soldier.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, but Vinny, I think he does play a bit tricky like that. He has some strong hands and checkback lines, and he was able to get a tremendous amount of value there.
Yeah. It's a big flip. It's a big flip.
Yeah, 3s versus ace 4 suited.
Yeah.
End of night flip here.
Exactly. Either get your starting stack by winning this flip, or it's another 125K.
Yeah, you don't
for
want to play
Mario.
250K if you don't have to.
Raise call you.
Hit.
That's an ace. Mario in the lead.
Spade would make it interesting.
Put a spade out.
The pre-cutout from Nick. Very
Really? You want
experienced
to flat?
player.
Yeah, small spade.
There you go.
There's the spade. It does work, doesn't it?
Now prepay it, Nicky.
Look at all them
You have a swap
spades.
with Nick?
No,
No? Now's the time.
Oh.
Yeah. Perfectly
I didn't
timed.
say anything, man.
You don't like Mario?
no, I was just
That's all.
cheering for something fun.
He's a piece of shit. How you know?
Good night, boys.
Tell him how you really
You don't
feel.
have to feel bad. He can try again tomorrow.
GG to Mario.
Mario definitely coming back in this tournament tomorrow.
That was a bit of a bad beat.
Extremely talented player and super nice guy. Great
Oh, I
ambassador
get to
for
hit-
the
I
Triton
cannot
brand.
lose.
That's why Nicky P is having some
As
fun
it
with him
is
because
now.
they play a lot together and have a lot of respect for each other.
Yeah, he can take it.
He's making some good content now too. He's got some YouTube videos out.
Yeah.
Mario.
Yep, he's doing a great job with that.
If not, then okay.
Okay, but not the final table, okay? We gotta, because they take our phones. Whenever they take our phones, we gotta
Him and Seth Davies making some
Leave it
Triton
at
content,
that.
I think.
I know,
Yeah.
Seth
Like that.
Davies
Alright,
too.
yeah, you got a deal.
It's fun to get a little bit of an insight into,
keep the
into
credit
how these
line
guys are
open.
approaching the game and what it's like to go
Might
through
not
these
see me
high stakes
anymore.
series.
I love how seeing raw Seth Davies videos are. You know, he talks about his downswings and upswings, right, and what you really takes to kind of
Yeah.
play the high stakes.
Yeah, very genuine guy.
Something happening here. Limitless, ace king suited against Yosuke's pocket tens. Similar stack depth. Around 35 big blinds to start the hand. 54K. Any initial thoughts on how to approach tens right now?
It's a very tricky spot. It's a
We
large
see
3-bet
sometimes
size. Off.
call, sometimes 4-bet, right?
I was
Yeah.
thinking this is a big 3-bet off these stacks, right? Going about 3.5x in
Yeah.
position.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if he uses this size, if he's in like the low jack or the high jack.
So against the bigger sizing, does that make you want to 4-bet more? More to pick up?
More to pick up, yeah, if you think the ranges are the same.
Yeah.
Binder has 170 big size.
He does just go for it. Feels very reasonable, and we're off to the races. This is a big one.
600K pot between Japan.
At least I can sleep long tomorrow.
Poland?
Limitless, yeah, that is Poland.
No, you don't come.
Huge flip.
So you have to come back to your 16.
He didn't like that either, putting in those tens, I don't think. I think it's the right play, though. I think it's
At
a
least we
great
get
play.
a flop open.
Limitless has 2,000 chips back.
Oh.
That's a set of tens. Mokri gave him a thumbs up.
That must have been a big one, the King 10-8.
Yeah.
Oof. Never easy.
Nope.
Jack needed.
Is there a jack for a straight? Nope. Head nod and the top of the table.
I was sharing for something else.
I mean, not every run out can be this crazy, right?
You're a piece of
Just
work,
spikes the
Mokri.
jack.
We've seen some crazy ones here in the booth over the last week or so. I guess you see so many hands, you remember the crazy ones, but there's definitely been some wild ones. Alison Pekazovic on route to his victory had a very similar one where he needed to spike a jack on the river in a pretty big pot against Paul Poix, and he found it.
You know what's pretty funny there that Mokri had told Limitless I wasn't rooting against you, I was rooting for something else. I assumed it was prop related and not that.
True.
He was telling the Japanese player like, hey, you're gonna win this pot set.
You can buy into more.
You can buy into
Mokri.
You can forfeit it.
Little jab.
Well, which means that he can throw them in.
Yeah.
Well, why forfeit your stack? There's still a couple hands left here.
He has 2,000 left. That's why he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to be limited stacker.
Yeah, but get it in, win that big blind ante. That's the nice thing about big blind ante, you know.
True. Just get it in before the end of the night.
Yeah.
Because the end of the night will be
Yeah,
coming
you don't want to
soon.
bag the 2K necessarily.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he would do that.
Have you ever forfeited a stack, Justin?
Not that I can remember. It's certainly possible at some point in some WSOP event. I've lost an all in the last hand and done it, but nothing comes to mind.
I think it's different now with Big Blind Ante.
Yeah. How many hands are left in the night, Randy?
It should be very few, I believe. I'll double check in a second, but Kulev actually opened King Deuce suited. These guys and their suited kings, man. Disrespecting the pre-flop under the gun ranges. Elton knows. Punish him.
Or bad.
Malinowski, 4-bet calls, 5-4 suited for 2K.
Looks we get one more flop.
That's almost too good of a hand. Like you were not rooting for that.
Yeah. Please win.
You always win with 5-4.
For you.
This could be the last hand of the night, or maybe one more. As we see if Limitless can turn this 2K into 18,000. I don't know about that. Well, maybe.
Let's get possibilities.
Do it.
Couple back doors with the bottom pair.
I don't know why I counted him out.
You saw that king in the window, Randy.
I kind of want to see Limitless stay because
I hope-
Justin would love that, right?
Yeah.
Trip
Whoa.
5s.
You know-
Enjoy your 18K stack going into day 2, sir.
He was de-miking.
Not so little.
Cards of
How much
10.
I got before the river?
26. I think. No, a bit less.
Well, you get 8K, and then I don't know, does he get the ante?
Yeah, 18.
Definitely gets the ante.
8
Alright.
plus 8,
8
right?
plus
Because he has the open.
8 plus 8. He gets all the ante, right? Wow, what a good deal.
What a good deal. 9x return.
All the ante.
Saw what needling this guy.
You should have one more. Right?
Yeah.
8 and then 8, right?
Is
Okay. That
just
was that.
changed.
No. Oh yeah, 8 and your original 2, yeah, okay.
That was last hand, right?
That was the last one.
Is there another hand?
Wow. Limitless has a really interesting decision now. 18K or
I think you
200K?
I think you bring the 18K back, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
But he's a baller.
Yeah.
he is, but the value of those short stacks, it's worth more than it otherwise would be where
Yeah.
you're eligible for that big blind ante, the overlay there.
Yeah, probably give it up about 15K if he wants a fresh stack.
Yeah.
Yeah, he shouldn't forfeit it, but he is one of the few players in the field that might actually consider
Fun thing to
it.
keep an eye on for tomorrow.
Yeah, we should keep an eye. Just remember, 18,000 is what he's supposed to start
Yeah.
tomorrow with. Looks like Binder did some good work there. 1.3 million, good for the overall chip leader. As we come back to the booth, Wang Ye is second in chips. Justin Saliba. I did have one question in the YouTube chat that I didn't get to read to you, and is: do you prefer doing commentary with Randy Liu or Alex Livingston?
I mean, both you guys are great and made it super easy for me, and all the play spoke for itself. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for having
Yeah.
me.
Did you have fun too, Alex?
Yeah, Justin, thanks for coming on. It was awesome. I know originally Justin was maybe just going to do the first couple hours, and then he was having so much fun he stuck on board till the end. So we appreciate all the insights, and you've played with these guys, so it means a lot coming from you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, we hope that you join us in the booth once again at some point, but we really do hope you make that deep run in that 100K main. Try to get that title, the watch from Jacob & Co., and, of course, all the big money. But that's going to do it for us tonight. We're going to play tomorrow the $125,000 buy-in, and we're actually going to start 1 hour earlier, so 1 p.m. local, and that's going to be it from us. We'll see you tomorrow.